Anyways, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the classiest place on earth. That was confusing. Not that I don't love hearing myself 3 times in my head, but I just already have to listen to myself. I don't want to do it again. You can hear my music over and through the ads? Oh my god, what? Really? Well, I don't even know if Crystal can hear me yet. Are the ads still running? I don't think so. Are they still running? I think they're over with. That's so weird. You heard my music over the ads? Super weird. That's never happened before. Fussy, I just read your message this morning. My heart. There's no words. There are no words, but my love and my heart and all of my soul go to you. And the only comfort I have is that Millie has company now. That's it. It's just the worst. You can see and hear me, but you could hear the music through the ads? That is so bizarre. That's never happened before, I don't think. Roboblake, good morning. Nixie, Pyro, good fucking morning, everybody. Pendragon, Fussy, everyone. Crystal, Green, Chief Greenleaf fucking snuck in a resub while I was making coffee. Silly fuck. Thank you so much for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving an anus swings. You are a butt wizard of the highest order, and I challenge you to go forth and be consensual in every way. Thank you for being here today. And accepting wings upon thine anus. Or taking them, I guess, really. It's 2 years.
That was 2 years? You tried to sneak a 2-year sub on me? What a dick.
In the bedroom or just hanging out.
I was a guess. No one knows what's going to be there. I know, that's so weird, Crystal. I wonder if they're doing that so you can hear a broadcaster through the ads. Like, you can hear the conversation or something. That's real weird. I'll have to test it later and see if people can hear me or something. Bizarre. I mean, that's honestly, like, I don't know why Twitch doesn't do ads like YouTube. Like, just banners across the bottom. Because we're live content. Like, YouTube, you're not missing anything when you get an ad. Like, it pauses the content. But when you get an ad on Twitch, you're missing everything that's, like, all the conversation. Like, the whole thing's just cut off. It seems like such a dick move. I don't know. I don't know why, though. Like, I don't understand the reasoning why we don't just do that. I don't know. I don't know. Does anybody have an answer? Nobody knows. I love you, Fussy. If I could squeeze the living shit out of you, I would. Was so brooding on an Amazon commercial. So if you guys are wondering, the music we were listening to is from the Transistor soundtrack, which is one of my favorite games ever by Supergiant. Really fucking good game. Ads are dumb. They're just it's like, if you think about it, we've all just accepted that the only way for things to, like, exist on the internet is for ads to be allowed. But have you ever, and I mean literally, like, come forth if this has happened, have you ever been watching a YouTube video or a Twitch channel and seen an ad and been like, oh, I'm sure glad that happened. I really want that product. Like, ever? I haven't. Honestly, when I see things commercialized, over-commercialized, I figure something's wrong with it and I shouldn't buy it. I don't get it. It's so fucking weird to me. Like, how do these ad people make money? Other than, like, basically, websites pay, or do ad people pay to have their ads on the website? I don't even know which way it goes. It's very bizarre. Asidious, holy shit.
That's a really long time, bitch. Thank you so much for recepting the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving an anus its wings for a really long time.
You know what? I hope we always are having fun and sharing knowledge. I hope this goes on forever. I don't know. There's going to come a point where people won't want to hang out with me anymore, but I hope so, because I have fun. I love doing this. I love hanging out with you guys all day. Lying. I mean, really, only one's on Instagram, and that's because the algorithm's kind of dead on. Instagram is totally different. I feel like Instagram ads are a different ballgame. I too, but usually it's ads for shit I've already purchased or I've already, like, been interested in for a long time. Like, you know, Instagram does that, like, creepy, they're owned by Facebook, right? So they, like, use your information to give you good ads, right? Bitch, what?
Help!
Pyro just gifted 10 subs in the chat. Jesus God, my heart skipped and I felt it in my face. Thank you for being so generous and giving people the gift of no ads, really cool emotes, and, in my opinion, a badass community to hang out with if they so choose. Thank you all for being here if you're actually here to accept these gifts upon your ass. Pyro, thank you very much for your dumb generosity. Daddy Duty, Kodos the Alien, Iron Bull, Deciduous Pine, The Kate Monster, Dissension TV, Audie B, Kyle K, Jeff will try and layer issue. You're all butt wizards to the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in every way because nothing in this world is sexier than pure, sober consent. Thank you. Pyro, you're crazy. I'm having a morning and need to spread a little happy. Let's be happy then. Let's fuck that morning right in the ass. I have a horrible kink in my neck. Again, I don't know what it is. Like, I have very nice pillows. I have a very nice bed. My bed's only 2 years old. I have like nice ass fucking memory foam pillows and shit. And I have just keep getting this same kink. It's that same muscle that just goes down between my shoulder blade and my spine. And it's driving me nuts today. And I don't know why. I slept really well. I don't know. I think, honestly, it was like just tenseness from yesterday. So yesterday, if you guys don't follow me on Twitter, I didn't stream. I tweeted about it. The day before yesterday, was it the day before yesterday? No. Yes. No. Yes. No? No, it was Monday. Monday, Scott came over to give me a birthday present, which was literally a loaf of sourdough bread bigger than my body, and it was super delicious. I made garlic bread. It was so good. But when he came over, he, like, knocked on my door, which he never does. Like, he usually just drops shit off at the door and leaves. And so I went over there and I was like, what's up? Half of my house was falling off. Like, the snow melt and snowpack had caved in my gutter and was peeling the front, like, fascia of my house off with it, which was very alarming to find in the middle of the day. And so, and there was a nest in my roof. Like, there was one entire, like, channel in the attic space was just full of hay and shit. God knows what the fuck was up there. So, on Tuesday when we were streaming, you guys, if you were here, you probably remember my dogs flipped the fuck out because Bree's brother was over here checking it out, and then yesterday they came in and fixed it, thank fuck. But, unfortunately, it's right here. Like, you guys know how close I am to this wall. That's the front of the house. And the banging and there's just people outside the house all day long yesterday were driving my dogs up a wall, which sets me on edge. I can't help it. Like, my dogs are anxious. I'm anxious for them. I'm like, I want to help you. Like, I don't know how to help you. I wish I could help them. Like, there was nothing to do. So I'm probably like I was probably just like tensed up from that all day. I don't know. But we don't have a gutter yet. Still, they fixed the fascia, so my house is no longer peeling off, thank fuck. But I don't have a gutter, and we've been slammed with snow for 3 days straight. So I'm not nervous. You are. It's going to be fine. Ow, my neck is killing me. Ever tried acupuncture? No, I've never, like, I'm not a patient. I'm the worst patient in the world. I'm the kind of person that, like, until I'm, disabled, like, I can't move, I won't go to the doctor. It's terrible. I really would like to get a massage. I tried to schedule one, like, 2 months ago, and the chick canceled on me twice and then just never wrote me back. So I kind of gave up at that point. I've only had one massage my entire life, though. I don't really know if that would help. The community's great because I'm here. I mean, you're definitely a big part of it. No pun intended. You might be the tallest person here. On Twitch. Maybe. I just bought new pillows. I've always had neck problems. I'm a tall, kind of stretched out human. Tall people, we just have spine problems, I feel like. This is just every person I know that's, generally considered tall, we just have problems with our neck and back. It's just, I don't know. We're not built for this world. And I have, like, I can't remember, they're Tempur-Pedic pillows. I have nice pillows because I've always kind of had stiff neck, stiff back. My lower back gets really tight at nighttime when I'm sleeping. Stuff like that. The algorithm on Instagram doesn't work for you? Well, you're probably not, like, looking at shit that you want to buy, I guess. Like, I go on Instagram, and if I see some really cool makeup, I'm gonna click on it. Like, someone doing makeup, like, Instagram girls will post pictures of their fantastic makeup, and because I click on that, I get ads for really cool makeup, but it's usually already makeup that I own. So it's like, I'm like, oh, well, maybe I need a mascara or something, Like, I've never, like, seen an ad and been like, wow, I've never heard of that product, and now I'm gonna buy it because of this ad. Never. Hi, Escape, how are you, love? I watched the stream yesterday, and I made a joke that they were working on a new sex dungeon for you guys. Dude, that's what it sounded like. Like, it was insane. It was so loud, and I get it. I mean, they were literally, like, putting my house back together. Ugh. Fussy, you could hug my doggos any fucking day. Look at that one. She looks a little crazy right now. Oh, you can't see it. Her third eyelid's over her eyes, so she looks very creepy right now. But I would let you hug my dogs in 2 seconds, and you know this. Oh! Crispy! What the fuck is up, motherfucker? I have a hella stiff neck. But other than that, I'm fine. I wasn't sick yesterday. The people were here fixing the house. they actually came because remember you were here, Crispy, when I like literally found out that my house was peeling off the front. So the people were here yesterday doing it, and it's right here. It's like I'm against the front of the house, and so I just couldn't stream. Like it would have been. My dogs were like crying. Like Trick was doing the weirdest. Stop it, please no, please no. Trick was doing the weirdest noise. He was doing like chirps. Like at first he would bark. He barked when at first the noises started. He was very scared and he barked. But then he would do like these chirps, like these bark things all day, like just scare chirps. I don't know what the fuck they were. It was real weird though. It was a very interesting day. It's sorted out, but no gutters yet. The gutter guy is gonna come on Monday, I believe. Yeah, two different guys. So we had one team come out and actually like put the house back together because what happened was the snow and the ice filled up our gutters, and then when it melted, it was like, you know, just a solid chunk of ice, and it caved the gutter in, which took the house with it. So they had to remove all the gutters, all the drain pipes, fix the front, and then we're getting gutter guys on Monday, I believe. Which is fine because it's my day off, so I don't have to worry about the dogs freaking out all day or whatever the fuck they're gonna do. I know, Crispy, and that's the thing. Like Zach like gives me alchemy. Thank you for the resub, you silly fuck.
Bitch, you sneaky. Resubbing while I'm talking? I see you. Please follow my friend Alchemy.
She is probably the #1 streamer on Twitch, and she plays a shit ton of Final Fantasy. And she's hot, and she's really good at makeup. Check her out. Same rules as here. Pretty easy transfer if you ask me. I forgot what I was saying. It's gone now. I just have a bad kink in my neck. Yeah, that's it today. And I think it's just the stress of like the dogs yesterday. I can't help but pick up on their anxiety. Like Zach's like, it's only a couple hours. Like, why are you so worried? Why are you so bothered by this? I'm like, my dogs are like freaking out. They're my children. Who the fuck can watch their dog like crying and shaking in a corner and not be worried? Not me. The fuck? You're hot. Stop it. I treated myself to a 34-inch ultra-wide monitor. Oh my god. What is that like? I only have 27-inch. I have 3 27-inch monitors. I've seen those. Is it like a curved one? Or is it like you literally have a 34-inch flat screen on your desk right now? Because that's pretty intense. Delphinus, good morning, love. How are you? Ooh, get your steak burrito, you silly fuck. Good morning, Dead Cow. How are you, love? They sorted it out. Yeah, it was just chaos. Like, it was just my dogs. I mean, to be fair, we live in a house and the sidewalk is not up against my house. So there has never been strange men banging on the outside of my house for hours and hours. So to my dogs, this was the end of the world. They thought we were being attacked. It was so sad. Do you love it? The curve one? It's a curve. I was going to say, like, I don't know if I could handle a flat screen that was that big. I feel like I'd be doing this. Ow, my neck hurts. I'm not going to do that. But you know what I mean? I feel like I'd be like, it's like sitting too close to the screen in a theater. Like you end up kind of doing the head swing thing all day. Is it flat, Pyro? That's what, I mean, Eliza does the same thing. She uses an enormous TV. I just feel like I'd be looking around all over the place. Oh, it's okay, Dead Girl. I mean, what are you going to do? It's life. You're never ready for it. Like, no one budgets for the front of their house to fall off, you know? It's just like, just fucking thank God for credit cards. 44-0, I don't have a concept for how many years that is. That's 4 years and 6 months, right? No, 3 years and 6 months. I can do math. That's a really fucking long time.
Who cares? That's a long fucking time. Thank you for being my friend for so long and supporting my channel. You're crazy and I appreciate you. Hail the Tank Lord.
Sorry to barge in and start talking about joy, but...
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
Ow. I hate having a neck kink. It's the fucking worst. It's fine, though. We're fine. It's the worst. Plushy and Blue Sparkle Fog. First off, both of you have fantastic usernames. Thank you for those. And I could, like, pronounce them first try, which is dope. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. My name's ClassyKatie. It's fabulous to meet you. Take my breath away with your choice. Show my fucked up family today. Welcome to the classiest place on earth. I invite you and your brother to take your pants off, place your hand bar and genitals and enjoy your time here. I almost spit. I don't stream with pants on, therefore I invite you to do the same. Embrace your goddamn nudity, mother fluffer. Every hole is a goal and yours is golden. Thank you for the follows. David, good morning, love. How are you? 3 years, 4 months. Yeah, that's a long time. I mean, it's a long time, but math is overrated. Don't stress yourself. The only thing I don't care about ultra wide is that some stuff just doesn't work well. Bethesda. Oh, really? Like it looks funny, kind of. I just got off the phone with my shrink and have joy for the next 6 months. Fuck yeah! Mandel, that's something to barge in and talk about. 100%. Math. I'm okay with mental math. I'm actually like embarrassed a little bit. I'm losing my skills with mental math. When I worked in the hospital, you're doing it all the time. Not hardcore math. It's not like I'm doing fucking like long division in my head, but you're doing so much mental math constantly with people's weights and heights to calculate stuff. I used to be so fast. Like I could do mental math like crazy. And just because I don't do it anymore, it's literally like fucking you don't use it, you lose it. I don't know. I guess I could probably get it back if I tried, but I just don't live in the environment. Medieval Melody, it is a miracle. I still don't know how I survive. I love having a kid. Oh, I mean, same, Alk, same. Your meds are making you sick? Ooh. Do you like, this is my Tawanda. I love it. It gives me joy every day I look at it. It reminds me of just to be yourself and be happy. If you've never seen Fried Green Tomatoes, it's easily one of the best movies in the entire world ever. Watch it. Math is overrated. I mean, I feel like people like stress themselves out over it a little bit, and like if you don't need to do mental math, like don't feel bad. You know, like some people be like, I'm just bad at math, and they'll just like feel like they're a shitty human or like they're stupid because of it. You're not stupid. Math is weird. It's crazy. It's beautiful, but there's a fuzz in my eye. It's kind of a shitstorm. There's definitely a fucking hair in my eyeball. I'm gonna get it. I can feel it. Emo Demon, I used to do that. When I first started streaming, I only had one monitor and I would have chat on my laptop on my desk and I would talk to you guys with my laptop. It was pretty good. Oh my God. Why? Every day, I swear to God. It's like my body waits to start streaming and then it's like, all right, now release the hair. Why? My eyelashes are like a Venus flytrap, man. Anything gets in there and it's done for. It is. It's kind of a skill. Yeah, you just get out of practice. Like, I'm still okay at it. It just takes me a minute. Whereas before I could do it like Flash style. I don't know. It's just weird. Meds for pain and stomach issues have been giving me brutal headaches. Oh, did you tell your doctor? They might be able to give you something to help you not be nauseous, like an anti-nausea pill or something, you know? Cut and run. An awesome hole gifted you. You know what, though? If you had a resub, you could still get to use your alert. Even if someone gifts you a sub, refresh the channel and you might get a little resub thing in your chat. That happened to me all the time. Like if I'm about to resub in someone's channel and then someone gifts me a sub, I just got to refresh and then I still have my button. You still get your alert even if you're gifted. Like, fuck yeah. Tawanda's for real. Seriously, if you haven't seen Fried Green Tomatoes, it is such a... How do you even sum up that movie? Kathy Bates? Kathy Bates. I mean, need I say more? For real, though, just one of my favorite movies in the whole world. It's so good. Lord Raven, how are you, love? Good morning. It was 8 days ago? Oh, shit. Oh, just kidding. You might not get your button. Just kidding. Sorry, Honeybean. Oh, man. Dumb Katie. Damn kinky neck. Dude, it's like I've got a long, skinny neck with no muscle mass in my upper body at all. So I think when I sleep, I just go limp. And then when I wake up and actually try to use a muscle, my body's like, what muscle? I'm literally like a bird upstairs. It's crazy. I've tried. I've literally tried to gain muscle. I could bench press the bar. That was it. And I could never get more. Like, I don't have that. I have boobs instead of pecs. Side note, my boobs hurt so bad today. Oh my God. I don't always get sore titties, but when you do, you really remember how much sore titties fucking suck. A lot. Power Spirit Woman. Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. That movie has a sad, but it's such a good, like, it's one of those good sads, I guess. I don't know. It's not a movie that makes me so tragically sad that I don't want to watch it again, you know? Like, there's some movies you watch once and you appreciate it. That was a fantastic movie, but holy shit, it's the saddest thing I've ever seen. I never want to see it again. I could watch Fried Green Tomatoes over and over and over. That movie just makes me smile. It's so good. Let me see. Dude, I'm on scopolamine. Oh, okay. Zofran, Casamet, and nabilone, um, pantoprazole, buprenop. Goddamn, buprenorphine. Oh my fuck. I'm out of practice. It's fine. Just for my stomach and nausea, they already got me on a heavy antiemetics. So what do you know which pill causes the nausea? Like, what is it doing that makes you nauseous? We don't have to talk about it if this is just like something you've already traveled down the road and there's no solving it. I'm just curious. I don't like that you have to be miserable like that. That's not very fair to you. Oh, I love Big Fish. Oh my god, that's another one. Dude, Glad, you'll know the exact scene when she climbs in the bathtub with him. I'm done for in that scene. I know it's gonna happen every time. The whole movie makes me like laugh and feel magical, and then that scene happens, and I just die. It's so good though. Good morning, Gregarious Fiesta. How you doing, honeybean? It's the buprenorphine. Oh, is it? That's what causes the nausea? Boo, I'm sorry. Oh, Mr. Fox, nice time for me to sit down with some penne pasta with pesto. Yum. I made pasta the other day. What night was it? The night before last night, I think. Because my birthday was last week, and I don't talk about it. Don't feel bad if you missed it. I'm very like anti-celebrating this, so don't worry. But Scott refuses any of my please ignore me requests. So he came to my house to give me a giant birthday present, which was literally a sourdough loaf this big. I'm not shitting you. It was too big. I couldn't put my arms around it. So I cut it up and made it some fucking dank, like pesto garlic cheesy bread with it. Like sprinkled olive oil on there and then fucking just smeared pesto all over it. Oh, it was so good. It was so fucking good. Secondhand Lions? Who's Secondhand Lions? Maybe? I find sometimes when your resub doesn't coincide with your anniversary, your button won't appear until the anniversary. Really? Interesting. Weird. Opioids used to give me a strong headache in the past, but the symptoms come back. Yeah, bupe makes fentanyl look weak. Really? Dude, I'm glad you're not on fentanyl. That shit, like, if you've probably tried it, if you know what it feels like, the withdrawals of fentanyl are having the flu. Like, imagine having the flu. That's what it's like to come off of fentanyl for everybody. It's so bad. Like, most people become addicted to it because they just don't want to puke, so they keep taking fentanyl to prevent puking. It's so crazy. Really? Because of the gastric nightmare? Oh, it's so sad that, like, it's hard for me to accept that, like, you know, we have to take something for one thing that's going to ruin something else. But it's kind of like weighing, like, what's the thing that is really interrupting your life? Like, that's the one you're going to fix. Regardless. So, Mr. Fox, yesterday, a team came out and they fixed, like, the roof and everything. So they put all the house back on. Like, it wasn't peeling off anymore. But I still don't have a gutter. I think they're coming on Monday to do the gutter. I think. You were overdosed on fentanyl? Shut the fuck up. What do? They have to narc you? Bread with flavor. I love sourdough. Sourdough and like a marbled rye. Those are probably my two. I could just eat a loaf of it. Easy. Easy. I bring great news. It's my turn to have the Rona. Oh my fucking god. Shut the fuck up. Stop it.
Right, basically.
No, you don't. Did you seriously get the Rona? Are you okay? How do you feel? How do you know? What happened? No, Zaquarion! I'm not mad. You're mad. I put rye above it. I do too, but rye is like a Maryland thing. I don't know. It's if you go to Maryland, I don't know if it's anywhere else on the East Coast, but in Maryland, rye is like the bread. Everybody loves rye. Marbled rye is fucking everywhere. I love it. I love rye bread. It has flavor. I think that's it. Literally. That or like pretzel bread. Oh my god, pretzel bread is really fucking good because it has flavor. You can actually eat it without needing something else on it, you know? I've had it once since after being clean for 2 months while in a stretcher, and it made me feel drunk for 5 minutes with withdrawal. Oh my God. It's the worst shit. Fentanyl is the worst shit. Like, that's the stuff we use. We take very seriously before we put fentanyl on somebody. I'm just happy you're not on it anymore. That stuff is garbage. I mean, it's great in a hospital setting. It's amazing to knock people out and do emergency surgery. But as a pain, like, maintenance, I can't even fathom how sick you would be. So sick. Like, ew sick. After my 3-month checkup without daily insulin, I'm holding firm at an A1C of 6. Dude! My dose was so low, they think I've managed it well enough. Oh! Go fuck yourself. Are you, like, shaking in your panties right now? You beat the system, Kel. You literally beat the system. The system is built to just keep you just sick enough that you keep coming back. You beat the system. That's fucking dope. Hell yes. That's literally like beating the system. That's amazing. That's such a huge accomplishment. Reshade said hair dye hers. Dude, people keep asking me if I've re-dyed my hair. I swear I have not. I have not dyed my hair in months. It just stays. Blue hair dye, man. I'm telling you guys. Blue hair dye wants to be in your hair. It doesn't want to go. Roast, try rye toast. Oh my God. Fuck yes. Oh my God. You guys stop it. I don't eat this early. I had Rona last month, but I was double penetrated by Rona and also rotavirus. Oh God. Yeah. That's the worst. I mean, honestly, like, I think the worst thing, if you're vaccinated and protected, the worst thing with getting Rona right now is that it's going to knock your immune system down while you have it and make you susceptible to everything else that's out there, all the icky crawlies. So you could get the flu and shit, you know? Oh, God. Withdrawal doesn't affect me much. I don't get sick. Withdrawal just makes my legs hurt like a motherfucker for a week. Really? You're so lucky. You're really, really lucky. I had a patient one time, Crystal, who we had her on fentanyl and propofol just for the surgery. And then when she was coming off of it, she came back. Of course, she comes to the ICU. When you come out of OR, they don't take any of the drugs off you until you come to the ICU. Once we get you all plugged in and settled in the ICU, then we start to take all the pain meds off and wake you up. And she was convinced, this is what fentanyl does to you sometimes. People can get ICU psychosis from fentanyl, very specifically fentanyl for some reason. And she thought she was a horse that had been injured in a horse race and we were going to shoot her. She would not let me come near her. She would not let anyone in her room. She was convinced we were going to shoot her. A little old woman. She was like in her 70s. It was wild. Like, fentanyl scares the shit out of me. I'm pretty sure if I'm ever in an accident or something horrible, my last words would be like, please don't, no fentanyl. You know, like, it scares me. That shit's not good. Blue and purple are hard as fuck to get out. Purple comes out really easily in my hair, and I don't know why. It just turns gray. But blue, shit's gonna stay forever, and I'm okay with it. Are you happy? I'm so happy for you, seriously. I mean, that's like, I know you know this, and I'm sure you guys see this, but there's so many people that just kind of like, their doctor will say, well, you can do X, Y, Z, and it'll probably help with a lot of these symptoms and a lot of these diseases you have, or we could give you a pill. And most people will take the pill forever and never even acknowledge X, Y, or Z. And I'm not saying X, Y, or Z is anything in particular, like it's nothing. But most things going on in our bodies, there are extraneous situations, can be solved by like lifestyle changes. Stress does a lot of fucked up shit to your body, like physically to your body. It's kind of crazy. We need a DNR for fentanyl. Seriously, I don't want it. Like, I would rather have ketamine or something, like anything else, because I've seen it so many times. People just get fucked on it. And I've seen a lot of nurses fired for stealing it. My throat was acting up some days back, but now it's like a cold. However, my back feels strange. I assume I'll be sore by tomorrow. No, I hope you... Did you go get tested? Like, how did you know? Did you know you were exposed? Antihistamines affects of fentanyl. That's why they don't use Demerol as much anymore. No shit. I didn't know that. Oh, because they can do the hallucinations as well. Oh, I wonder if she had antihistamines. Little sister Sarah. My little sister's here, guys. Everyone say hi. Hi, Sarah. How are you? Good morning, love. Green hair? My green hair? I don't even remember. I still take Invokana, which causes extra peeing, but as a diabetic, it's really no different. I mean, I pee constantly. I just drink too many fluids. I totally feel that. That's like... I'm sure I don't need to tell you this, but when you are able to maintain your own body and like get it back in a homeostatic point without meds and you're able to get yourself off meds, so many other things in your body that bother you will start to clear up. It's crazy. I've seen it X amount of times. Like, I'm not going to make up a number. Over 100. Lots of times. Oh, the teal. You know, I still have that color. That's actually the color I'm going to do after this when it grows out enough that I want to bleach it. The color is called, I have it on my desk somewhere. It's called Voodoo Blue. So they're both Manic Panic, but this color is called Blue Moon. And that tealy color was called Voodoo Blue. And I really like that one too, actually. I think I'm going to like dump it over this, but I got to wait for the roots to grow out enough to bleach it and not hurt my hair. Because you don't want to put bleach on the already bleached. It'll literally melt off. It's horrific. Been there, done that, and it's scary. Too many people would rather take the pill and change their lifestyle, though. Well, I mean, it's like, I feel like a huge part of that is most general practitioner doctors, most doctors, they only get like 15 minutes with you. And so the 15 minutes are like listening, diagnosing, solving a problem, and then they have to get the fuck out. Like, that's how hospitals run them. These are not choices by the doctors. Hospitals make big money off appointments. So I used to work in a clinic. Like, they pushed us all the time. My boss would come to my office. Do you think you can get a PFT down to 45 minutes? They're an hour and a half. It takes an hour and a half to do a full, good PFT. And that's if you have a perfect patient who doesn't cry when you put them in the glass box, which is never. All the time they push this. And so there is no time to extrapolate on the XYZ. Like, all they're going to say is, you know, like, for instance, say you have a disease that is perpetuated by being overweight. Well, you could lose some weight, but they don't have the time to be like, that doesn't mean exercise. That doesn't mean getting a gym membership and running every day. That means, like, you know, just like cut your portions in half. 90% of all weight loss and body transformation is what goes in your mouth. Like, it's exercise is just cardiovascular shit, really. But they're not allotted any of that time. It drives me nuts. It's not fair at all. I hated the clinic atmosphere for that. It was all about, like, push them, get them out, get another patient in. Like, they were always trying to get you to turn over. And, like, what the jobs that I did was called a PFT, a pulmonary function test, where we put a hose, like a little breathing apparatus in your mouth. We put you in a glass box that's airtight, and I lock the door. And you can hear me. It's glass and see-through. But I sit here and I instruct you different breathing patterns, and the machine measures everything. Lots of things. But the vast majority of people who have respiratory diseases in their older years are smokers, and the vast majority of smokers are highly anxious. And you say, I'm going to put you in a glass box and lock you in there. They freak out. Do you really want me to? I mean, how the fuck? My boss was heartless. She doesn't work there anymore. She was just so into money. Oh, Spiffy, why? You don't have to do that. It's at my P.O. box, like, right now already? Oh, shit. Okay. Good to know. Note to self. We get an email when it shows up, so hopefully I'll have an email. Thank you. I'm nervous and excited. Sarah Come Home. I always think of Sarah, that country song. I don't know why. I know Sarah doesn't like it. Sarah Beth was scared to death. It's about a little girl with cancer. Like, it's a very sad song. But my sister's name is Sarah Beth, so that's all I ever think of is Sarah Beth. Sarah. Also, it's my sister, so I do think of her, but most of you have not met my sister. She looks exactly like me. So, minus the blue hair, just picture that. Dry fucking mouth. Bleaching hair, honestly, like, it doesn't, the only part that gets me is that getting it on fast stresses me out. That part stresses me out a lot. Like, you got to get it on. Because once you start putting it on, from that moment, it should only be on your skin maybe 30 minutes-ish, hour at the most, depending on your hair, whatever state your hair is in. And so I'm like, I get everything ready, and I literally put a timer on, and I'm like, all right, it's time to go. And you just got to go. Like, you got to work and you can't touch any of the hair that's blue because it will melt off. It's already bleached. So you got to, like, it's very, like, get it done. Because, I mean, the first time I bleached my hair, it literally took me 30 minutes just to get it all on. So then I was just sitting there like, oh, fuck. Like, I was looking at the last place I put it on in the first place, making sure shit was even. Like, it's very, that stresses me out, the timing of it, which is why I've never done it on stream. A lot of people want me to dye my hair on stream. I would love to, but it would be, I can't talk to you. Like, I couldn't look at chat. I would have to just sit here and be business style until it was all on. Good evening, Crystal Corona. How are you, love? I think I learned more about lifestyle, diet, and nutritional changes from back when I had a personal trainer before COVID. That's dope. I'm interested in it. I've always liked to, I think the digestive system in general is fascinating. And so just studying like how we process stuff and digest stuff and that kind of thing is really interesting to me. Excuse me. Dude, I'm excited. No, I'm excited. I'm real you probably know this. I am very awkward and anxious when people try to be nice to me, and I'm working on it with my therapist. I don't know why. It's a very, very strange behavior of mine. Just as tall. She's like maybe an inch shorter than me. Sarah, you're like 5'10", right? 5'10 and a half. I mean, you wouldn't be able to tell. You wouldn't know. If we stood next to each other, you have no idea one's taller than the other because we're both tall. You know, once you get to a certain tall, you're just tall. We're just tall. But yeah, she's super tall. We're both tall bitches. Which is crazy because our mom is not tall and our dad was not tall. We're just freaks of nature that got real big. Ooh, you got a new keyboard? Dude, I need a new keyboard. My keyboard died. Well, I think it actually might be the cord. I'm not 100% sure. I'm using an older keyboard today because, yeah, yesterday it just stopped responding. It was really great. You could be mean to me. It's not that I like when people are mean to me. It's just I'm comfortable with it because that's more familiar. And that's disgusting. That's not okay. But for some reason, my brain is like, a jerk doesn't stress me out. But someone who wants to love on me really freaks me out. And I don't know why. I'm working on it with, brains are weird. They're a scary thing. I don't like them. There's an awesome documentary out there about the science of decay that's super fascinating too. Never really thought, dude, decay is incredible. There's a really, really good book, Slate Quills, if you like to read. What was it called? Oh my God. I think it was called Stiff. Literally just Stiff. The cover of the book is like the bottom of a foot with a toe tag on it. Every chapter goes over different ways that we deal with death. It's really fucking cool. There's one chapter that's all about this guy who lays out corpses on hills, and he studies and records the various stages of decomposition, and they use his research, or when they like find a missing person, they use his research to tell how long a person's been dead by the decay. Like, it was one of the coolest books I've ever read. It's not as gross. It's not like super morbid like you'd think. There's one chapter. If you're afraid of flying, don't read this book. I read it literally on a flight on my way to Greece, and there's an entire chapter all about a guy who studies plane crashes, and he's the guy that they call to like find out why the plane went down, essentially. Was it a bomb, terrorist, whatever? And he said like 99.9% of the time, everyone dies piled up on an exit door because most of the emergency exit doors don't work. They crush each other to death against emergency exit doors in the plane. That was a really alarming chapter to read on a plane. But you know what? We're still here. I'm still here. Really good book, though. Definitely give it a try. Stiff. Yeah, there's a whole chapter about body farms. I can't remember the other ones. Obviously, there's a chapter about embalming. Like, it goes over the history of embalming, why it came about, why we even have it. I like reading that stuff because as a person who was on the other side of death, like the one deathing people, it's fast. I think it's really mentally healing a little bit to me to see how bodies are respected and used and, they have a life beyond me, the body, not the life, but you know what I mean? I might extinguish the life that animated this corpse, but the corpse has such a fucking journey after the hospital. It's kind of wild. And like they use them in scientific like colleges for dissection and stuff like that. It's it's fascinating. I like stuff like that. I also love graveyards. Don't judge me. Anubis, do I have to hit you? Stop it. Bop. I'd hug and love on you and you'd hate it. Physical kindness doesn't freak me out as much. It's the words that get me. I don't know why, though. I know it sounds crazy. It sounds crazy to me when I say it out loud. Don't worry. You're not the only one. Good morning, Mark. Ooh, pre-work nap. How was it? Was it a good nap or like one of those gross sweaty naps? I'm really bad at napping. I usually wake up like sweaty and just not feeling good. Because as more chems get introduced to the body, it changes the decay rates in different situations. Absolutely. Oh, it's fascinating. The weather, what you eat, everything. It's so cool. And the fact that, like, the moment your heart stops, the moment you're dead, your body starts to decompose. The moment. There are no seconds in between. The moment you die, your body starts to decompose really says a lot about how hard your body's working every second of every day to keep you from rotting. Wow. Like, I watch it. Like, people start to bloat immediately. Like, before I get them to the morgue. Your body's working, man. It's fucking working. It's wild. I haven't gotten a PCR test. It's not 100% sure. My reflexes are very sensitive, so it could just... Oh, boo. I can't take compliments either. Maybe you don't think you're worthy of kind words, but you are. I actually did talk to my therapist a little bit about it this week. And it's... In the past, kindness, gifts, and generosity has been used heavily against me as, like, leverage, but in a way that I didn't quite realize. And so my therapist and I think maybe it's like, I'm trying to think of the word for it, like a gut reaction to like a fear. It's fear, as opposed, like, instead of processing every single emotion to get to, like, oh, I'm scared of this because of this, my body just instantly goes into, like, cry, freak out, run away mode, which is weird because I'm not consciously aware of that in any way, shape, or form. But it's like, it's a defense mechanism. Thank you. Yes, it's like an unconscious defense mechanism. Instead of because your brain, like, it's kind of like, kids, they block out. You block out shit from your childhood that's traumatizing sometimes because living through it every day in your brain is going to kill you. So your body tries to protect you, right? And so, like, that shit will affect you in ways that you don't realize they're connected later in life because you don't even remember it. But, like, I'll tell these stories to my therapist, and she'll be like, wait, say that part again. And I'll say it again, and she's like, you don't realize that was the cruelest thing anyone could have ever done to you? And I'm like, that was a gift. And she's like, no, it wasn't. Like, she'll say shit like that I just am unaware of. And it's just because, you're classically conditioned to just not think people are inherently nefarious. My grandmother was bloated and shit before she even died. Dude, my grandpa did the same. My grandpa went rigor mortis before his heart stopped, which was pretty crazy. Should we cheers? I packed a bowl and everything, Gov. Look at that. I'm so ready. Shall we cheers together? Good morning. How are you, Knives? I learned that my parents like to guilt trip me and use religion to get me to do things when I was growing up. Not religious now, though. I feel like I'm the only child that figured that out, though. None of my siblings are religious, but we weren't, religion wasn't used in the way, but it was the guilt. Like, just guilt about everything. Like, if you were given a gift for the next year, you were guilted. Like, you were just given a gift and now you're not going to do the dishes, or you were just given a something, now you're not going to do this. You were just doing that and now you're not going to be nice. And it was like, I just bought you tampons. Are you really going to give me this attitude? And I'd be like a teenager, like, in your core of your core is like, you're my mother. You're supposed to supply me with tampons because I'm bleeding out of my vagina. But as a human, you're like, oh, I'm so sorry. You're right. Like, when you're a kid, you just back down immediately. Like, oh, you're right. You did buy me a gift of tampons and toothpaste. Like, that kind of shit really fucks you up. But you don't, like, when you're a kid, mom and dad are God. Like, you don't question that shit. You don't even know to. You have a perfect memory. Oh my God, Anubis. My sister's like that. Sarah, she might still be here lurking. My little sister has, like, a crazy photographic memory, and I think it drives her insane. I don't think she likes it at all. Extragon, welcome to my channel, and thank you for the follow. It's okay, Lavosha, because, like, it's stuff I didn't realize, so it's not like it haunts me. I'm not, like, sitting here like, I was abused. I'm just like, oh. Because I don't even know if they knew they were doing it on purpose, Like, if my parents were doing that on purpose, or if that was the only way they knew how to parent and get me to stop being a little bitch. I don't know. I try not to blame them for it, and I don't want to cry when people want to wish me happy birthday, like, uncontrollably. That's the part that really bothers me, is that I can't stop. Every time I open my mouth, it's just, you know, I don't like that. I don't like not being in control of my facilities when people are trying to be nice to me. Like, come on, body. Like, that's some fucking shit. And then it makes all my friends feel shitty. They want to be nice to me, and I cry, and they're like, why you cry? I am nice. And I go, I don't know. And then it scares everyone, and I don't want that. I just want to be normal. You know, like, everybody cries. I have no problem with crying once in a while, but not that uncontrollable, why am I freaking out when people are nice to me cry? Like, it's not a fun time. I don't like it. So Regenthar, it's not that your body becomes less effective or less like apt at fighting decay. It's that your body is aging, and so your body has to focus on other things. So like when you're young, your skin turns over constantly. That's why young people have such nice, elastic, like pretty looking skin. It's not because it's a miracle. Their skin, and by turnover, I mean the top layer is dying every day. And they have a new layer of skin popping up. It's every day they're getting new skin. And as we get older, because of the lifestyles we lead, the damage we've done to our bodies, what we eat, what we smoke, blah, 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 so on and so forth, your skin is not like numero uno. Your body is going to prioritize like liver and heart and organs over anything else. It's going to give up on your kidneys, going to give up on all sorts of shit before it gives up on your organs. So as we get older, that damage compounds on our bodies. So like, for instance, this is like the best example I can give. Your heart, as you grow older, so you have your heart. Your heart is like one giant muscle. It's four chambers, and those chambers squish blood and send it all over the fucking body, right? Your heart is a muscle, just like your bicep or any other muscle on your body, so it needs blood as well. And it's not getting blood from the blood it's pumping. So you actually have vessels that are going around the outside of your heart to feed the heart muscle so it can keep pumping, right? And as you grow older, you actually start to grow more vessels. So when you're born, you have 3 to 4 giant vessels going around your heart that feed your heart muscle so it can pump. As you grow older, some people, when they die, they have 16 vessels encapsulating their heart. So if you're over the age of 65, you're much more likely, and by that I mean like 100% more likely to survive a heart attack than if you were 19. Because a 19-year-old, one of those 3 to 4 vessels gets clogged with a piece of plaque, that side of their heart dies, they're done. They die. They just die. Whereas you, one vessel might get clogged. A little portion of your heart that was getting fed by that vessel might die, which is literally, that's what a heart attack is. It's a portion of the heart muscle dying because of lack of oxygen. There's going to be a bunch of other vessels to feed it. So you won't die. You're still going to have a heart attack. You still got to go to the hospital and get it cleared. But you're not going to die on the spot because your heart's still getting blood. There's lots of extra vessels. So that's one way your body, as you grow older, starts to try to feed the core organs that keep us going. And so your skin just becomes kind of a not important anymore. So we get like liver spots, and your skin becomes really see-through and tissue papery. And it's just allocation of resources in your body. Mark, it's okay because it's like I'm not conscious of it until someone tries to be nice to me, and then I cry or do like, you know, freak out like I'm being injured or hit in the face. And then I'm like, oh, okay, something's wrong. At least a really strong one. Oh, anyways, he hates it because he sabotages relationships all the time. Because if any petty arguments come up, he remembers all the little shit and brings it up. Oh, it might be his mouth that gets him in trouble and not his memory. Because as a female, I too remember every horrible petty thing anyone has ever said to me. I've actually written them down in my journal because I'm that kind of petty female. But I don't fucking bring them up because I know I'm well aware they're petty. Like, I would never. That's not the way to win any argument. Normal is overrated. It's such a construct. Yeah, I agree. I just wish I could remember my dad. That's the part that really freaks me out. Like, I was 7 when my biological dad died, and I don't have one memory of him. It's very strange. But, I mean, honestly, I probably blocked out a lot of it because he was a raging alcoholic who abused my mom physically and verbally, and I think me. But I don't know. There's a lot of pictures of me as a child with black eyes. Your heart is literally a squirt muscle. It's not wrong. Aw, Spiffy! Have fun, love. A beating heart is more important than keeping tits from sagging. It's true. Literally. That's exactly like your body's like, meh, you fed kids. Your tits can sag to your knees. We got to keep your heart going. Lavoshka. Lavoshka, I'm always amazed by how knowledgeable you are. I hope I don't ever come off as a know-it-all. I don't want to. I just love talking about stuff like this with you guys. It's fun. And I learn stuff from you guys all the time. Like, I'm by no means perfect. I think body science is really fun, though. It's fascinating, man. It's the vessel you're in right now. We are talking about it. It's weird. Freedom! Dude, my boobs hurt so bad today. There's no freedom happening here. Arguing is a team sport. Either you both win or no one wins. 100%. I don't like arguing. I will walk away from people that just want to argue. I like being devil's advocate, like in a fun conversation, like just a conversation about an interesting subject. But a true argument, like just fighting with someone, you're never going to convince someone of your point of view by being a jerk. Or saying mean things, like ever. You're only going to drive them away from you. That's it. Like, case in point, you know how many people I have straight up never spoken to again because they said horrible things to me? I was like, no. Nope, I'm out. I don't want to be around someone that even thinks those things. It's that their head knowledge. I can't make it day to day without a chaotic thing happening in my house, but I can tell you how your body functions. Cheers. I just realized I never cheers. I'm gonna cheers now. My neck hurts so bad. I have the worst kink in my fucking neck right now. Oh, God. It's the same muscle, man. It's just the same one that just keeps popping up and being a dick. Good afternoon, Kinger. How are you, love? Vogel.
With them Bezos bucks.
Did you know that every time you forget to use your Prime sub, you are shoving a filthy $5 bill into the greasy poo-stained G-string of Jeff Bezos? Stop it. Go find a channel you like and give him your Prime sub. Thank you. Oh my fuck. Is that a twerking pickle? I hope they don't get in trouble for that because it's incredible. I'm not even going to say it. Cheers. I mean, it's totally fine. No one would get in trouble for that. Oh my God. I mean, Lizzie, same though. Same. What up, gamers? We've just been bullshitting. I have a horrible kink in my neck, so I'm just kind of like every 15 minutes I complain about it a little. That's about it. Exactly. I saw same knives. I see nothing. It's perfectly fine. I love it. I love that emote for real. I do have a heating pad right here. It doesn't really do much. So the muscle that's fucked up, I don't know. I can't tell you exactly what muscle it is, but it comes across my shoulder right here. Like it's attached to my trap. And then it goes under my shoulder blade. It's like between my shoulder blade and my spine, but it's under my shoulder blade. So nothing's surface touches it. It drives me crazy. Like I've tried ice, I've tried heat. I've had this for a couple months now. I've tried everything. Like nothing. It's just under it. I know. And so the only thing I can do is like drag my hand up the side of my scapula and I can feel the muscle like roll over it. And it's just horrible. I don't like it. I was literally like doing the blue on a corner wall this morning, trying to roll it out. Because it's just tight and it hurts when I turn left. My stepdad had heart problems where it wasn't pumping strongly. He mentioned he needed an electrician. They did this procedure where they thread a thing through his artery and used cryo spray to freeze and kill small portions of cells in his heart so the heart would rewire itself and pump more efficiently. An ablation? Did he have an ablation? My mom had an ablation. They are scary. I don't like them. I will probably have to have one day because I have the same heart my mom does. Not that anything's wrong. I'm not dying. We have, it's like not even a disease. I have chronically low, like everyone in my family, chronically low blood pressure, low heart rate, and we get heart palpitations sometimes. Like our heart just kicks into overdrive for no reason because we're just like a corpse. And my mom in her 60s lately she'll get into AFib and not come out. Like she'll stay in it for like hours. And so she's literally had to go to the ER and have her heart stopped a couple times because of it. And I get the same shit. I get weird palpitations in my throat, like all this stuff she had that I remember her talking about growing up, I have. What's a ball and chain dab? What's that? What is that? Hasn't read my fan letter. What the fuck are you talking about, Praise? What fan? What you talking about? What? Are you high? What's an ablation? Ooh, an ablation. So it's exactly what was just described. So essentially what happens is your heart has its own brain, which is why when you see in movies and shit, decapitations, blood will squirt out of the neck, or like, chickens will run with their head cut off. Your heart is completely independent. It's kind of wild. So you have what we call nodes. They are clusters, they're like control centers on certain points of your heart. And then you have all these nerves that go around that encompass the outside of the heart muscle called the Purkinje fibers. And when those nodes fire off, they send messages down the fibers telling your heart which, chamber to lub-dub. That's literally where we get lub-dub, lub-dub, lub-dub. It's the Purkinje fibers telling it what to do. The only reason your heart stops is because it lacks oxygen from blood because your head's been cut off or whatever. It's the only reason. It's kind of wild. So what can happen though is in some people, we don't know why, it can happen to everybody, anybody. You can have a totally healthy heart or be, a very much not healthy person. It can still be the same problem. Those will misfire for some reason. And so what can happen is many things, but what was happening to my mom is something called AFib or atrial fibrillation. Fibrillation. Jesus, fuck. I didn't bring my iPad out, otherwise I'd show you a diagram. So you've got 4 chambers in your heart, right? So you've got your atria, are 2 of the chambers, and fibrillation basically means they start to just do this instead of lub-dub, lub-dub, as they should, right? Because you've got the 2 tiny chambers on the top, and then you've got the 2 big chambers, and the blood goes in one side, around, it's like squeezing it through the chambers. And so without the lub-dub, you aren't getting any blood transfer. Like blood is not being squeezed and pushed to the extremities. So you start to get lightheaded. You can be and get all fucked. Your fingers can go numb and shit like that. So what happens to me is I get into AFib sometimes, but it only happens for a couple minutes. Like not even. Usually it's 30 seconds. I feel my heart rate in my neck. That's usually how I know it's happening. Like all of a sudden it's like, whoa, 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 in my neck. And I'm like, oh. And I just chill for a minute and it goes away. And nothing causes it. It's not caused by caffeine, it can be caused by caffeine dehydration. Mine and my mother's is not. We've been tested. It's just a weird heart thing. But recently, in the last 5 years, she ended up going to the ER and getting atropine, which stops your heart. It kills you to restart the heart. And so if you get to the point where you're getting stuck in AFib, atrial fibrillation, or otherwise, they will do something called an ablation, where they essentially burn the nerves. They have to guess and check. This is the scary part. So they put a catheter up in your groin, up an artery that goes all the way to your heart, and they guess and check by electrocuting and burning areas on the outside of the heart to see if that will trigger or stop the fibrillation. They're literally guessing which nerve it is because you have so many and we can't see them. They're everywhere. We can guess. And so, you're awake. It's horrifying. My mom had it done. This is why it scares me so much. She had it done, and thank fuck, the first place they tried worked. They didn't have to try more places. But every, burn shock, you feel it, and it hurts. They can't numb your heart for obvious reasons. You feel these things. My mom was terrified. It was a really scary, I'm just glad she's okay now. It was a very scary instance. But an ablation can solve so many problems for people. It's a very safe, very regular procedure we do all the time. It's just freaky to think about a needle catheter going up your groin into your heart and shocking you. It's wild. But yeah, that's what an ablation is. It's trying to kill one of those nerves or deactivate one of the nerves. The nerve. We're trying to basically find whatever fucking nerve is causing this misfiring going on. Because it should literally be lub-dub, Lub dub. This is the message of the nerve signals, if you're wondering. Lub dub is what you want. You got to get that puppy to fucking do its thing, I'm saying. Do you get AFib too? So do I. It's so bizarre. You don't have it for very long though, do you? Yeah, it's 2 atriums and 2 ventricles. I tried to like, if you guys want the full anatomy of a heart and like me to go through it, it's literally what I went to school for 9 years for. But I try not to be too specific because I don't want you guys to get lost in the jargon. I don't think you're stupid, just so you know. In no way. It's just, I went to school for like 9 years for this shit. You didn't. Most of you didn't. So I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to be like pretentious. I never want to come off as pretentious. That's my biggest fear. I am not a pretentious person, like in any way, shape, or form. Decapitation freaks me out. How long is a person aware for when they're headless? There's no way for us to know because we can't ask. They're dead. We can theorize by like, you know, evidence of blinking and stuff like that post-mortem, but other than that, unless you can like get them back when we don't know. You are not stupid. Stop it. You are a physician, respiratory therapist, not a physician, not a doctor. They go to about 12 years of school, including residency and stuff ish, and that's before specialization. That's like a general GP. General practitioner. Nope, I'm just an RT. I actually went to school. I have a degree in chemistry and psychology, and then I was like, oh, what the fuck do I do with this? So then I went to respiratory, so that's where all the years come from. It's a tomato, 4 chambers and seeds. Oh my god, can you imagine if there were seeds in there, though? It comes on as I overload my damaged pancreas. Oh, really? Oh. Joel, you know, like, even smart people can come off as pretentious, though. You know? Like, they have that air, like, I know what a blah, blah, blah is, therefore I'm better than you, and you're an idiot for asking. I'd never want that. Like, in my opinion, there's no such thing as a stupid question. It's education, and being wrong is how you learn. Like, I can't with that stuff. I never want to come off that way. If I ever come off as an actually person, cyber hit me in the face. Say happy birthday. That one hurts me. Good morning, Kate Monster. How are you, my love? I started dumping all my electrolytes, and it gets dangerous, and then gives me AFib. Oh. I'm glad you know what's going on, though, and you get some in you. I know I was born with a heart condition where one of my valves wasn't fully developed, so it doesn't shut fully. Oh, but most people end up growing out of it. Yeah, your body kind of adjusts. That's kind of like how most babies, you have, what's it called? The arteria, there's a word for it, but you have a hole between the atria of your heart, the 2 top chambers. There's a hole between them. Because when you're in the womb, your mom is giving you the oxygenated blood. It's got a word, though. It's the something artery. Oh, my God. It's going to come to me. It's going to come to me. It's right there. Artesia. But with some babies, it doesn't close. Like, it should close the moment you go through labor. Like, labor, the squeezing of a baby out your pelvis does so many things for the baby. Like, to activate, you know, you're going from the liquid environment to the breathing air environment. It does all sorts of things. Activate, but for some reason, sometimes it doesn't close. Artesian builds, oh my god, they closed. Did you see that? They actually did close. Yeah. Yep. Read the article this morning right before stream. They closed indefinitely. They said they were like looking for someone to pick up the company, but then here's the article. They definitely closed indefinitely. Definitely closed indefinitely. This is from PC Gamer. PC builder that drew fury of small Twitch streamers shuts down indefinitely. Oh. There's an update on this article now, but custom PC builder Artesian Builds got demolished on Twitter last week after a small streamer complained that the company denied her a sweepstakes prize based on the size of her Twitch channel. Or Twitch following, excuse me. Giveaway sponsor Intel was displeased. Oh my god, Intel was the sponsor. That's how they're involved. I was wondering why Intel was curious. Anyways, Giveaway sponsor Intel was displeased with Artesian, as was a considerable portion of the internet. Was anyone pleased with Artesian? Like, really? Giveaway sponsor Intel was displeased with Artesian, as was a considerable portion of the internet. The streamer's complaint was retweeted over 8,000 times. Artesian's CEO later apologized, but for that reason or others, the company may have sold its last PC. A few days ago, Artesian said it was looking into a potential employee-led buyout of the company. That was the word I was looking for earlier. Now it's shutting down indefinitely. We're sad to announce that effective now, we are freezing, suspending all activities, Artesian wrote on Twitter. Ongoing is analysis by outside counsel for reorganization to ensure reorganization. Crispy, they're doing it. You're all going to be fired. To ensure fair treatment of clients, creditors, and employees. We expect more info by month's end. We're open to assistance and investment. Artesian Builds is based in San Francisco. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. This is interesting. This was the interesting part. I was trying to find this next paragraph because this I didn't really know, but it's interesting. One thing that becomes clear from Gamer Nexus's report is that the public furor not furor, Jesus, fury? I think that's supposed to say fury. I don't know. Furor. Is that a word? It probably is. I have not seen that before. Anyways, is the public furor over the giveaway is seemingly not what has ultimately killed the company, with GN's editor-in-chief, Steve Burke, claiming Artesian's business license was suspended by the state of California for some kind of tax issue. Obviously, there were much deeper problems, says Burke, because a company doing enough builds to support 50 employees isn't going to get torpedoed by a bad series of giveaways, as long as they can address it properly, which they didn't do that either. That video we watched, it looks like he did not pay his taxes. Cake, same. I feel so bad for the employees. Same. I keep, like, the moment I read this, that was my very first thought, was like, oh my god, all of those people. Theoretically, that's 49 people who are not Noah. Cats. Whatever the fuck his name is. But to be honest, like, do you think any of them would have stayed at that company for any amount of time after this came out? Like, would anybody want to be associated with that company or stay there? I don't think that, them losing their jobs is the answer to that by any means, but I wouldn't have stayed there. Furor, an outbreak of public anger or excitement. Wow, did I say it right? Furor? Is it Führer? It sounds like I'm saying, like the Führer or whatever. Like the Hitler. Wasn't he like the Führer or something? I don't fucking know. Oh, that's how you spell it. The Führer. It sounds the same and I don't like it. Speaking of, apparently, the few Russian citizens who do support the invasion of the Ukraine have decided to adopt the letter Z as, like, now a symbol of denazification of a country that has a Jewish leader. Yeah, knives, that's what I would have done. I would have been looking, when we watched that video, I was feeling bad for the dude building the PC the whole time. I was like, that bro wants to run. He doesn't want to be there. He, like, you could see the body language. He actually moves so that the PC case is literally between him and Noah at a certain point. Like, he is so uncomfortable. I feel very bad for him. A YouTuber who did a video on it this week actually helped the employees of Artesian Builds with a new opportunity. Oh, good. Was that the guy we watched? What was his name? Fuck, I forgot his name already. Yeah, big nope there. Hi, Sammy. How are you, love? Whose grandfather's entire family was killed by Nazis. Yeah, like, we could go on forever. It's ridiculous. Excuse me. I've read like half a dozen experts on both military and Russian culture, and they all have different guesses. What do you mean? Like, about the outcome or the Z? Literally nobody knows what the Z stands for. Everybody guessing because it popped out of nowhere. I watched it this morning. The only thing that I thought was interesting is some members of our community who are Russian and live in Russia were telling me that, like, they're taking the Z and putting it, like, on the word Nazi and stuff, and they're calling them, like, Zlidiots and stuff, which is pretty hilarious to me. Fight ridiculousness with ridiculousness. Layer 8 with that fucking gifted sub. I knew it got snuck in there, you bitch. Dr. Chillax. Dr. Chillax, motherfouch. My neck is so stiff. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. Thank you for being here to accept these wings upon your anus. Go forth and be consensual in every way because nothing is sexier. Thank you for being here. And thank you, Larry, you silly fuck. I appreciate you. You were gifted a sub earlier, Larry, I think. I think I remember reading your name. I don't know if you were here for it, but it happened. Hello, Ellen. How are you, love? Initial Russian vehicles in the invasion were marked Z, V, and I think C. Fruit fly. C were those from Russia heading west. Z were. Oh, were they just like random ass numbers, like labeling, you know, battalions or something? Over here, the road that the Russian embassy is on is to be renamed to Independent Ukraine Road. Shut the fuck up, Cake. Are you serious? My heart is so happy. Which city is that in? Where is the Russian embassy? In Ireland. The Z is for Zelensky's head. Is that literally what it is? I mean, no one said it. Like, I can't say for sure if I know what it is because we don't know. Like, it's just a very strange, like, the Z is for Nazi. For Nazi, Z is the first letter in the Roman alphabet version of one word for victory in Russia. Oh, and Z is their target number one, Zelensky. Okay. They're like children. Putin is like a 2-year-old. I'm gonna draw a letter on me and now don't be scared. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you now. You see, I put a letter from your name on my boobs. That means I'm gonna get you. Are you afraid? Do you have scare? That's, come on now. It's just children. Children with weapons. No offense to the children out there, by the way. Some guy rammed down the gates of the embassy with a truck. The Russian ambassador is gone, right? I don't wish anyone harm. I'm sure most people in Russia don't support this shit and are very scared. Z is for Zootopia. Z is for zebra. Zebras are super metal. Male zebras will literally rip the baby out of another female zebra's asshole while she's giving birth and murder it if it's not theirs. Zebras, my dudes. Metal as fuck. Metal. It's not, you can look up videos of it. There are hundreds of videos of it happening. That's how they control the herd. Like, if another male comes in and fucks his woman, he just, like, literally rips the baby out of her asshole and slams it with his hooves until it dies. And he's like, nah, that wasn't mine. Maybe that's why Putin likes him. I like zebras, too. They're really cool animals. They're fucking weird, but they are hard metal fucking animals. How does he know? I have no idea. Probably he somehow knows he didn't fuck that bitch. I don't know. I have no idea how they know. It's a really good question. Animals are crazy that way. It's hilariously brutal to watch. Like, imagine like a human slurping the prolapse out of another human, but then stomping on it for 15 minutes. That's kind of what it looks like. Do you guys think maybe it's time for a break? Is someone trying to tell me something? Hello, my girl. What are you doing? This is my poodle, Lilith, if you guys are wondering. She's 2 years old, almost 2 years old, March 25th. I love them. Every now and then, Katie smacks me with uncomfortable facts. Lizzie, isn't that like our friendship in a nutshell plus like marriage and boobs? What are you doing? She's just so sweet. She's a very sweet dog. Kind of a doofus, but she's sweet. Zebras aren't cucks, Katie. I mean, who would want to be a cuck? I don't know. There's massive debate over whether Ireland should remain neutral or join NATO. Oh, really? What do you think the overall opinion is? Maybe it's smell? Yeah. That's what lions do too. I believe it. When I was a kid, I had rabbits, and female rabbits will eat their children if they don't feel safe. It's I imagine coming home from 4-H and finding a bunch of headless baby bunnies. That was a moment for me as a child. Look at her trying to pet herself. She's just so cute. Ugh. So today I learned on Katie's channel that zebras have abortions. I don't know if it's an abortion so much as like a very enthusiastic miscarriage. See, I mean, a lot of the animal world is pretty fucked up that way, to be honest. I've seen the video of like literally a boy zebra like, man, and fucking murdering babies. It's I don't like it. I'm one of those people that like, I love me a nature documentary, but I don't need to see the death. Like, I know that animals kill each other. You don't need to show it to me. Stop it. Wasn't it llamas that sometimes castrate their opponents? Stop it. What? Oh. Llamas are sick. That's incredible and terrifying. We don't really have an army, and we're really, really small and a pretty easy target, so it's pretty split. I feel like if I was an easy target, I would want to join NATO. But, I mean, I don't know. I'm not educated in the ways. Just a dumb American. You guys know that. My current hilarity, people reacting to Georgia applying to join the EU by screaming about how the liberals can't take a state away from the United States. Okay, what a good time for a break. Ow. Being a very animated person with a stiff neck is a miserable state, let me tell you. Ow. Good morning, Magnissimo. Good morning, Heltar. How are you, loves? Hold up. What side's my right side? Nobody knows. Thank you, Squeaky. It's so fucking cold outside. Brr. I had to do some squats to get like blood flow in my body real quick. Brr. It's just frozen, man. We got snowed on, but it's so cold. It's like that really small snowflake, like dust, you know, snow. Trekkie Queen, that is the music from the game Transistor, which is one of my absolute favorite games I've ever played, but it's also by Supergiant, probably my favorite studio. I have a hard time saying it. I like any. Like, it's hard to say that any other studio has just straight up come out with winners, you know? Thank you, sales. It's real good, though. Like, the Transistor soundtrack and the audio is phenomenal. It's one of those games where there's constantly, like, voices. Like, you'll just hear people talk to you while you're walking around and stuff, and it's the voice acting and stuff is just so well done. One of the best games I've ever played. It's so good. I think I've beat it, but I'm still playing it. Like, you can beat it and then just keep playing forever, I guess. I don't really understand what's happening, to be honest, but it's a really, really fun game. And the combat in it is so unique. It's one of the most unique combat systems I've ever seen in a game. Ever, to be honest. Oh, Heltar! You silly fuck twat. Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an anus its wings. You know what's up. Consensuality. All the good stuff.
That's a lot of months, bitch. Thank you. I love you.
It's real good. I mean, I really think anybody can enjoy it, because it's one of those games where it's like, you know, Hades, it's fast-paced. It's like combat, super fast-paced. If you're not into that kind of game, like, there's no way to get around that. But the way that Transistor works is when you go into a battle, you pause the battle, and you, like, plan out all your moves, and then you press go, and it does all your moves. And then you do it again. It's real bizarre. I can't remember what the feature's called. Like, I know the button and everything. I can't remember what it's called, but it's really cool because you can kind of, like, play with it. Like, you can pause it and then, like, plan this whole sequence of attacks, and if it doesn't kill the person, you can delete that whole sequence and start over, and you're just always in the same screen. I just kind of want to show you guys. Do you want to see Transistor? It's a really good game. I have no problem showing it to you. Like, it's easy to pop in and out of. Oh, Elbel, it's a really, really good game. It's one of the best ever. In terms of, like, atmosphere, music, dialogue, gameplay, it's really fun. Good morning, Eliza. How are you, love? Poop Deck, what's up? It's kind of like turn-based, but it's actually like a power of yours you have to pause, to, like, stop time and plan your shit out. What's super hot? I don't know what that is. Feeling cute today? Oh, bitch. That's a good fucking day. Rock it. Take a selfie. Post it. Let us love you. Speaking of music, Katie, thanks to you have discovered the Darren Korb. Oh my god. Is your vocal twin? Shut up. Oh, I'm so jealous. I listen to him, especially like from the Bastion soundtrack sometimes, and his range is dumb good. So good. No, what's super hot? No, do I have to look it up? Hold up. Let me look it up. I don't know what that is. Super hot? It's a game? It sounds like a joke. Are you fucking with me? Hold up. What's VE? Oh, VR. Okay, I was like, VE, is that a new thing? Super hot. Wrong keyboard. Super hot. Super hot potato? That? Is it on Steam? Nothing comes up under super hot. Except super hot potato. Yeah, don't spoil it for me. I'll have to look for it. I'll write it down. Hold on. I'll look for it. Don't tell me anything. It's the best way to get me to play a game is to not tell me shit. Where are my pens? Ooh, thank you, Eliza. It's one word. Maybe that's why I fucked up. I did 2 words. Oh, I watched somebody play the shit out of this game. Was it PAX? Classy PAX? I remember this game. You know what? I think I just need to show you Transistor because it's not like this at all. I'll show you. It's real good. I'm going to write that down anyways because it does look like a really good game. I think I've watched maybe Katie Peters play. Katie Peters plays play. Got it. Crystal, that's totally okay, boo-boo. You don't get permanently smacked. It's just like, it's our way of protecting ourselves from creepy porn and stuff, you know. Weirdos come in and try to throw shit around. Jeff will try! Please help me relay my gratitude. If I can't connect with them, Katie, I will. Pyro, if you're here lurking, Jeff will try says, thank you so much for the gifted sub. But if you're not here, next time I see Pyro, I will tell them. I'm pretty good at remembering to say thank you. That's something that was ingrained in me. Thank you and you're welcome. Pretty easy. Heltar, you loving fuck. Crystal, now you have a permanent permit for like a month and no ads and emotes. You silly fuck. Heltar, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Crystal Cacti. Crystal Cacti, you know what's up. You know what's up. Ghost is coming out with a new album. All the new songs that the singles they've put out are all really good. I've heard them all. I feel like they're going back to their more metalish style, and I'm very happy about it. Most people won't, but I like it. Every time I want to hear a super tall, pretty, and smart Amazon talk, I just need to load up Katie. Katie Cat. What's up, honey bean? There's got to be another Amazonian Katie in the world, maybe. There was a 6-foot Katie in my graduating class. We both played basketball. It was very confusing. Yeah, Eliza, and that's honestly like really bizarre. And it's all since Cardinal Copia. When you saw them live, was it Cardinal Copia? Was the singer? Or was it a papa of some kind? David, I don't know. I mean, if you were a wizard, can wizards make themselves buff? That's a really good. Why are wizards buff? Why would you need to be buff if you're a wizard? That's a really good question. Like, where's the muscle mass coming from? Are they lifting? Like, you're telling me you have 19 intelligence, but you're not smart enough to keep up with your physical health? Oh, it's beautiful. Tarantulas are great. All my spiders are good. Yeah, I haven't had any losses, thank fuck. I fed a lot of them yesterday while the people were putting the front of my house on. I fed Knives the bitch and the toad that we still never named for some reason. I've had a toad for over a year now that was gifted to me by a wonderful Josh's Frogs and still doesn't have a name. But yeah, everybody's really good. Trying to think, nothing really interesting. One of them's out right there. That's Velma. I don't know if it even focuses on her at all right there, but Velma's out. She's a big bitch. Was it Papa? Oh yeah, send me a pic if you have one. I can't remember the name of the album, which one it started with, but like, you know, Eliza, their older stuff that I used to listen to all the time is much more metal-y and more like Satan and shit like that. And then, Oh, I want to say it was the first album that came out with Cardinal Copia. It just got poppy. It was so poppy. They're always very theatrical. I mean, they basically put on like a gimmick, like a ritual kind of. Did they come out with incense and shit? Yeah, they definitely do that. But the music in general is just more poppy. It's not really my thing. I really thought you were calling me a bitch, and Joke the Frog wasn't actually named Knives the Bitch, but I remembered you have a few more. No, it's definitely Knives the Bitch. I think we named it The Bitch because it was like not an animal I bought or planned for. It literally came as a tadpole in a leaf. So we were like, what a bitch. God damn it. I was not ready for this. I was pissed. Their enhanceability, they nerfed it for 5e, though to give you advantage or strength checks rather than increasing the strength attribute. Oh, really? They did that to just wizards? What is that? Is a wizard's a class, isn't it? Sorcerer? I haven't played 5e in such a fucking long time. Man, speaking of, I'm in a campaign tomorrow. Should we watch the trailer, maybe? Mobile. I'm getting it. Someday. Someday. She'll find it. Did I find it? Nope. Yep. Nope. Nope. Yep. Nope. Yep. Nope. Nope. I saved it. Here it is. Sorry. I fucking saved it as a thing, but it just went to Twitter instead of my my bookmark on the thing. That's nice. Bard, Cleric, Druid, Sorcerer. Thank you. He sounded like he was meant for Broadway. Yeah, and that's the Cardinal thing. That's like the character he's embodied for Cardinal Copia. I don't like it. I hope they go back to something. It's just me, though. Like, I still love Ghost. Don't get me wrong. But I agree with you. The Cardinal, like, it's because he's trying to, like, every album, there's like a new, there's Papa Emeritus, there was Papa Neil, like, there's different Papas, and then they, like, fucking die. They're usually, like, demonic popes or something, and then they die, or something happens, and then a new one comes out, and that's when the new album comes out. And they just kind of decided to stop with Papa, and they went with a Cardinal Copia. And he was funny, but, like, that's not the music we were all into. Like, Satan. Hello. Hello? Hello. Oh, it used to be a wizard spell in 1E, 2E, 3, but it was often a race to get the wizard to a high enough level to cast that plus permanence on all the fighters and martial classes for the permanent strength boost. Oh, so then once someone got that, you were just set. My buddies and I were recording The Ritual. Oh, I like that song. I want to sing so bad, but I will get banged. Like, music is definitely a not. I'm so lost in here right now. Crystal, you know this. We usually have like 20 conversations going. Just start a new one. If you don't like what's going on, start a new one. Funny story about Ghost. My wife listens, and I do to Ghost a lot, but Amy tends to do it in open air. So my son's kindergarten teacher calls me 3 weeks ago. Oh, God. Hey, Katie, so we need to talk to you about something. Me, okay. My teacher, your son likes to sing, as you know. Well, today he was walking around singing, "Are you on the square? Are you on the level? Stop it. Are you ready to swear right here and right now? For the devil. Stop it." Were you secretly just dumb proud of your child? Because my heart. PSA, the Tolkien estate has forbidden any creation of fan work. What? Like I couldn't draw a hobbit and call it a hobbit and like put it on DeviantArt? Would I get in trouble? Like that kind of thing? Wow. Okay. Why? That seems so odd.
Go, Pikachu. Come out. I'm gay.
Fohammer_419 tipped $5. CK, me and my panty hamster are going down to Florida to catch some of the spiders when they start raining from the sky and hopefully meet some snake furries since they give the best BJs with their amazing tongue action and jaws so many moist orifices you woo.
Dude, real talk though. Snakes actually use a vacuum method to swallow because they don't have swallow muscles. So, like, if you could get over the fact that it's a snake, it might be the best blowjob ever. Side note, please don't fuck a snake. Panty hamster. Your panty hamster is going to be taken by that snake. My halfling illusionist wizard has their entire party convinced they're not actually a wizard and are likely just a gifted rogue who throws a lot of darts. Stop it. Like, for real? That's fucking amazing. I gotta brainstorm, guys. I gotta brainstorm what kind of makeup I'm gonna do for this campaign tomorrow. I'm gonna show you the trailer right now if you're wondering what the fuck I'm talking about. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Mountain Time in America, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard, I am going to be a part of a Vampire the Masquerade roleplay tabletop, and I'm really fucking excited. I'm going to try to stream beforehand and do the makeup with you guys. But it would really help me if we, like, brainstorm. If you guys have any cool ideas, I kind of have an idea I'm rolling with a little bit without giving away too much of my character. But you guys know me. Like, I can take way too long on makeup if I don't think about it beforehand. I'm very excited, though. Let's watch the trailer, and then you can, give me what you want. Hold up. Is music stopped? Music stopped. Okay. Are you ready? What? I am so bonerific for that right now. I'm so excited. It's been way too long since I got to roleplay. I'm so excited. And I just want to do cool makeup. But I'm struggling with how much to tell you guys about my character because I don't want to spoil anything. Oh, yeah. That entire trailer veggie was made by Safi Pie. She has so many disgustingly hidden talents. She's so incredible that it is tomorrow. And most of the cast, including the storyteller, which is what Vampire the Masquerade calls the official name of the GM, but our GM, they're all from England. So it is in UK time. It is 8 p.m. UK time. Domestic Dan and I are the only two dumb Americans. And honestly, I think I can speak for us both when I say super flattered that anyone wants to hang out with us, considering who we are. 3 p.m. EST. I am so fucking stoked, dude. So I know a lot of you think I'm going to be a Bruja. I was a Bruja in the last campaign I was in. I'm not going to say I'm not a Bruja in this one, but I will say in the last one I was a Bruja. I think IRL I'd be a Bruja, probably. You know what I'm saying? Erica, Mountain Time, it's 1 p.m. East Coast, it's 3 p.m. So that means Pacific, it's noon, right? Pacific time, noon. Tomorrow And I'm gonna try my best to stream in the morning and do the makeup with you guys and stuff. So I should be here to like remind and stuff. Oh my god. That we're following a 40-foot long. What? Python? 40-foot long. Do you know what species it was? I'm just curious. It was probably reticulated. I think those are the longest. I think reticulated pythons are the biggest snakes in the world. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's not anacondas. Don't say it. It's fine. Oh, perfect. Yes. So gamers just said it without all my stutters in the middle. 8 p.m. is London time. 3 p.m. is Eastern Standard Time. 2 p.m. is Pacific. 2 p.m. is wait. 2 p.m. is Central. 1 p.m. is Mountain. 12 is noon, right? I got that right, I think. Yeah. I hate time zones. They're so stupid. Did a masquerade based in New Orleans? Oh my god, that'd be amazing. I love Masquerade. It's not done very much though. It's very strange. Bruja are neo-Nazis now, and their clan weakness is called Triggered, which they get irrationally angry over minor offenses, and I really fucking hate the new edition of Vampire. Oh, I haven't read that one. When I was a Bruja, it was basically like you were you were crowd control. You were the crowd control kind of character, if you talk in like terms of a build. Edgar Allan Poe, what the fuck? Thank you for the 1,000 biddies supporting whatever the fuck this is. What the lord? The biggest snake in the world is the Northern European pants snake. I hear they're girthy. Ooh. You posted, Eliza? Yes. I love Vampire the Masquerade, but honestly, like, I just love vampires. Vampires, werewolves, witches, anything that's, like, dark and creepy. I am an emo kid. Like, this is my environment. Give it to me. And most people are like, but I want dragons. And I'm like, sick. Be a vampire dragon. I don't know. I love fantasy. Don't get me wrong. But I will never say no to, like, creepy, horror, goth stuff. Hold up. I gotta see Eliza's cute outfit. We have to love on her. Ooh, the channel where it's gonna be? Let me see. Blah, 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 blah. Probably. I'm assuming it's on Jersh's channel. Yeah. That would be a healthy decision. That would be a healthy, like, assumption. Twitter just decided to freeze. Give me a second. Eliza! Oh my god, that is super cute. Oh my god, though. Did you do that on purpose? I see a little moose on your leg with the kibble. I've gotten to the point where I can talk about her and not cry every day, and that is a win in my book. I still cry every day, but, like, I can talk about my dog and not cry every day, which is amazing. The moose. She's our Naruto moose. Forever and always, my heart. Moose and Jane are together forever. They're probably fucking. It's disgusting. Perverts. All right, let me show you guys Transistor. It's a really cool game. I feel like I talked about it way too much to not show you what the fuck I'm talking about. Well, we know this, Eliza. Like, they were gay from... Well, Millie was absolutely gay. Like, I'm not saying that to be facetious. Millie, my dog, my Millie, she loved bitches. She had a girlfriend when she was a little puppy that was a Yorkie named Lexi. And then her midlife girlfriend was a, what do they call it? German Shepherd? A huge German Shepherd next door. Fucking obsessed with her. Like, if you've ever seen a dog, like, obsessive over a toy, like, that was Millie's eyes if she saw this dog. Like, they just blow out of her face, and she'd be like, "Arr." And then when she met Jane, that was all she wrote. The hearse? Ooh. I love dark and creepy. Are you kidding me? I used to unplug people for a living. Got it. Yay for bitches. A fucking men. Cheers to the bitches of the world, with us and not with us. Because let's be honest, they're in our hearts forever. Cheers to all the bitches that can't be here today. They were too perfect for this world. Are you, Eliza? I actually have my tattoo artist working on a Jane Millie tattoo right now, but I'm not going to show it to you till I get it. I'm very excited. Kino, that's cool. I think I have the new one. Hold on. I know we need to do it together though. This is the thing. When people like stop, this Aquarion got COVID, by the way. I want to get it with you. I feel like that's not one I want to do by myself. What edition? 5th edition. Is that the new one? Is that the? It just says 5th. Is there a 5-point? I want to look up the Bruja shit now and see how they changed it. I'm curious. Because it's sad. Brujas were fun. But I don't want them to be neo-Nazis. Ew. Yeah, Liza, exactly. At least we can be at each other's appointments. Yeah, we don't have to get them done at the same time. Like, there's no point to that. But I want to be there when you get yours. And I think it'd be cool if we got them, with each other. Let's see. Let's look up Bruja. Let's look her up. What do you mean, Squeaky? I went off book to make a different variant because I would have picked a different clan. Yeah, like I have a hard time believing they'd throw the word neo-Nazi into the book, but I can see how maybe that can be construed from the personality. But I would like to read about it. Let's find it. Let's find it because I like Brujas. I really was one in my very first campaign ever because they're my favorite. My first live campaign on roleplay. Where the fuck is the? Is there not? Oh, okay. Just kidding. I skipped it. Characters. The way that they organize these books always perplexes me. Here they are. Tremere. Bruja 63. I like books. I know. You can get these as just a PDF. There's actually a code in here to get the PDF for free. I like having a book. I don't know what it is about just having a real book. I'm a big fan of something like this, like a manual. I get digital books from just reading quick books, Today is our Rescue Queen's birthday. Oh my god, Indiana Bones. First off, that's one of the best names I've ever heard in my life. Secondly, happy birthday, Indiana Bones. Life is perfect and today is the best day of your life. I hope you love all over them. The Werewolf Clan, the werewolf. I remember Werewolf had a clan that had Nazi ties. They did that in True Blood too, which was interesting. I think there was literally like a group of SS officers called Wolfgang or something in German, wasn't there? And so it just got associated just because of like a word. The Arnick book? What is that one? I only have this one. This is like this guy. I only have the big one, but let's see. Let's read about Brujas. Let's see. That's the picture. Ow. It's fine. I hit my face. It's cool. Don't worry about it. We named the dog Indiana. My wife deserves credit for her name. Your wife is clever. You're lucky. That's such a good name. We want to get her a cis bro and name him Barkus Brody. Okay, if you don't, I will be personally offended. I must know. Okay, let me read this about Brujas. So, what it says. The dream of the learned clan is a world where all injustice has been eliminated and the living and the undead can coexist in peace. This is not about the Bruja. That's just the excerpt. Sorry. Who are the Bruja? Clan Bruja have always embraced from the ranks of those sympathetic to counterculture and revolution. They seek out allies who question normative ideas and recognizing... I need my glasses. I know. Don't judge me. I'm blind. It's so small. I just can't do it. I'm struggling. It's fine. Give me a second. Yeah, maybe I should explain that. For those of you who have never played with Vampire the Masquerade, it is a manual to do a tabletop game similar to like Dungeons and Dragons or something like that. And the embrace is what they call it when you are chosen to become a vampire. And what happens is in the world of Vampire the Masquerade, whoever makes you, so like if a Bruja embraces you, you will become a Bruja. Unless something super weird happens, which I won't go into because it might be spoilers for our game tomorrow. I don't know. But there is a chance that you can make a vampire that ends up clanless and is basically like a sad homeless child. I'm just cleaning them. Give me a second. Oh, Trekkie. I got you, boo. I got you. I thought it was submarines. Was it submarines? I don't remember, David, but I think there was something associated with it. I remember that because they did it in True Blood. They have like a whole flashback to like the werewolves. They side with the Nazis because the Nazis get them hooked on drugs or get them hooked on V because the Nazis are vampires or something. Like they did this whole thing. And I was like, what the fuck is that? And then they mentioned it. Like there was some sect, like a real historical sect of Nazi officers called something, I thought. Correct me if I'm wrong. Not obviously an expert on World War II, the horrificness of it in those terms. I read it as same as some neo-Nazis are Brujas, not Brujas are neo-Nazis. I could see that 100%. They favor people with a counterculture. Like neo-Nazism is a counterculture. It's a horrific, evil one that shouldn't exist, but it is one. Okay, I can read it now. Clan Bruja have always embraced from the ranks of those sympathetic to counterculture and revolution. They seek out allies who question normative ideas and recognize in the fire of the oppressed. They gravitate towards the underdog. Common perception place punks, gang members, maladjusted immigrants rejected by society that should protect them, and placard carrying and Molotov wielding rioters among the Bruja. While the clan definitely includes substantial numbers of vocal and visible outsiders, their desire for rebellion reaches as deep as the fraudster ripping off his own company, the lawyer representing the poor pro bono, the neo-Nazi claiming to be all right, and the basement dweller downloading thousands of movies illegally for redistribution on streaming sites. So it mentions neo-Nazis. So yeah, I 100% agree with you. Like, neo-Nazis are Bruja, but not all Bruja are neo-Nazis. The Bruja can be passionate fighters, but also critical thinkers. The clan activists are often very different from the clan theorists. On many occasions, the latter are embraced from former gender studies or sociological students. Sociology students. I can read, it's fine. Those who have survived near-death experiences and people who have, in other ways, suffered and endured great personal loss. The philosophical Bruja, known as Hellenes, I don't know, believe the best method of dismantling the establishment is to understand the social and cultural systems that allow it to exist in the first place. Sounds similar, but they mention neo-Nazis. I mean, it is a subgroup. It's a horrific one that we don't want to acknowledge, but acknowledging it and ignoring it doesn't make it go away. Ow. Yeah, it sounds like people, like it sounds like the kind of human being who dies on a hill. You know what I mean when I say that? Like the kind of person that like, they will stand on this argument point, lose their whole family, every friend they have, but at least they got that point of view, like that kind of person. I said the Bruja are in the Anarch book. Oh, basically the Camarilla Bruja council member was murdered in, I think, Budapest, and then the whole clan went Anarch. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's pretty cool. When did that is that like always been the history of them? I remember in the first end World of Darkness, they made it a lot more fluid. Like you could literally build a new clan from scratch. They have whittled it down every time a new book comes out. I can say that. Like I've noticed that very much so on my part. Like every time a new book comes out, it's like they make it more and more and more specific and more like now like all of the big magical clans, like most people won't even let you play them in their campaign because they're just too OP. Which is sad. Allows for very strong viewpoints. I mean, I have some strong viewpoints, but I don't know. I guess I'd die for some of them. No, you're right. Notice the protesters are called rioters, maladjusted immigrants, basement dweller. Well, it did say the underdog. And usually the underdog is, shamed and looked down upon by society. We are computer people. We're absolutely, I mean, the whole in the basement, covered in pimples, grotesquely gross, like peeing in bottles, and your mom feeding you meatloaf with a fork, like that whole thing is given to anyone who plays video games. Like, we still have those horrible stigmas on us. People, I mean, we talk about gatekeeping. I get gatekeep if someone who doesn't know me personally finds out I play video games, it's like a test. And I shit you not, they always come back, well, I play fucking Madden, so I'm like, oh, okay. 1488, what's that mean? Is that something specific? I'm not enough of like a conspiracy theorist, not, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I don't know how else to word it, to like know the specifics. It's a Nazi dog whistle? Ew. Don't let the world shame you for your pee bottle. Sports game's a video game too, you know. It's true. That being said, I tried to have sex with a boyfriend one time and he pushed me aside for Madden, so I just take it really personally with Madden these days. I like wrestling video games. I've always been a sucker for a good wrestling video game. They always just make you feel so epic. Second in with strike the permanent, killing most of the higher ups. Clan Tremere and Shattering Clan. In 5E, Tremere and Banu. Which one's Banu? I just don't know all the clans. Give me a second. Is that a special clan? Or is it just spelt wrong and I'm not picking it up? Because that could be me too. I don't know where the fuck are the hardcore clans. Because like there's the main clans that we've always played, and then there's these like, I can't remember what they're called. They're the magical people. And they're just too powerful for this world. I can't remember what they're called though. Okay, but wrestling isn't real sports though. Well, the kind of wrestling I play in a video game is probably not considered a real sport. I don't want to just moan on a mat in spandex with another boy. Minty motherfucking fresh. What's up, motherfucker? Thank you for the resub.
Hail the Dank Lord!
Help!
Yum. Okay. Okay, it is. Then they should be in here, Katie. I know they have those classes in here. I don't honestly know where the fuck they are in this book. Because I think this is the newer one, and they mix it up very strangely. Like, there's just not one chapter on how to make a character that lists all the character stuff. It's like, nope, you got to read a character on Kindred Society, and then you read a huge chapter on the clans, and then the character fundamentals, and then character creation. But the clans are like way back at the beginning, so you got to like go back and forth. It's kind of confusing. But I know those have to be in here. I will find them. Thank you for the fucking Bezos bucks.
By the way, don't forget to use your fucking Prime sub somewhere.
Bitches. Alright, I'll find it sometime. I know it's in here, because I did find it eventually, but I wanted to really show you guys Transistor, and I just keep not doing it. I'm terrible. Worse. I don't know where they are. Huh. Maybe they're not in here. Maybe they just made a different book. Did they make a whole other book for it, Katie? Like an anarchist book? Not my book. I think wrestling. I mean, David's just fucking joshing with me. David and I both like wrestling. David just likes to be the little, like, devil's advocate. Because, you know, people are always like, wrestling's fake. I don't know how the fuck you even watch that. Tell that to the wrestlers that used to literally, like, pound their own head with razor blades to simulate blood for TV. Yeah, it's definitely not dangerous at all. The goat fucking broke his neck and still can't wrestle, I'm pretty sure. Katie, I'm so jealous. I mean, honestly, so seriously, Vampire the Masquerade was the first, like, exposure I ever had in any way, shape, or form to a tabletop roleplay kind of game ever in my life. Seriously. And it was because the video game came out. The Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines video game came out. And ever since I've played that video game as a child on my mom's shitty-ass PC, horrible, I never even beat it because my PC could not handle it. That's how I found out about, like, tabletop games and roleplay. And I just, no, it's just not done enough. I don't know what it is if I don't run in the right circles, but this will be my second time in my life getting to do a campaign from Vampire the Masquerade. It's kind of crazy. Agreed, David. I think if you enjoy something that entertains you and it's not hurting anybody, go for it. That being said, football is pretty dangerous. I've read some really wild reports on brain damage lately. My chat weirded out again. 14 for the 14 words of Nazi philosophy. 88 for Hyde. People, I mean, why? It's weird to me that such an open group that believes they're very right in everything creates hidden meanings in things like numbers and words. Like, why are you creating hidden shit and puzzles if, like, you think you're straight up correct? And there's obviously, in this day and age, absolutely zero punishment for it. Our president's a Nazi, and he's still fucking living in an island, living it up. Was a cover for the Kindred taking over? Ew. Anarch had an entire introduction about how anyone with suicidal thoughts should just kill themselves because they're too weak and should be pruned. The viewpoint's not presented as wrong and is not challenged in any way. I feel like that couldn't be printed. I need to buy this book. Pro wrestling is like sport in the way that athletes are getting fucked over by the owners. Amen on that. Oh my god, if you guys ever look into what pro wrestlers make versus like what are they called now? WWE makes? WWW? What the fuck is their name now? Do they even have one? It was WWF, and there was WCW, and then it was like WWE, and then it was something else. It's WWE. Cool. Thank you. And I know there's another wrestling show that everybody always tells me to watch that's really fucking good that I just can't think of the name of. That is like a milk they like harvest from it for WWE. The most vivid memory of wrestling is when I watched it on TV. Owen Hart fell from the rafters and the screen went black. I remember this. I just got the most disgusting chills up my back. I remember this. You just fucking brought this back to me. Oh my god. I was like, Mom, Dad, what happened? I didn't know till later that he fell. Yeah. I fucking forgot about that. That so many gross chills up the back of my spine just now. You reminded me of that. I remember that. Yeah. All wrestlers are independent contractors, so they get no benefits. They have to pay their own travel expenses. I mean, they're basically like a streamer. They're treated horribly. Can someone find me an 18th century copy of the Florentine Codex? No, but I do have a copy of Rectum Anatomy from 1872. I can't exactly remember the exact name of the book. It's behind me somewhere. That's all I got. That's all I got. Mr. Fox, so this is all I'm gonna say. If you don't need an addiction in your life, maybe skip the show tomorrow. And I'm not saying because I'm hot shit or anything like that, but you're gonna get introduced to the tabletop community and to Table Stories specifically, which is my home away from home, and arguably like the dopest humans in the world. Twitch.tv/Table Story. They have a different RP, like a different tabletop show/game going almost every day of the week, all the time. And our shows come in and out. Like we take little breaks, like I'm on a break with a show that I'm in with Dan right now, and we come in and out. Like that's where Nocturne was and all my big shows that a lot of people talk about in the channel. I'm sure you've heard of. But they have so many shows I'm not involved in any way, shape, or form that are worth checking the fuck out. Table Story is like crack. So if you don't want crack, don't go. But like maybe if you're craving some crack. It's an addiction you can never escape, right, Elle? It's like no matter what day you go or what time you go over to Table Story, there's going to be something cool on. It drives me nuts. And people I know, and like a safe community I know I can chill in that's not, they don't put up with bigotry or hate. They're like us. They're very chill. Like, you know what I mean? Crack can be good. Eternal Nocturnals. Forever. For real. You just can't stop with Table Story. They have too many good shows and too many amazing people. It's like And I don't say that like I'm not in any show on Table Story right now. I'm 100% sending you to a channel that you will not see me on at all. It just go. It's so good. What is the Nocturne? I don't know. Oh, Mr. Fox. I'm very excited for you tomorrow then. I'm very excited for you. Oh, Katie Cat.
Meow, bitch.
Thanks for resetting the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an 8 swings to that motherfucking Bezos bucks. I appreciate you. My neck hurts so bad. It's fine. Only when I move. I'm having a great time. Cracking me good? No. I mean, well, the meth is killing me. I mean, I'm saying Table Story is definitely not meth. And it is live. Everything is live. All the shows are true tabletop role played, and they are improv. They are live. Like nothing is pre-written. Nothing on that show, as far as I'm aware of, other than without spoilers. Like there are some shows where obviously we pre-record some stuff to throw in, but other than that shit, it's 1000% improv. Everyone there. It's incredible. Same, Elbel. Like it's how I felt comfortable on Twitch, honestly. I always felt like such a weird outcast. Like I would have friends on Twitch that were streamers, but I was kind of that person that like no one ever invited me to come join games with them or anything. I'd see all my friends streaming games together and I'd just be like, okay, I don't know why they didn't want me to play, but that's fine. And like Table Story, like it was like I found my people. It was like a whole bunch of people who also felt that way, you know? It was like those people, and they're just so warm and wonderful, and they're all weirdos. They're actors. Like they're theater people. You guys know theater people, but on the internet. So you can turn them off. They're annoying, but they're just the most wonderful humans. Like Wax Steven, I still to this day, he took a chance on me, and I thank him so much for that because it led to so many beautiful relationships and opportunities in my life. Because of Table Story, I got to work with Warner Brothers Adult Swim. Like I did a role play show for Adult Swim that went live on TV because of Table Story taking one chance on my dumb ass. The fuck? I thank them for everything. They're so just. They gave me theater back. I grew up in theater like since I was 3 years old. And when I went to college, in order to do theater, you had to be a major, and I was not. I was chemistry, so I didn't get to do it. And this like gives me that outlet to dress up and just fucking scream if I need, you know? You release the Kraken? Maybe.
Maybe.
I'm trying to catch up. Sorry. Might have been bad time to fix my sleep schedule then. I'll miss out on parts of it possibly. It's all recorded and put on YouTube very well. They go through like they have a team as well as Wax Steven. He's kind of the one who runs the channel and gathers us all to him and creates these amazing families of people. They go through the entire cast and edit it. So the show I'm doing tomorrow is not on Table Story. However, everyone in it, other than Jersh, I don't think Jersh has been on anything on Table Story yet, but all the cast members, Amelia Tyler, myself, Safi Pie, and Domestic Dan, we've all been in copious shows on Table Story. So I'm just saying, like, regardless of where it's streamed tomorrow, there will be a huge Table Story, like, presence and audience there. There's so many wonderful people from Table Story that are in our community constantly and in and out of that stuff. Like, they smell RP and they're like, bitch, I'm there. You know what I'm saying? They're just the dopest. He did shows. Do you know which ones, Sales? I just don't know which ones. This is my first time ever working with him. Ever. I've never got to RP with him or anything. I'm so excited, though. It was our first time meeting when we did our meeting and created characters and stuff. It was pretty cool. He's a very cool person. It is like Kismet. No, it totally is. I mean, so the very, very first role-playing tabletop show I ever got to live perform on Twitch was actually on roleplay.com, and it was Vampire the Masquerade. And now I'm doing Vampire the Masquerade again. It's literally like I've come full circle. But now, instead of having a heart attack and being petrified because I didn't know anybody except the GM, and everyone in that show I did 7 years ago was, like, laughably larger than me in terms of channel size. Which, normally, I don't give a fuck. I don't really pay attention to that stuff. But there's definitely a vibe in the room when you're the fetus. And I was so scared. And now it's like I get to do it with this team of people that I know very personally. I love them. I trust myself. I trust them. Like, there's just this warm bubble around it of like, this is going to be fun and nothing else. Like, I have no nervousness for it at all. Oh, he did do Lace. Oh my fuck. That was the other Vampire the Masquerade one with Amelia, right? Fuck. You're right. No, I think you're right. Yeah, I totally blanked on it. It's been a couple years. I mean, COVID's ruined everything. I don't know what's happening. I was the fetus in the room, like, so obviously the micro penis in the room. And I was just like, oh, this is so. And not only that, like, everyone I was acting with also had already done lots of RP before and lots of this kind of thing. So I was just like, I'm scared. I sweated a lot. A lot. It wasn't Millie. Wasn't Millie in a vampire one? What am I thinking of? Man, maybe she just did a really dope cosplay. It was Murgles, PB, Tuesday Graham Brad. Thank you. Facade. Thank you, Sales. That was the one. See, this is what I'm saying, guys. Like, I don't know how my mods and the community of Table Story fucking remember the names of the shows. There are hundreds. How many shows do you think have actually been on Table Story now? Do we have like a count? I bet there's an official count of it. It's wild. I mean, it's so amazing. Every day, different show. Because normally, if you're in a show on Table Story, it's once a week. So that's can be potentially 7 shows running at a time sometimes. I mean, it can get pretty wild. You look at Discord. Cheater! Cheater! No, it's fine. Once someone says them, I'm like, oh, fuck, that was such a good show. But there's been so many. I just can't separate them anymore. And a lot of them are my friends. So I've mixed their heads up in different mental images. It was last October the year before, so almost 2 years ago. That's like a year and a half? Year and a half? Not too bad. Yeah, I thought that one was one of the more recent shows, because I remember when it came out, I was insanely jealous that I wasn't in it. And anytime a show comes out that's like kind of dark and gothy and they don't invite me, I'm like, why do you hate me? They don't. There's no such thing. But you know what I mean. Give me that goth. You know what I got invited to? Fucking Kittens. Kittens, my dude. Kittens! It made them money, though, so I don't care. Coyote and Crow is about a pre-colonial Native American cultures in a sci-fi setting created by indigenous writers and designers. Ooh! Thirsty Sword Lesbians is, well, about being a lesbian with a sword while thirsty. Wait, actually thirsty or like thirsty? Thirsty. Magical Kitty's safe day was so bad. No one. Okay, so let me just tell. This is great. So, the way that Table Story stays alive and the way that Whack Steven devotes his entire life to catering to us stupid people that want to play around on his channel is by taking sponsors, obviously. Taking sponsors and subs and stuff. Like, people, we always try to take care of Whack. They're made. The whole team, really. Everybody that works there and works on stuff professionally is amazing. We were sponsored. Well, the channel was sponsored by a book that was done by the same people that did Army of Darkness. Army of Darkness? Wait. What is it? The Nocturne book. Oh, the book that Nocturne was out of. Same people made this other manual called Magical Kitties. And literally, Unknown Armies, thank you so much. Army of Darkness is an amazing movie, though. Sorry, brain, watch the movie. So they were like, Katie, can you come in and do this Magical Kitties? Like, it's sponsored for the channel and shit, and I'm always down to help out the channel, make money. I obviously, like, duh, it's the only way I get to do what I do. And so I was like, fuck yeah. And I was like, okay, what kind of fucking cat would I be? Like, we all know I'm basically a human cat anyways. So I decided I'd be like the stoner cat, because that's pretty fitting, but catnip. So, like, I had a tie-dye shirt on, and I made my eyes look really sleepy, and my whiskers were really sleepy. And then I shit you not, we're all sitting in the Discord, like, I think we were already live. Like, the show was already live, but we weren't on screen yet. And I can't remember if it was Brad or Whack or PB or someone was like, we just got a message that this has to be clean. This has to be PG. And we were all like, what? And they were like, yeah, this is for kids. This has to stay PG. I mean, I don't even think they said PG-13. I think it was G. Like, we had to stay G rated with this bullshit. And I mean, I don't even think I need to tell you the whole cast. It was me and Pumpkinberry. Foul bitches, like foul-mouthed bitches. Horrific language. And we were just like, oh no. And let me tell you, it's real hard to RP when someone puts a leash on your vocabulary. Holy shit. I felt so bad. I just felt terrible. I think I said shit a couple times on accident and they had to like bleep it out or something. But I just was not mentally prepared to be a nun, you know? Yeah, it was magical kitties. It was hilarious though because like chat knew. I can't remember. I think Whack came in and told chat like I just told Cass they have to be PG, so guys forgive them or something. So it just became like the joke of watching this cast of people who were in previous, you know, very macabre murder shows do magical kitties in a G setting. Oh, it was pain. That was pain. That was a lot of pain. Oh, the Harry Potter show was so fun, though. I've actually got to be on it twice, which is amazing. I never thought they'd invite me back because I did say shit, I think, once. But both times, again, not that this is an excuse, but I've always been like a last minute, like someone has to drop out at the last minute. And so Whack'll hit me up. He's like, are you available right now? Would you like to be in Wizards? And I'm like, fuck yeah, slap some makeup on and get on screen. So I'm kind of like jacked up already, but that's not an excuse. At all. Don't do it, Katie. I cuss too much. I hope it's not grossly annoying. The second is about sword fights and smooching. All right, that makes more sense than just thirst. Like, Eternal Thirst seemed like not a fun game to play. WoD is both amazing and horrible. They're great books and amazing lore. Then there is Berlin by Night, where we learn the Holocaust was started by vampire Himmler, Hitler, and Goebbels. And the New Orleans by Night. Excuse me. I don't know why I can't say this all in one go. It's me. New Orleans by Night, where the Nosferatu are running a teenage and young adult prostitution ring, as well as loads of other racist things. So it's like, why? Is my only question. I mean, that's Gamers has been telling me about it for days. Like I've been learned because I did not know these things. I just didn't dig into it. Again, this is only my second time ever playing out of the book, unfortunately. But like, what's the purpose of putting any of that in there? If you're not, I don't know. Fox, I never understood. I don't understand censoring children. I've never understood it. My parents didn't do it to me. They just taught me, like, you know, there's environments where you can't say certain words, like know your audience. Obviously, that's not all they said to me. They taught me that through many lessons as a child, saying horrible words in front of my grandmother or something. But like, I know how to be professional. I obviously worked in a very major hospital for quite some time. If I couldn't keep my mouth professional, I would not have been able to manage that. Like, I would have been fired very quickly. I do have the ability to censor myself in the environment that's necessary for, you know, like, obviously I'm not going to go to an old folks home and start saying cunt all over the place. DJ! What's up, honey boo boo? Dude, I have a tarantula species that they don't like hunt together, but they kind of do. But I have one. It's weird. It's the only one in the world that we're aware of that does it. It's very strange. Which one's supposed to be G-rated? Magical Kitties Save the Day. I'm not kidding. That was literally the title. It was fantastic. I had a really good time. It's always pushed boundaries, but the 90s and the aughts versions at least tried to cross the lines with intent beyond just being shocking. Like the infamous source book about Romani people was well researched, even if it was still filled with problematic tropes and the title was a racial slur. And so what is the purpose of this Nazi shit? Like, why even involve that in your lore? You could have gone any other way. It is good to have a professional mouth. I mean, seriously, it can save you. I only dropped the C-bomb in retaliation strike. They say it first. I'm a big fan of the cunt word. I try to take words, like, society as a whole, we've just, like, socially accepted a lot of negatory, derogatory words towards the pussy, the vulva, the magical wet place that we all secretly want to go. But like, if you're being a coward, we call you a pansy. If you're being an asshole, we call you a cunt. Like, I don't like it. So I'm taking him back. I love my cunt pussy. She's really pretty and I take very good care of her. I don't know. That's just me. Those words are not banned here. However, you can't assume that everyone in the world is as fucking woke as us sometimes. So you can't like walk into a hospital and just start saying cunt all over the place. In America, anyways. I completely understand in some countries, like cunt is like every other word. Get it. I get it. I get it. Here it's just racism. Twat's a good one. I love the word twat. Yep. Like raise your hand if you don't love the pussy. Even all my gay boys love a good, respected, hygienic pussy. Doesn't mean they want to fuck it, but no one hates them. Why do we make them like the icky word for everything? Where did that come from? I don't know. My precious little Nana hasn't touched anyone inappropriately or done anything naughty. Other than bleed once a month since I was 12. That's been kind of a sense of turmoil between us. He ran a demo campaign for my boss. Wow. Wow. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yes, Wax Steven. Yeah. He is the one who runs Table Story. Yes. Wax Steven. His name is not Steven, but his username is Wax Steven. You probably know this, but yes. Yeah. He took a chance on me, and I was a tiefling, horrifically scared of fire. The soft taco, the hairy clam, the oyster ditch. That lovely soft place that feels very nice when you touch it. I'm gay, but if I was a man and if a man I dated had a pussy, I'd be down, right? As long as it's like, I don't have a problem with anybody's genitalia as long as they're clean and respected. Clean is more important to me than anything. In a kitchen, totally understandable. Yeah. In the hospital, it's not so much like offending people as scaring them. Most of the language that you're watching yourself use is because, like, if I drop something on my foot and go, oh, fuck, and a family hears me say that in their grandmother's bedroom, like their grandmother's patient room, they might think Nana just died and they might all come running in. That kind of situation. That's more of what we're more aware of. If I'm intubating someone and, like, I can't and I say, fuck this, fuck, nobody cares. Like, nobody cares. You're in a life-saving instance. I've heard some of the most creative cussing in a surgical ward than any other environment I've ever been in my life. But you're saving Nana. It's just like in the quiet times. You don't want to be screaming absurdities and shit or yelling because that scares families. It really, it can send them over the edge. They really do think people are dying all the time. So it's mostly just staying soft around people that aren't the medical staff. And even the medical staff. You say a chew too loud and someone might think they hear code blue and they might hit a button on the wall and get a big old team of highly paid people to a room that did not need them. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you'd rather hit the button and be wrong than not hit the button and be wrong. You know what I'm saying? We have buttons all over the hospital that are just code blue buttons, and it sets an alarm off to every pager of every human being that needs to be there at that exact minute. It's pretty wild. Because nothing goes off over intercoms anymore. Again, because it fucking scares people. So we all just have, we literally carry pagers that vibrate uncontrollably until you get to the room. She just lit a pipe. Literally. Yeah. Like, it scares the shit out of people. We usually, like, the biggest reason we don't want you to have your cell phone out or on in a hospital is because we think it's alarms. You have no idea how many people, some family, like, they will just never leave the patient room. They sleep there in a fucking sleeping bag under the bed. It's crazy. And I will go in 7 times a night. Like, you have to silence your cell phone or I'm throwing it out that window. Because I've thought your fucking wife died 7 times now. Stop it. I have 30 patients. You fuck. But, like, again, I'd rather run to the room and be wrong than not run to the room and be wrong. Scary shit. Hospitals are scary. You found me through Nocturne, no shit, and you still came back. Ugh, I feel like I'm such a cunt in that. Dude, I mean, pussies, not just birth. Like, I know that a lot of people love to bring up, like, childbirth and shit is the most hardcore thing. If you know someone assigned female at birth, chances are, for at least a week to 2 every month, they're in pain, misery, and want to die. From puberty until 60s, maybe. Sure, birth is pretty fucking hardcore. I'm not discounting. Like, the fact that our pelvis disconnects in the front to allow a human being to come out is wild. But assigned female at birth human beings just live with socially accepted pain and blood clotting between their legs, like, their whole life. The fact that any of us can still smile is a miracle. Code blue means your heart stopped. Most major hospitals, we have we all have the same color coding system. Code blue will always mean heart has stopped. We need the code team. So, like, in some hospitals I've worked in, they actually have a legitimate team of people that waits for codes. They do nothing else. Like, it'll be like a couple NPs, a couple very highly skilled nurses, and a respiratory therapist, and a doctor. They sit in an office and wait for 24 hours a day for code blues. Some hospitals do that. Some hospitals, everybody carries a pager. So usually what happens is, like, if you're the nurse and it's your patient, you walk into the room, there's no pulse, check the patient. Don't just go by monitors. I've had people push the code blue button and the patient's, like, upright talking to them. Stop it. Don't look at monitors. Look at your patient. Feel for the pulse. If there's no pulse, scream for help, slam the code blue button, and you lay on the chest and you do compressions until you get help. We really don't encourage mouth to mouth anymore because of transfer of fluids, and the vast majority of the time, unless it's a very little child, like we're talking under 5 years old, it's the reason a person is down is cardiac. It's almost never lungs. And if you do the appropriate depth of compressions, you will cause the lungs somewhat to contract and expand with your compressions enough for a little bit of air to get in and out, but your main concern is getting blood flow, get on that heart. In order for that to happen, your compressions have to be at least 3 to 4 inches into the chest of the human being. And this is like a normal human being, not overweight, huge boobs. Those are all other aspects you have to take into effect. It's pretty wild when you code someone, but it's because heart has stopped. You feel no pulse, and the patient's non-responsive. But I've had like newer, baby nurses, baby RTs. They see no pulse on a monitor, slap the button, and then look at their patient, and their patient's sitting there peeling all their monitors off, pissing themselves, getting up, fuck you, bitch, whatever. And you're like, oh my fuck, I ran for this. Because the thing is, like, if you're the nurse, you hit the code blue, you lay on the chest, wait for help. I'm the help. Usually what's going to show up is a couple of docs, maybe, depending on the time of day, a pharmacist, a bunch of nurses. Every single CNA on the floor is going to show up because usually they're the ones to help with all the compressions. CNAs work their asses off. And then you're going to get a team of RTs. Every RT in the hospital every hospital I've ever worked in, every RT, respiratory therapist, has a pager. If there's a code anywhere in the hospital, every single pager goes off. So usually what you do is if you're not doing anything, you run. It doesn't matter which department it is. If it's yours or not, you just run to it because you never know if that RT is coding someone else or birthing a baby or doing something. And if you get there and you see a stack of RTs in front of the room already, you just turn around and walk away. We all wear the same color scrubs. So I'd see like 4 people in Caribbean green and I'd be like, nope. Just leave. Because they only need 2, maybe. The rooms are so full, we really try to control the amount of people in a room when we code a patient because it can get, really chaotic. It's so many people. Aren't you afraid of the tarantula? Which one? Short answer, no. Militia, thank you for the 13-month resub, lover. Sorry for the tangent. Episiotomies are pretty wild. The sound that really freaked me out. Like on a assigned female at birth, the front of your pelvis is softer than assigned male at birth just because of the hormonal development of the skeleton. And you have like a soft patch. It's just mildly soft. And when you are ready to give birth, your body starts releasing all these crazy ass, a ton of different hormones that are never released at any other time. And one of those hormones causes that soft bit to become liquid, basically, so that when you push the baby out, a assigned female at birth, your pelvis literally goes pop and cracks in half so that, the new person in the room can get out and then goes back together. Fucking wild. BDO.
How dare you? Thank you for gifting a sub to my friend Elbel.
Elle, you know what the fuck's up. Consensuality and all that shit. Thank you for being here, love. I was at that every single, oh my God, CNAs, man. I always just wanted to hug them and kiss them and cradle them. They work so hard. To give you an example, like just to give you a scope of what compressions, the exhaustion compressions put through you, we normally only let one person do compressions on the body for max a minute, maybe 2 minutes, maybe. And then we go, get off, and you put another person on the chest. Because nobody can maintain that amount of pushing through bone and sinew and sternum for that amount of time and be doing good compressions. It's impossible. What's really cool, though, this is very pertinent to everybody here. I'm not flexing on hospital shit. In every single major business building you ever go in your life where they have more than 15 employees, they're required by law to have what's called an AED. It is a life-saving mechanism. Trekkie, oh my God, it's been a year.
Stop it. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you for a year of Bezos bucks, baby. I love you. Thank you for the resub. I appreciate you. I forgot what I was going to say. I really did. I was like, I'm not going to forget this. What was I saying? It's gone. Why am I like this? I saw the Bezos. I saw the 12. I got excited. Katie, why? Oh, well. AEDs. Thank you so much. Wow. Okay, so every single building, and I'm talking Lowe's, a mall, a coffee shop, anywhere that has over 15 employees, or any venue that can hold over 15 human beings is required by law to have an AED in the building. And they're required, all of employees are required to know where the fuck it is. AED. Hold on, let me pull up a picture of one. Because these, I'm not going to teach you how to use one because I don't have to. But it's important to know how to turn one on. This is good shit. You don't want to be that person who's like, just let him die. You want to be that person that screams. I'm trying to find a picture of one. Hold on. Stop it, Google. Don't do this to me. It is a defibrillator. So I'm sure you have all seen movies of the fucking shock. Clear. Those don't exist anymore. We don't do that. They do nothing. And 9 times out of 10 in the movie, when they're showing you that, they're shocking no heartbeat, which is pointless. You can only shock a living heart because the shock kills the heart. So shocking a dead, beating, no beat heart, the fuck are you doing? The point of the AED is to restart the heart out of an icky arrhythmia that's causing you to be down. Like AFib, like we were talking earlier, we've come full circle. It would treat AFib like what, or theoretically could treat AFib like what my mom had. It stops the heart. So if someone says, oh my God, there's no pulse, and they shock a body, you get to elbow all your friends and say, that's like sticking jumper cables in a steak. Because it is. And you've lost critical time on the chest. And by on the chest, I mean compressions. Compressions are numero uno, the most important part of coding a human being, period, end of story. And if you're just sitting there like shocking a dead heart, like the person's going to have an anoxic injury. Even if you get them back, they'll be brain dead, essentially. You've got about 2 to 5 minutes-ish before you've got a vegetable patient. 5 minutes, your patient, you might get their heartbeat back, but you're going to have to unplug them and let them go humanely because their brain will be dead. Like your brain cannot go very long without oxygen at all. It's pretty scary. So this is an AED. Sorry for the scary talk. Wrong screen. I'm an idiot. AED. Wrong screen. Why? I pushed the right one. Don't you sass me. There we go. Okay, this is an AED. So if you're ever in a public space, you see someone go down, jump on them. Do they have a pulse? If they have no pulse, scream, someone call 911 and get on the chest. Someone should bring this over, this little guy. And even if there's no pulse, like I just told you, you cannot shock a dead heart. You're still going to put these pads on. These are what those clear things were back in the day, the clear shock things. I don't even know what those are called. The paddles, excuse me, the paddles. These are now the new paddles, and it's literally a gigantic sticker that sticks to your chest, and it's incredible. It will stick through sweat, blood, guts, everything. It will stick to you. And you put one over the heart, and then you put one, we usually put it right here on the side of the body, and it can shock literally through your body to your heart. But the coolest thing of this, the most important part of this machine is not the shock. Because most of the time, if it's so serious that you've got this bitch out, they're probably dead. No offense. Unless you're a medical professional, like, it's pretty hard to keep someone alive. We go to school for a long time for a reason. But this will actually tell you if you're doing compressions correctly. It can measure how deep you're pushing into that person's body when you do compressions. And the little lady in this machine will go, compressions not adequate, slow down. Compressions need to be sped up. Please speed up. Compressions should be deeper. Go deeper. Switch it. Literally, if she thinks you're getting tired, she'll tell you to switch people. Like, it's incredible. They do it in the hospital too. Like, they talk to us. We all listen to the machine. A whole room of people who have gone to school for 12 plus years for medicine listen to the tiny machine. Because then if you get a heartbeat back, it will sense the heartbeat and it will go clear, heartbeat sensed, and it will shock. And it won't shock if anyone's touching. Like, they're so stupid smart. It's incredible. And I just want you guys to not be afraid of these. Like, it's more important for you to know that the little bitch in this machine is going to walk you through everything. And she will not let you fuck up. Like, you couldn't. She will yell at you to not fuck up. And she will tell you, your compressions need to be deeper. They need to be more, whatever. You're never going to get more shallow, like, ever. The deeper, the better, basically. Because it's, shocker, extremely difficult to push through your sternum. Patient dead, steal wallet, run, right? The machine and the phone bitch has got your back. I'm saying, dude, like, this is an incredible machine. And it looks like a kid's toy when you whip it out. It looks like a speak and spell or something. But she will tell you everything. And we listen to her in the hospital. She tells us, you need to go deeper. And because the human error, right? Like, we don't have the time nor the attention span for someone to sit there and watch the person on compressions and time them and whatever while giving medications, while we're tracking what the fuck the pharmacist is doing. Like, we're jacking you full of epinephrine and all this stuff the whole time. Not just compressions are happening in a hospital. So many drugs are being pumped into you at the same time. We really can't. It's so, like, priceless to have that. Just for the things that are like, how do you know if you're going 4 inches into the chest? Who the fuck's going to measure that? Are you going to, like, before you start compressions, you're going to lay down next to the body and, like, look at the chest and measure it with a ruler and be like, all right, guys, I think this is going to take about 20 pounds of pressure. And I'm going to, no, you're not. You're going to push as hard as you can. You're going to sing, staying alive, staying alive, staying alive, except to the actual beat of it, which I can't do because DMCA. And you're going to fucking pound into that chest until help gets there. And then paramedics will take over and shit. But this bitch will walk you through everything. It's amazing. And so many people, I've seen so many instances. I mean, I was on a hospital. You guys know this. Saved a kid from a heart attack, not in a hospital, on an airplane coming home from TwitchCon. Not one person on that flight could get me an AED or show me where it was on the flight. Not one. This was Alaska flight, if anybody gives a fuck. Not one. I still don't know where the fuck it is on that plane. I didn't need it, thank fuck, but what if I did? You don't know. Shit's scary. She really does. Everybody's gotten gripped by the fucking lab lips, and you listen. It's pretty wild. It does give you, like, a level of security, though, knowing that all you need to focus on is keeping your arms straight and your body in the correct posture so you're not hurting your back, and laying on the chest is what we call it. Just lay into the chest, and the lady will tell you. The little box lady will be like, speed up a little bit, bitch. Maybe take a step back and knock it down. Very, very infrequently is she ever going to say, like, slow down. But, you know, it's good to know that, guy, because we all go out in public, right? Does it matter which paddle is in those positions? Yes, and they have big pictures. So those stickers that you're going to pull out, they have huge diagrams on them. The stickers are like this big. They're huge. It would probably stick on me below my boob. And then the one that goes on your side is like about this long-ish. They're huge because they need to fit like the tiniest body and the biggest body. So we get, you know, all shapes and sizes. And that electricity has got to be able to go between the pads to your heart. Absolutely. When you crack one open, let me see if I can find a picture of the pads. Oh, bitch. Well, that's not a very good picture. It's a picture. But they usually have a perfect diagram and literally like it has a person on them, like a human chest, and shows you exactly where to put them. It's so hard to fuck up because they've found, people that make these have found, the more easy and simple you make it, the less likely people are to be afraid to use it. You can't fuck up. Like, you can't force this thing to shock. It will not shock if someone's touching the body or if there's no heartbeat. It just won't do it. She'll tell you to go fuck yourself. You can't override her. So you can't hurt anything. Like, but the more complicated and the more like convoluted you make it, people are going to be scared of it, and we're going to end up with someone dead, you know. You can save someone's life literally by just laying on a chest. I'm trying to find, let me see. Sticker. Nope. AED chest sticker. I just wanted to show you guys one because they are really nice. I mean, they really do show a lot of information now. Okay, this kind of shows one. Wrong screen. This a little bit. It's so small though. I tried. But see how it actually has the picture, like where you put them on the body. It has like the sections on the body, shows you where to stick your two pads. And there's not a negative and a positive anymore. They used to. We used to get one square pad and one circle, and you like knew which place to put them, but nowadays it's just get the two pads on. And if for some reason your AED is pad specific, it won't do it if you put them on wrong. She'll tell you, she'll be like, please switch pads. Please remove pads and put, like, she'll tell you that. Like, you can't fuck up with her. So if you're scared you might shock someone and kill them, you can't. It's impossible. She won't do it. She will not allow you. It's great. It's enough to save a life, but not enough to hurt a person, and it's perfect. Pacemakers too. Most people would get hit by their pacemaker. They usually ask people around them why they punched them. It was so weird working at I worked at a tiny ass community hospital for a short stint when I first became an RT, and working the night shift, that was 90% of the patients I got was like older people who had pacemakers, and they would start to fire off in the middle of the night, like while they were sleeping, and their wives would be like, wake up, you're jerking and being weird. And it's crazy. All we do is wave a magnet over them and it resets them. They just come in and we're like, bloop, this is not the heart attack you're looking for. The last time I renewed my BLS, they recommended doing the baby shark beat. Oh, really? Because it's a little faster than staying alive. Although when I first learned, I was told to do staying alive. I've always sang Another One Bites the Dust, but that is not something you should be singing while you're coding someone. RTs have very dark, dark senses of humor. We are dark people. But not to be too real with you, vast majority of the time, if your heart stops, we ain't bringing you back. And if we bring you back, it's for a couple minutes. Coding doesn't do much. It's last-ditch effort. Getting shocked by one of those things feels exactly like getting kicked right in the chest. I mean, it's stopping your heart. I imagine it feels kind of like a heart attack. Like that weight, I guess. I think my dogs need to go outside. Is it time for a break? Oh my god, it is. We've been live forever, and I haven't done shit. How you guys I just thank you for being entertaining. I appreciate you. You go potty. Oh, don't shock me. You're electric. She's electric. Oh, girl. All right. Let's take a real quick break so my dogs can go potty. Little trick. He's so cute. Didn't even play Transistor. It's so good, though. I do want to show you guys Transistor. I swear to fuck. It's so much fun. I have it up. I just, like, I'm never going to cold cock a good conversation for a fucking video game. I can play a video game anytime. You guys are not an anytime kind of thing. But I swear, it's up. Like, I have it. It's right there. I can see it. You just can't. Oh, my babies. All right, let's get up. You guys are hurting my neck. I can't turn that much, baby girl. Up. Let's go. Let's go. Go get him. Okay. Quick break while Knives wipes away his vagina tears, and we'll be right back. For real, I swear I'm going to show it to you. Any hoozle. Welcome back, everybody. I always thought cum was pretty bitter. I don't know why people say it's sugar. It's not. It's mostly just nonsense. It's pretty bitter. Taste it. It's your fluids. Might as well know what your partner is in for. semen is very diet based, and also it tastes stronger the more dehydrated you are and the less water you drink. It's thicker and more bitter. Oh my god, Mudman, how high are you right now? No, I'd take the dogs out and it's fucking cold, so I always bring my little weed blanket. Because I get really cold. I'm a pussy, man. Thicker. Shall I show you the game? Finally? Before we get into another really deep conversation about like buttholes or semen tastes? Knives, I mean, amen. Like, I'm not saying like guzzle your shit, but like get some on your hand, give her a lick. Ain't gonna kill ya. Trust me, have guzzled, well, not guzzled, but you know, consumed cum, still alive. still going strong. We're good. Let's go. Okay, I was talking a shit ton about this game earlier because it's the music I've been playing during our breaks today. And I was talking so much about it, I was like, I should just show it to you because I don't think I do it justice. The combat in this game is so unique. It's really cool. I like it. It does get difficult, but it's fun. And I don't know, this kind of shit just gets me. It's nerdy. I changed our game category already. Fight me. Let's go. Did you know that every time you forget to use your Prime sub, a $5 bill gets firmly tucked into the greasy G-string of Jeff Bezos? Evidence, Article 1. It still smells of shit and beef. This is not in any way pressure for you to use your Prime subs in my channel. However, if you didn't know, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you know, the special shipping, whatever, you have a free sub on Twitch. You just have to integrate your account. It's in your settings. Super easy. And any channel with a subscription button, once a month you get to hit that button. You get to use all their emotes, no ads in that channel. And then next month you get to do it again on any channel you want. And there's like millions of dollars in Prime subs not being used right now, which is nauseating, if not billions. Zoe made this for me. But I mean, it's a G-string. I mean, come on. We got a Jacob's ladder on there, bitches. You can't get much sexier than this shit. I pop a free sometimes. I think of the Nedden game by ICP. First thing, I would never love you. You sound like a wicked bitch. Yo, fuck you! Yeah, I can sing every song from that album. Don't judge me. I thought about it, but honestly, like, my hips are not this. They're bigger, so it would have to stretch, and I'm worried, like, all the dollars and tape would come off. Like, come undone. And until I am destitute, this is staying in one piece. This is too beautiful. How was I not clever enough to make this? Because Zoe's perfect. I am gonna make an ass to like put it on, like an ass mannequin, a mass, an assican, if you will. It stretches. Oh yeah, it's pretty stretchy, but like where the tape is, it starts to undo the tape, and I'm afraid everything would come off. I'd just be sad. I could fix it, but like that's a Zoe original, you know. It's kind of like getting a nice piece of artwork. Like, sure, you can fix it, but is it original anymore? Meh. Meh. It was literally their best album, in my opinion. It's such a fucking good album. I have so many really fond memories of camping. Strange, I know. And Katrina, Joshua, myself, and Sarah would be in one tent, but we'd all put our heads in the middle of the tent, so our feet were towards the outside. And we would sit there and listen to music. Like, we'd have earbuds just open air, like, sitting up, and we'd all have our head to the ground, like, listening to music. And we went camping constantly during this time this album came out, and we would listen to this fucking ICP album in our tent at night. And then sing it all day while fishing, and my parents were like, I'm sorry, what? You'd stand on a bucket to fuck what? You know, like, it was a weird time, but good memories. So we knew all the songs. We could, like, rap them, like, 4 little girls in the country rapping ICP was a weird time. No, Knives, that's what I'm saying. Like, I couldn't stretch it to get around my thighs. My thighs are monstrous. The Simon Skinner character from Hot Fuzz, dude. He's a freak. Easily a freak. It would be comical. Like, if I ever try to deign this, I will do it on stream with you guys, like, over leggings, because it will be funny. But I don't want to ruin it. It's too good. It's so perfect. I've been saying the G-string thing for years, since Prime subs came about. And the fact that Zoe made it into art is so wonderfully flattering for the community. I want to put it on display. I wrote my column early, so I just have to go do a bit of work tonight before I post it. Ooh, bad news. Almost 2,500 fucking words. Summarizing a lawsuit. Are your ears bleeding? Ew. My sister's a lawyer. Like, it's okay, but I watched her go through school, and I think half the brain might have melted inside. That shit is mind-numbing. Learning, like, the vernacular of political language is gross. That's, like, pretty much every time I asked her about what she was doing in school and she talked to me about it, it was always, like, learning how to word things the correct way. Like, shit like that. It's bizarre. They really do use grammar. You're welcome. I love the Ned game. It's such a good song. I want to sing it so bad, but I will get banged, so I won't. But I could. I know the whole. It's a pretty easy song to remember, to be honest. It's very memorable. If you don't know what I'm talking about, ICP, the Insane Clown Posse, is a group that's been around for years and years and years. They have a terrible like reputation for some reason. Like their fans tend to be kind of wild, but the two dudes in the band are actually like two of the most quality humans. One of them actually purchased a ridiculously nice furry outfit for himself so that he could take his daughter to furry conventions. Show me a parent that goes that hard into what their kids are interested in to support their child. Kind of wild. Like, very nice person. The Juggalo conventions can be very strange. Like, more power to them. As long as it's consensual, legal, do your thing. I don't care. I don't know if one of them died, did they? Sad. Fucking miracles, though. That was a terrible song. Hilarious, though. I mean, what other song was so bad yet has come this far? Did you really Fire Moon? Oh, dude. What an amazing experience. I've seen them in concert. Oh my God, was it great? I've never got to see them. Like literally the whole time, like while I was in college and stuff, they just weren't touring. They didn't come out with any music. And fucking Miracles came out when I was out of school, I think. Or maybe towards the end, and it was terrible. So like, of course, I did not want to go see them. It's because Juggalos are pretty shitty and are technically a gang according to the FBI. They do, I think, commit crimes. I don't think they're like a crime syndicate out there doing big shit, but they tend to get together, do a lot of drugs, raise some hell. I get it. It looks like a family gathering to me, but I totally understand it. And it's because of that, I think the band gets like this terrible rap for some reason. And they're like phenomenally talented. If you listen to some of their older stuff, and I say older stuff because I'm old, the newer stuff I have not listened to because of fucking Miracles was strange. They're great. They're so talented. And the lyrics are hilarious. If you think what comes out of my mouth is funny, go listen to the Ned game and see what raised me. It will explain so much. If you go to the show, make sure you're wearing something that you don't care about getting destroyed. Why? Ooh. The FBI did go after Martin Luther King Jr. This is true. And they still haven't taken down Trump. So my faith, no offense, FBI, but like, what the fuck? Or, you know, anyone in our government that helped precede the insurrection of the Capitol. Like, they've done shit all. I don't know. I don't know what they do at this point. Like, it seems to me that the FBI is really helpful if the people in charge agree with what the FBI are looking into. But if they don't, then it's just like, cute. Thanks for that. Shoo, FBI. Like, that's what I feel like the government does to them or something. It's strange. I don't think, like, they're, I don't know. I don't know, though. I don't know any fucking FBI. Do I look like I know FBI? What's Fago? What is that? Why have I've heard that before. What is that? I just got excused from jury duty for being too biased towards the police system. Not a person that thinks they should be defunded or anything. Just don't trust them. 100%. Honestly, I think some cities do have far too large of a budget for cops. I don't think we need to be defunding and destroying police departments. But like the New York Police Department has like an $800 million budget, if not more. And it just seems mildly excessive for what good they do. No offense again. I know there are good cops in the world. I don't know why you still work in that. Why would you want to be associated with the vast majority of horrific cops? I don't know. Like, you're not going to save it. I don't think. You think it's savable? I don't know. I think it's too corrupt. Like any massive group, I just bit my cheek. There's always some bad actors and people that set their prejudice on these bad actors because that is what makes the news. Exactly. Yep. That's exactly it. Oh, he's in heart failure. Oh. I mean, to be fair, you can live a very long life with heart failure. Is it like congestive heart failure? It's pretty common. It's just a part of aging, unfortunately. But like maintaining a healthy diet and walking and, getting your heart rate up can really help with that. Oh, it's a soda brand? Are they like, is that a soda they're obsessed with? I was thinking maybe it was like a Four Loko or something. I know the word though. It sounds super familiar. Like I've heard it in association with ICP. And that's the thing, Phoenix, like it's really hard for me. Like all the cops I knew before all the shit started going down in the recent like last 5 years, they've all quit. Every single one of them. Because of they just don't want to be associated with corruption. And like I heard some things that their bosses told them after certain things went down during the Black Lives Matter movement and whatnot, and they made like their bosses were making jokes, like lighthearted jokes about things that were just so foul and so disgusting. They walked out because they had that moment of like, oh wow, this is a system that I'm not gonna save. And it is a system built to perpetuate racism and the imprisonment of people who are browner than me. I mean, essentially, that's exactly what it is. Like, oh my God, I was just watching Legal Eagle the other day, and he was saying 96% of prosecutors in the United States of America are white males. 96% of the prosecutors, the licensed prosecutors in the United States of America, are white men. Nothing against white men. But the problem is, cops aren't going to arrest people that are less likely to get charged because that's a waste of resources and money. They don't get any money if you don't get charged. So they're going to arrest people that are likely to get charged. And who the fuck? I mean, it's dark. I'm sure you can put the rest of the circle together. I don't like thinking about it too much, but we have to. You have to be aware of it. It's just disgusting. I don't know why anybody would want to be part of that. Go be a firefighter. The blue stripe flags upset me. Ooh, Google FU. The proposed NYPD expense budget for fiscal 2022 is $5.44 billion. There ain't nothing wrong with prosecuting. My little sister's a lawyer. Like, I totally get it. But that's the logic that the cops follow, and they're taught to follow. Like, that's what I've been told by friends of mine who were police officers and quit. I'm not saying this is everywhere. This is obviously just personal experience, but it's a gross personal experience. You can't generalize it, but it was gross. I live in LA, so LAPD and the sheriffs have always treated me like crap. And the attitude with me, because I have tan skin, even though I'm always with white friends, that's probably also why. They almost every time handcuff me and put me on the curb out of my car while my white friends sit in the car and mouth off. Are you serious? Sometimes I gotta take off my shoes and I'm always respectful and have no record at all. The fact that, I mean, I don't have to say you shouldn't have to do that. But what the fuck? Have your friends ever, like, said anything? I feel like I'd say something. As a privileged white person in the car talking shit. Like, what are they gonna do to the white lady? Arrest me? Probably not. I'm gonna go fucking get in their face. Yeah, that sounds like a civil rights violation. That sounds so horrifically obvious, but it does. I mean, Doesn't mean it's impossible. We have terrible things here. LAPD's all gang members. Oh, really? Is it kind of like that level of corrupt? No shit. Oh. Well, that's the thing, Crow. Like, I mostly pass as white. Very rarely. Only in the whitest places in the world do they go, what are you? Because I have, like, yellowy, Jewy skin. Like, in Wyoming. Where are your people from? And I'll be like, oh, Ireland, stop it. But other than that, mostly white passing. And I have never in my fucking life been taught by my white ass redneck parents or just in general felt safe around a cop or thought to call one in a moment of danger ever in my life. Never. I've never heard my parents be like, oh, thank fuck for the police force. It's always fuck cops. That's my whole life growing up. My parents, fuck cops. Fuck them. What do they do? Like, that was all I heard. And every time I see them, they're just being an asshole. And then get this. When I was in 8th grade, I was arrested because I went to school drunk off my fucking gourd. So drunk that I was considered a vessel. And I had, like, the empty bottle in my locker, which I guess is booze, whatever. Long story short, I was arrested. And the cop that arrested me was soon after arrested himself for letting young girls get off charges in my tiny town of Kettle Falls, Washington, population 1,200 people, by fucking them in the police station. And the chief was covering it up. Officer Fisher, Fischer. He arrested almost every sibling of mine at one point or another. He knew my family by name. Fucking raping little girls. I mean, it is. They were all minors. Every single one was a minor. Like, disgusting. And the chief was covering it up. They have a completely new force now. A force meaning, like, a chief and one cop, because, again, 1,200 people. But, like, I have never, ever, ever... I can't remember a good where I was like, oh, wow, sure glad there was a cop there. Ever. No offense again. I know there's probably good people out there, but how you manage to stay in such a horrible perpetuated system, I to this day don't understand. Nah. It was gross. And it was like, it wasn't, I think if it's minors, no matter what it's considered, statutory rape or whatever, the girls were cool with it. Like, I lived in a very trashy town. These were girls rocked out of their minds. Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it okay. But this is like the pattern of me just seeing cops be fucking jerks. I've never seen one be a nice person. A Black Panther MCU movie, Who is Black, was arrested in a Bank of America. Yes! Oh my god. I saw this on the news. Holy shit. Oh my god. I fucking forgot about this. Yes. I 100%. Guys, the director of Black Panther from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the movie, like the hugely grossing movie that was honestly one of my favorites that's ever come out, ever. Period. Best soundtrack. But anyways, the director, right? Yeah, the director, he was arrested in a Bank of America. The employees called the cops on him because he wanted to have a private withdrawal of cash because he was withdrawing a lot of cash and he didn't want people to see how much he was withdrawing because he'd be fucking robbed. Instead, they called the cops and he was arrested. He was walked out in handcuffs for trying to withdraw money from his own account from a Bank of America. Do you know where this happened, Mel? I don't remember where, not that it matters, but, I like to know more specifics, which is weird. Oh, is his name Ryan Coogler? I didn't know his name. He was arrested by the police as a potential bank robber. Yes, they thought he was robbing the bank. Yeah. Legit. That's not an exaggeration. That's legit what these people thought when they called the cops. I'm not kidding you. Because he tried to withdraw money from his bank account. If you didn't recognize the name, that's the director of Creed and Black Panther. Yep. I'm half white and other half black and Puerto Rican, so yeah, they treat me as a threat. I'm so fucking disgusted that happens to you. Like, I'm glad that you realize how disgusting it is to the point where you just have to shut your mouth to not have a record, because asking a question, they could just smack you in the face and arrest you as a person that is brown, which is disgusting. It's not right. I mean, it doesn't make it right, but I'm glad you're careful because I don't want you getting fucked. That is so scary. When I had jury duty when I was in Baltimore one time, and when I went, you had to park in this big old parking garage and then walk up all the grand white ass steps into the courthouse. And there was some, I'm gonna be mean because they were mean. It was fat white cops chilling outside, leaning against a cop car, just drinking coffee or something, smoking a cigarette. And I just innocently was walking past into the building, and one of them goes, "Hey, miss, everyone's guilty today." I'm sorry, what? I've still never got over it. That was like 5 years ago. And I remember I didn't quite, like, I told Stream about it, and they were like, you could have gotten out of jury duty and gotten them fired because that's like something, something, something. It was so gross that it's so lightly taken. And I know it's Baltimore. Everybody gives Baltimore a bad name. Baltimore is not a terrible city. It's a poor city with a very corrupt police system. And unfortunately, that results in just a really bad, not a fun place to hang most of the time. But it's a beautiful city with wonderful people that don't deserve to be treated like that. It's disgusting. Dude, gamers, exactly. Like, that's the thing. He walked in with, I just don't understand. Like, I hope the people that did it get fired and shamed. I guess I'm lucky. My town's about 30K. The police force is pretty cool. About 50% minority and women. Wow. Where do you live, Warbeast? Like, what state? If you don't mind me asking. Don't out yourself if you want to stay super private, though. No worries. I'm just curious. Because, like, I went to college in, I have another disgusting cop story. Oh my God, I have way too many. Ew. I just remembered this one, but it's gross. And it happened in Bellingham, Washington. Like, arguably the most hippie, liberal fucking city in Washington state, maybe. I mean, it's a college town, but on top of that, I mean, it's hippie. It is so hippie dippy. You can literally find head shops there still that sell like hemp clothes and shit. It's wild. But when I was a freshman because I was still living in the dorms. When you live in the dorms, if you wanted to park a car, and my parents lived in Eastern Washington, so I needed a car so I could like drive home for Christmas because there is no public transportation or anything. And so I had to bring a car to school, but I wasn't planning to drive it anywhere because I was like in fucking school. But you still have to pay to park it in like a special parking lot that's, patrolled and protected. Fast forward, it was Valentine's Day. It was the night before Valentine's Day because I went out to my car on Valentine's Day with my boyfriend at the time, and we were going to go on a date. And actually, it was a double date. My friend Maureen and her date was there. And we walk up this little hill to this little secret-ass parking lot that's patrolled and safe and lit, and my car was gutted. Mind you, I had a 1999 Saturn LS, and every fender was a different shade of black because I'd hit so many deer. This was not a nice car. Fiberglass car with rubber bumpers, and someone chose my car to break into. Unfortunately, what happens is, if someone goes to pull your deck out and they see this special wire coming out the back, it means you have more stuff in your car. And so they found out I had like, even though my car was shit, I had a really nice subwoofer and like all this. I love music, man. I've always been into it, and I had a really nice sound system. They fucking gutted it. Like they tore the wires, which tore up in between my seats, gutted my entire car. And so called the cops. One cop came out, did a report, whatever. I never got anything back, obviously. But it was like a month, like maybe a couple weeks later. And it's like, really late. I mean, I think it was like 2 a.m. My friend Jessie and I, she was like my friend in my dorm, and we used to go party together. We were each other's accountability buddy. I'm sure you guys have heard me use this before. Accountability buddy. I firmly believe if you go out, you should have someone that is checking to make sure you go home and get home. That's your accountability buddy. So it doesn't mean you spend the whole night together, but like you get to the location together and you leave together and like you're safe. Jessie was my accountability buddy. And we had just got back from a party and we were pretty drunk, and my iPod was in my car, and my car had been broken into a couple months earlier or a couple weeks or whatever. So I was like, oh fuck, like I have to hike up. And it wasn't a major walk, like a quarter of a mile, but it was like up this really steep embankment into the woods. It was weird. It's Bellingham. If you know Bellingham, you know it. It's just all trees. And I went up there and I was wearing like a tank top and a sarong, like bed. I was ready to go to fucking sleep. Hiked up to my car, and when I got up to this parking lot, it was pretty small. It could only hold, I'm trying to think, maybe 50 cars. It was pretty small because I lived in a weird dorm like up in the hills. It was called the Ridge dorms. Long stories. Anyways, I went up there and like 4 or 5 trunks were popped, And I just see this dude like jump into the blackberry bushes. Like, you guys know the blackberry bushes of Washington. He just dove in like a deer. And I was like, what's the likelihood one bitch has 5 cars and he's popping the trunks of all of them right now? So I called the cops and just let him know. Like, I was just like, hey, my car was broken into a few weeks or months ago or whatever. And I just walked up here and there's a lot of trunks popped. Looks pretty ghetto. So the cops came, checked it out. And I get a call like an hour later. I'm like half asleep, like that drunk spinning asleep. You're not quite asleep, but you're not conscious. I get a call and it's the cop and he's like, hey, we think we got the dude that was up breaking into cars. He absolutely was stealing from cars. Can you come identify him? And I was only 18. This was my freshman year of college. So I was still kind of a dumb, young, dumb, full of cum kind of girl. And I was like, sure. Didn't even think yet, like, could I have identified him? I'm drunk and he looked like a deer loping into the woods. No. And this cop gets me in his car, makes me sit in the front seat. And again, I'm in like a spaghetti string tank top and a sarong because I was in bed. Already weirded out that I had to sit in the front seat with him. I was like, okay. And then he takes me, but he ends up taking me on a fucking joyride for like an hour. I shit you not. He's like, oh, I got a call for something else. Is it cool if we stop and do that real quick? And he takes me on like a joyride of Bellingham, like stops to pick up drunk people on the side of the road, goes 90 miles an hour down Main Street, like amidst drugging people for no reason. Like, it was so scary. But it was a cop. Like, what the fuck do you do? I was like, I mean, if he kills me, he kills me, I guess. I don't know what the fuck to do here. And then he ends up driving me up into the woods, not my parking lot, but kind of like where I went to college is super weird. Bellingham like surrounds this little mountain. And so you can get to some places by multiple angles because you're always kind of going up this little mountain. It's very weird. And so he came into this different parking lot that was like connected to mine somehow. And they have a dude on his knees handcuffed in a white shirt that is shredded. And I swear to you, there's like at least 4 or 5 cop dogs being like held back on leashes. And he is bloodied, like covered in blood. And he's just like, looks like a young white dude in a white shirt. I don't fucking know. And the guy's like, can you identify him? And I was sitting in his car like, I mean, it was a male. I can say it was a white dude. And that's a white dude. And he's like, I need like an 80% that you can confirm. And I was like, absolutely not. Like, I didn't see his face. I still can't see his face. Like, he's on the ground, face in the dirt, handcuffed, covered in blood. What am I identifying here? The shape? Like, I don't fucking know. And he just kept pushing. He pushed me for a long time and would not take me home. And finally, I was like, oh my fuck, like I have a really early class. And he was like, oh shit, yeah, all right, I'll take you home. And come to turn out, my house was like literally a half a mile. Or, my dorm was a half a mile from where he took me, but he took me on this joyride of Bellingham for an hour. I just need an 80%. I need at least an 80%. Like, he super wanted me to just arresting this bloody dude on the ground. That could have been the dude breaking into cars. Did he deserve to be attacked by a bunch of cop dogs and shoved in the gravel? Probably fucking not. And there was like 5 other cops there. Bellingham has a huge meth problem. I just want to throw that out there. There was nothing better to do in that moment for all of these cops on board. Okay. It was weird. It was one of the weirder instances. Like, I thought I was going to be trapped by a cop or something. I don't know, Knives. It was so weird. Like, what was I supposed to ID? I don't fucking know. Is it legal in the United States for police to outright lie to both witnesses and suspects in order to obtain evidence? It is legal. Oh, yeah. Something just fell in my eyeball. Great. And the cops' cruiser had their hood popped up. They're being shady, blocking their dash cam. Oh, really? Oh, that's super ghetto. Police dogs are trained to bite, too. If they don't bite, they lose training. Dude, it's true. I actually had... I grew up with a German Shepherd named Sheba. And the only reason we had her was she was a failed cop dog. She wasn't mean enough. She was such a sweetheart. And so the ones that fail, they're not aggressive enough, they get adopted out. And we got her. She was a wonderful dog. Sorry, there's something in my eyeball. Hold up. I hate this. Could be an eyelash. never know. But I hate the feeling. Something in my eye. Ow, where is it? I get it. I think I got it. Oh my god. I hate it. But yeah, and I might come off as a troublemaker. I'm not. I've never like I've never been in serious trouble with the law or the police or gotten in a fight with a cop. Nothing. I'm full on respectful because I don't want to get in trouble. I don't give a fuck. I'll lie, like, get away from me. Yes, everything's fine. Please go away. We were solving this on our own. And I've still had all negative, like, very creepy, not safe experiences with police. And it's very bizarre. It's normal to lose eyelashes. I mean, we lose them all day. I just don't know why they've got to fall into my eyeball when it happens. It drives me nuts, though. I'll get it. Someday. I can still feel it. Oh my god, it's gonna drive me nuts! Please hold. Should I put on waiting music? No. What in the fuck? Is it on my eye? Everybody hurts. Where is it? Sometimes it's just an eyelash that's like a baby eyelash literally growing into my eye. Those are fun. This is horrific. Fiat, I have something in my eye I'm desperately trying to carve out of it. I think it was an eyelash. But I can feel it! Ugh. It's enough to make you go a little bit crazy. Having a good time. I think it's just a dog fuzz. Like on my eyeball. Did I get it? I think it's a fuzz stuck to my eyeball, my dudes. I'm blinded by it. Not really. It's just really annoying. Oh my god. Oh my god, I see it. Hold up. Don't look. This is gonna make you nervous. Did I get it? Oh, fuck. Did I lose it? No! I so saw it. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry if I lost it. Oh no. Oh no. Come here, you little cock gobbler. Fuck me in the ass. I can feel it. It's like gooing across my eyeball. This is fun content, isn't it? You know what? Deal with it. I can't see or think with it in there. Oh my fuck, where is it? Everybody hurts. Oh god, why though? Where? I just don't see it, but I feel it, and it makes me want to die. A little. Oh my god, I feel it everywhere. But I don't say a thing. I got a lot of veins over here. That's the part that sucks. Like, my eyes are just naturally very veiny. Always have been. My little sister actually has told me multiple times that if I ever die and they can't identify my body, she planned to do it since she's been like 3 years old by the vein in my eye. Show me that. That's not a joke. My sister thinks about me dying. Did I get it? This is a horrible time. The water doesn't work. That's what I mean by when I say like my eyelashes are like a Venus flytrap. My eyelashes are the same like texture as the hair on my head, and they're coarse. So if one of the dog's little microscopic curly hairs got wound into my eyelashes, nothing gets it out but me pulling it out. It's just a terrible life I lead. But you know what? That's life. I wish. I've literally taken a shower to try to get it out, and that didn't do it. Like pummeling my face. Pummeling my face with hot water did not do it. I had to take fucking tweezers to my eyeball and get it off. And it's just because they're just like the finest hairs. I don't know what to compare them to. It's like the fuzz like inside a pillow or something. You know how that shit is like fine and curly and just it floats? That's their hairs. And they don't shed often, but when they do, it's that. And it's terrible. And I just can't fucking get the... I can't see anything on my eye. Oh, do I see it? Wait. Probably not. I think I'm just hallucinating at this point because I want to see it so bad. 420's close? Alright, wait. Yeah, I have a bowl packed. I'm ready. I'm just gonna pick at my eyeball until it's time. Where and why? Oh, fuck. Did I get it? I think I might have got it, finally. Fuck yes! Oh my god! Wait, did I? I just have... I mean, I don't know if you can tell. My eyelashes are crazy long. I curl them so they don't... They aren't as obtrusive, but they really are just a Venus flytrap of death. Yeah, I think I got it. I think my eye's just irritated because I scratched it a lot. Sorry, guys. That was annoying and horrible. What do? Gotta get it out one way or another. I had to get shit out of my eye. It was a terrible time. It's almost 420. Pack a bowl. Someone pulled meth out of his eyeball, but how? A rock? Like a rock was in his eye. K-Pow! What up, lover? It's the worst. Like, I don't know how people go about their day just, like, with a fuzz on their eyeball. Women's makeup's the scariest bullshit on earth. I've always loved, like, costume makeup and stuff, so I don't remember a time of being afraid. I was mostly just like, you mean I can change this fucking mud dump of a face I have? Oh, give it to me. You know? I imagine it's like rich people with fillers. He was high on meth and he was ripping out his eyeball. Oh, sick. That's metal as fuck. Yuck. Oh, Mel, I have a cheers for you too. Oh man, I have to take a double cheers. I just realized that. I gotta redeem a cheers for Mel. I got you, boo. I just saw it. Sometimes they don't load up right away. I don't know why. They'll come up in a minute, but I always see them eventually. It's 420. Cheers. I'm gonna double hit because I owe it. You don't have to. No worries. But, you know. Crystal, I'm surprised and thrilled you can still see. Because that shit is caustic. Mud dump face. Yeah. Like a melty, no feature face. It's just like, oh. Yeah. I think the worst thing I ever got in my eye was that shit you use to like clean up big spills. I can't remember what it's called. I think the brand name was like Drydex or something weird like that. But we used it at Lowe's. Like for instance, if a 5-gallon, tub of paint spilled, you could throw this powder on it and like mix it up and it would just you could then sweep the whole thing up. It was incredible. It's like an insanely strong desiccant, right? Nemois, is it called Floor Dry? It's like a desiccant. The powder is just like, and by desiccant, I mean it absorbs all moisture. So it absorbs all the moisture in the paint, and then you can literally, like, imagine a 5-gallon paint spilling, and then it's just powder. You can suddenly sweep it. It's magical. I worked in the paint department at Lowe's. We had this new kid who fucked up multiple times, mind you. This was not the first time he almost was fired, but we had a big spill, and he went and got this Drydex shit and just goes, whoop, with the huge bag of it, and it all went in the air, and it got in my eyes. And to this day, I swear to you, it felt like someone peeled my eyelids open and dumped in gravel. Like, it felt like I had 10 pounds of gravel under my eyelids. That was the worst. I mean, it's not like dry eyes, let me tell you that. It was horrible. I had to go use, like, the flushy sink in the back, you know, the science one to flush your face. It was so bad. I think we were honestly lucky that we saw it happen, so we all just stopped breathing in that moment, but our eyes stayed open. Like, no one inhaled it, thank fuck. A piece of ceiling? I think the same things happen to me, actually, ironically, but no, tell me. Ew. There's a granular floor dry and powder based. This was the powder based. It was like so airy and looked like flakes that would just fly in the air, like crystal. It almost looked like powdered insulation a little bit. Like, it was kind of sparkly and very light. Like, it was impossibly light, lighter than flour or sugar or anything like that, like so light. So when you put it on the ground, you were supposed to, like, put the bag upside down and then slowly lift the bag so it would just fall onto the spill. And this douche was just, it was horrible. It was the worst feeling I've ever had in my eyes, ever. Like, peel my eye out before that. I'm a petty hoe. It fucking hurt a lot. I cleaned my eye for 3 hours. I'm pretty honest. I would like to say you're a petty hoe instead. Can I call you a petty hoe instead of pretty honest? It's fine. You're a pretty honest petty hoe. I like it. I cleaned my eye for 3 hours in ice cold water and was freaking out. No shit. Oh my God, while you were high? Oh, fuck. I know, I've heard, like, that's why most people end up, like, you know, snorting or injecting or smoking meth, because the snorting, everybody starts snorting it because we're all like, oh, that's innocent. Then you get addicted, right? Don't do meth, by the way. No, I shouldn't have to say that. The depiction of Tuco from Breaking Bad crushing it up with a knife and railing it aren't far off. Tuco was like one of my favorite characters in that entire show. Real talk. I'm not pro meth, but Tuco was a great character. Ooh, glut. Nice. It's been a decade. I'm not that person at all anymore. No, I totally get that. I'm amazed you can overcome something like that as a human and, like, talk about it, because addiction is scary, man. I've worked in some gnarly addiction centers, and watching people go through, like, the withdrawals and stuff it's like watching an exorcism. It's alarming. You want to do something and there's nothing you can do. It's horrible. Oh my God, cayenne? Nope. I had a tablespoonful and I had to dump it. Thought to blow the excess off the top. Oh, honey. Oh, no. I'm laughing in solidarity because I think I've done something very similar, but it was white pepper. Oh my God. When I was in high school, I worked at a taco time. And if you don't know what taco time is, it's pretty much like solely in the Pacific Northwest and a few places in the Midwest. It's very strange. It's like a very expensive, but very tasty version of Taco Bell because it's all natural. It's all natural, all fresh food. That means that every morning we had to come in at 5 a.m. and start making salsa, which doesn't smell or taste good at 5 a.m. when you're hungover. And we had all the recipes. They were all like laminated sheets out. And so we'd have all these scales out in the morning. So you could rapid fire sit there and measure out all the powder, like the powdered white pepper was an ingredient in one of the hot sauces. I can't remember which one. And white pepper is fine ground. Like, it's like floaty, kind of dusty powder. And I think I did the same fucking thing. Like, I weighed it on the scale and blew it for some fucking reason and got it in my eyes and mouth. And that was horrible. White pepper is some other creature of hell. I love me some spice. I love me pepper. But white pepper in your eyes and nose and mouth tastes like fire. like old fire. It was bad. But I mean, solidarity in the dumb, right? We've all been there. We've all been there. I've literally, I have like a canned air that I'll dust my desk with because I live in the desert. Everything is dusty all the time. And I've literally done it with my grinder open on my desk full and just been like, phew, right across the top of it and just stood here for a long period of time questioning my life choices and whether or not I deserve life. Oh, we've all been there. We've all been there. Oh man, I had a horrible instance. This was a couple months ago. I dumped my keef on the carpet. I dumped my keef on the carpet. Thankfully, it was not my beloved Kiefer Smokerland that I dumped. Fuck no, it was just a grinder that had a little bit. But when you watch keef go onto a carpet, like, there is no saving it. It's gone. You just stand there like, could I use duct tape and then smoke the duct tape? A lot of things go through your mind before you realize, like, you have a problem, and no, that's not what's going to happen. Oh, God. I haven't yet. I haven't gotten that desperate. Not yet. I'm Cajun. I've burned my eyes many times. You know, I've been asked if I'm Cajun many times. When I lived in Maryland and would, like, go down to DC and shit and visit people, I got asked that. And they said it's the dark hair, light eyes. I don't know. I got asked that a lot, though. I am not, as far as I know. My grandpa fled Eastern Europe as an Ashkenazi Jew, and my Nana is fresh off the boat from Ireland. I don't know. I do know I don't look like them, though. Was it a lot of keef? It was. I don't even want to say it, but I'll be honest because we're friends. It was about a tablespoon of keef. Which, if you know, you know. That didn't make me cry, but you guys being nice on my birthday made me cry. There's something wrong with me. I'm crying over it in my soul and my vagina. It happened right here. Like, I know the spot still. It was so bad. And I just, like, flicked it or something. And just in slow motion, you watch it and you're like, there is nothing I can do in this moment. No. Ooh, did I miss it? Hold on. Oh, I was moving into my current apartment and I banged the low ceiling with my bed frame. I had a huge paint chip in my eye. Oh my fucking God. Like, visible? I didn't know until the next morning. Go fuck yourself. Oh my God, was it behind your eye? No. Was it behind your eye? Ah! Oh my fuck. It must have, like, worked its way around overnight. Oh. And you can still see. That's a miracle. Miracles happen. I got not paint chips, but I lived in my very first apartment out of college was like the cheapest, shittiest, no locks on the windows or doors kind of apartment. And the ceiling was that old school popcorn, like the big old popcorn. And I'm so tall that in old buildings like that aren't built for the new generation, sometimes when I get excited, I just slam my hands on the ceiling and I looked up and got popcorn in my eye. That was pretty bad. Like, 100-year-old, very dusty, old ceiling popcorn in my eye. Sorry, I blacked out. What happened? Claiming they're raising the payout. Oh, really? Like for you? For you, right? Just so I'm clear. Keef losses are the worst, dude. And it's like, it's not, if you don't smoke pot, just to give you an example, like to get a tablespoon of keef is a lot of weed. I mean, what would you guys say? Like 2 to 3 ounces of weed, probably, that I had to grind and smoke and get through to get that much keef, which arguably is lots of money depending on where you're buying it. It was a hard time. It was a hard time for me. It was a dark day. Like I'm still just like mad at myself about it because what else do you do? There's nothing you can do to save it. You're not sucking it out of the carpet because God knows what else the fuck is in the carpet. I had a friend carpet surf once, ended up smoking a fat crystal of carpet glue. Oh my god, was it like that scene in Nip Tuck where Kimber's trying to find like a nickel under the carpet and she destroys her house? Gamers, I don't know. I was told that by a few friends who live down there. I don't know. I don't know. I am not. I'm not. I know. No, I'm not French at all, according to ancestry.com and the tube I spit in. Which I think is a pretty integral part, isn't it? My dad had black hair and brown eyes though, but he looked Syrian. Like if I have a picture of him somewhere, I'll bring it up someday. My dad looks Middle Eastern. My biological dad, he's dead, but he did look very. He's so dark. He's in like black hair and very dark skin, like way darker than mine. What happened with the keef? So like you know how it traps in the bottom of your grinder. For those of you who don't smoke, I'll show you. So your grinder, you put your bud here, grind. Your bud is ground up. Ew, there's an ash in there. Get the fuck. Anyways, ground up bud. But then, like, the super fine pollen falls through a screen into this little area where you've got... Ooh, I've got a nice little pile in there. There's your keef. And I think I was, like, cleaning this part of my grinder, so I had this part just sitting on my desk on the edge like a fucking... Like I'm an adult. Like, I treat myself like that's an okay situation around me. I'm living a false reality. It is not. And it was, like, double this amount. And I put it there, and I just... One little snarp with my elbow or something, and it was just gone. I mean, there's nothing you can do. It fell on the carpet. It was everywhere. You couldn't even see it. It was gone. It was a really rough day for me. And that's a lot. Pot. It's a lot of pot. And it's the best part. It is the strongest, most potent part of the pot. So we usually like... I'll show you a kefir. If you're new to my channel and you haven't seen Kifa, you deserve it. I don't want to knock it over on accident. Hold on. I've got one tarantula here because it's the only one I haven't fed yet. Sorry about that. It's as big as a quarter. You're not going to see it. But I guess spider warning if you're really afraid. That's a spider. Found it. So this is my little keef. This is my little keef box. This is where I keep my keef when my, because I did not check my keef catch for like a year, and when I opened it, it was dangerously like packed full. So I had nowhere to put it, and I'm not gonna smoke that much keef at one go. Like that's insane. So I had to get something. So I went to the Container Store, and they sell a shit ton of like really small boxes for like helmets of action figures and shit, like stuff like that. And I just got a helmet box, and I keep my keef in there. And the lid is insanely tight. Like even if this falls over, I'm not gonna test it. But it has knocked over a few times. The lid doesn't pop off. It like snaps on, kind of, you know. Danger. But I named it Kiefer Sutherland because I'm OCD. That's where I keep my keef though. But that's the shit. Like when you're having a bad day, you tap your bowl or roll your joint in that, and you have a very good day. Azra, thank you. Oh, Zakrarion, my ex, went pee after cutting jalapenos once. That was a rough day. Oh, no shit, Pyro. Well, I don't look like any of my family at all. The living side. My dad's side's all dead. But my mom's side, they're all very petite, and very pale. They're either like paper white or they're the type of people that are just like every inch of them is a freckle, you know? Like just freckles with usually very fair hair and fair eyes. Whereas my biological dad's side, what we know of, because they all drank themselves to death, they all had black hair and brown eyes. Like they looked very dark. But I don't know. They're all dead. It's all guessing. Jeff, when? When are you giving in? When is the day? Like, how many days do you have to wait? Is it just a week? Are we cheersing again? I can cheers. I still owe Mel another one. I'm pretty positive. Did I double hit? I'll smoke the whole thing. Mel knows. What's up? Cajun comes from Acadian, which is the group of French colonists in Canada, particularly in Quebec and Nova Scotia, who refused to convert to the Church of England when Great Britain took over Canada, so they migrated to the French territories in Louisiana. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that. I kind of knew it. Like, I feel like you just, like, pick stuff up like that living near that area. But that's really cool. I didn't know that. I'm glad it's not some horribly racist-rooted word, because I use it. I mean, Asian people use it. It's one of my, honestly, you hear a Creole accent, and I'm moister than an oyster, my dudes. Last week's payout was $328. Oh, stop it. Your Grubhub delivery was $91.97 and tips were $236.14. And this is why I will never not tip 20% in America or more. That is insane to me. What the fuck? Wow. That's just a big wow. I judge people by their tips. I know I shouldn't, but I totally do. My mom, chronic, 5%. And I'm like, what year is it? Stop pretending it's 1920 just because you're cheap. You live in a mansion and you have 5 cars. Stop. My sister and I, oh my God, where were we? We went somewhere pretty nice. It was like not fancy, but inexpensive, and the waitress or waiter, I don't even remember. Whoever took care of us was so fucking friendly, and my mom left them pizzle. My sister and I were like, Mom, maybe you should go to the bathroom before we take off. And we like took all the cash out of our pockets we possibly had and piled it on the table. It was so embarrassing. I just get like, especially when you can tell, I mean, someone went above and beyond. I always tip 20% unless you like verbally or like visibly spit in my food or vomit on me on purpose. Like always. I just am that way if I can. If I can't, I can't afford to go out to eat. That's how I treat it. But I'm a stingy hippie. And I get so fucking embarrassed. I'm just like, what is wrong with you? My mom makes so much money. She's an administrator in a hospital. That's all I'm going to say. She's not a billionaire, but she makes enough to tip. That's it. Oh, Viata, you've got time. I feel like my chapstick gathered in the corner of my mouth. It's gross. Very much so. Very, very much so. But about the dumbest things. Like, and this is, I'm not just like rag on mom time, but the mentality of money very much baffles me. Like, she will go grocery shopping, for instance, and she will take her cart up and down every single aisle of that grocery store and throw in anything she wants 2 to 3 times a week and walk out with a $300 grocery bill. And it's just her and my stepdad. But, like, she's never owned a new car or a car that's less than 4 years old in her entire life. They always buy old beaters that break down and shit. Like, it's just weird, the things like that. Or they will not tip. Like, she's baffled by people that tip for coffee. She's like, oh my God, you're tipping like 50% of the price of the coffee. I'm like, it's not the coffee you're tipping. It's the bitch who has to deal with cunts like you in your car all day. Stop it. But I don't know. I don't know if my mom's so far removed from ever having worked like a retail job or something. It's very bizarre. But my sister and I, Sarah, who might still be here lurking, we've definitely like emptied our pockets on a table and gotten out real fast because it's just embarrassing. Knife just called me a broad. I mean, I'd take it as a compliment. Is that like hag? I don't know. Dude, Kel, honestly, like, the way I've always looked at it is if I can't afford to tip, I cannot go out to eat. I just can't afford to eat that day, especially if I'm going to a restaurant. Like, you just can't afford it, and that's fine. Make some food out of your cupboard. Like, I guarantee you got top ramen or something. Because it's so embarrassing to me, and it makes me feel gross to not be able to tip because I know what people are paid, especially in America. Like, we still have fucking what I call server wages in some states where people are legally allowed to be paid like $2 an hour. It's crazy. My aunt got fucked that way. One of my aunts, she's how many years older than my mom? 5 years older. I have a set of aunts. I have 2 aunts who are twins. They're paternal, so they're not identical, but they're 5 years older than my mom. And one of them, she was a server her whole life, and she was a fucking bang up server. Like, she made bank her whole life off tips. But because it's legal to do server wages and only pay her like, back then, like 50 cents an hour. God knows. This was a while ago. She's in her 70s now. Her retirement, now that she's retired, was literally a server her entire life and made really good money. Like, put her kids through school, bought a house, all this shit. And she gets, what I want to say, it's like $150 a month. That's her retirement. That's what our country deems was a portion of her pay for her to survive now. It's $150 a month. Because they only, like, I think retirement is like a percentage of what you made during your life or something. Or like your living expenses. I don't know. And because most of what she made her entire life was, expected as tips, she's just fucked. It's horrible. And she has nothing to do except work until she dies. Which is why you see so many people that are like dying at the cash register at Lowe's and shit. All of them have the same story. It's horrible. I used to be their boss, and that felt horrible. That felt bad. There are a lot of folks down here who live in 500K houses 20 minutes out of the city where the tip is like $2, and that's my parents. I mean, you literally just described my parents to a T. They live outside the city in a mansion that's like, they bought it for $400,000, but I think it's appraised at $800,000 now because they fixed up the property. Like a almost $1 million home. And my mom, I mean, on a delivery, my mom probably wouldn't tip. She'd be like, what did they do for me? There was no service. She would say that, though. I mean, I'm not, and that's just a quote. My mom doesn't know how to use a computer. She'll never be here. I'm just saying, like, that's I'm like, and what do you, I just, okay. And see, that's the thing. Like, when I travel, I make sure I know exactly the tipping culture because I know every country is different. I completely understand that. Oh my gosh. Well, if Missy, like, rolls, give her snuggles for me, Kelty. Secret loves that don't wake her up because that would be bad. Kodiak, my parents live up more like Mount Vernon. Yeah, Seattle's crazy. Did I ever tell you what my sister's rent was in the U district in an apartment that had black mold and there was literally like violent drug dealing homeless people living under her bedroom window? It was $1,800 a month, not including any utility. And there was no rooms. They put a sliding shower door in the middle of a studio and called it a wall. It was horrible. That's Seattle. And I firmly believe it's Amazon and Microsoft. They just made it so unless you make that level of income, you can't live here now. And it's not like they did it on purpose. It's just they moved in all their own people who just roll in it. It breaks my heart because you used to, and I know this is not like I'm an old thing. This is like 5 years ago. You could still go to Pike Place and get like a bundle of flowers and some fish and shit and walk out of there under $30. And most of those places don't even exist now because someone bought up Pike's Place and taxed the fuck out of all of them. It's just, it feels very, instead of feeling like a farmer's market, it feels like a boutique, if that makes any sense. Like, just expensive stuff you don't need is everywhere now. Ridiculously, like, there's some store, I went into it years ago, but I still see it. It's like at a very pinnacle place in the middle of Seattle. I think it's called Arctex or something, and it's like a winter gear, kind of like an REI or something like that. But the jackets are like bar minimum $500 a piece. Just brand name. It's just this brand. Like, those are the stores that are all over now. That's it. When there used to be like crystal shops and, record stores, and this was just 5 years ago. This is not a long time. But since Amazon and Microsoft moved in, like, simultaneously, just kind of moved everything conglomerated there. They moved their people who already made a certain lifestyle wage, which is fine. But when you move in that many people who have that level of wage so high above everybody else, the cost, you'd be an idiot not to raise the prices of your shit. It's just sad. It breaks my heart because I like that. I liked the grungy, like, that dude might be selling jewelry or doing heroin. You don't know. You have to approach. I liked that feel. I kind of miss that. I miss it a little, which is weird. But it's probably just like nostalgia or something. Stupid nostalgia. Me too. Knives. Honestly, the only time I've ever been tempted to not tip 20% or more is when they won't leave me the fuck alone. That's the worst server. The one that just like wants to sit down at your table with you. Like, go away. You're so nice, but stop. Go away. Please go away. That's the worst. It's like when you're in a store and someone just will not stop approaching you asking if you need help with something. Like, I'm an adult. I will ask. Stop it. Stop it. Make yourself known. Wear a blinky light. That's apparently becoming a huge issue in Hawaii. None of the natives can afford to live there because people keep buying homes and turning them into Airbnbs. I believe that. When I went to Hawaii many, many moons ago, I'm trying to think what year it actually was. Hold up. I think like 2010. So it wasn't too long ago. I was in college and we went to Maui. And if you go to Maui, there is Kihei is like the local town. That's where the normal people that live in Hawaii live. And then right down the road, like 20 minutes ish around the outside of the island, is the super. I can never remember the name of it. I didn't stay there. It's the very touristy, like shopping. You can fucking pay $50 for an oyster to get your own pearl out of it. Teehee, like that kind of shit is down there. And then there is a very famous road trip, I guess you can take on Maui called the Road to Hana. And I'm sure a lot of people have heard about it. It's fucking phenomenal. It's one of the most treasured memories I've ever had. I did it. But it takes you 5 hours ish, and it shouldn't. And the reason it does is because fucking Oprah bought the middle of Maui. Like, she just owns it. She owns more of the island than she doesn't. The middle of it, though. It's like the fucking middle. So if you want to get anywhere on the island, the locals have to go the entire perimeter of the island, which is like treacherous one-lane cliffside roads. I did it in a convertible Mustang. Do not suggest. Almost probably died. But if you ever get a chance, get a Jeep or something. Get something hardcore. You see like black sand beaches, red sand beaches, white sand beaches, blue sand beaches, like some of the most spectacular wildlife and trees and shit, because it's off the beaten path. Like, nobody does it because you have to drive 5 hours around the island now because Oprah bought the middle. And apparently, this is what the locals literally taught me. She bought the middle, turned it into an organic farm that she ships off the island to sell in the states, to sell in the lower 48 as, organic Hawaiian produce. She doesn't supply the island with the produce. Nothing against Oprah, like, but what the fuck? Money. Exactly, Kodiak. And I think that's what happens in any big city. Once you get a level of rich, and there's going to be like the exact opposite of poor and desolate, and no one in between can afford to live there. The poor people can't, but they can't afford to leave. It's like the people that can't afford to leave, the people that make a ton of money and do what they want, and then the people in the middle live on the outskirts, and we spend all our money commuting in and ruining the atmosphere with traffic. Can you tell I grew up around Seattle? I'm not bitter. Real estate's so bad down here in the Springs. Most people live like I do, 3+ single living in one house. Even the scuzzy apartments are like $1,000 a month. I've heard that place is just astronomical in rent. I think Rod told me that because when we first moved here, like Scott and Bree wanted to sell the house, but we didn't know if we wanted to buy it, so on and so forth. So I was just looking at the area, and Rod was like, "Do not look near Colorado Springs. It's just dumb expensive," and it is. And I don't know why, other than is that where everybody commutes from? I don't know. It's weird. Right? The Springs. Yeah, Bubblicious. Exactly. That's what we were just talking about. It's wild. I really feel like where I live, like, is the last stand of just normal people, but I don't know how long that's going to last. And I think it's because it's predominantly, like, very Mexican neighborhood, where I think I'm the only white people in my neighborhood, and I prefer it that way. No offense. My neighbors are just really nice. Because of Colorado Springs? Really? Capitalism. You cannot ethically make $1 billion. It's hard for me to imagine. I mean, like, what do you do to get, who are you stomping on? Do you know about it? You have to, right? Oh, they're commuting to the Springs. Oh, really? What's there that they're commuting for? Like, what's the industry? Oh, it's military. Oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. Okay. I grew up in Aurora, moved down here like 3 years ago. It's just skyrocketing in price. I mean, like, why? I don't understand. Colorado's not terrible, but it's so far from one of my favorite places I've ever lived. Like, over half the year, the weather's too extreme to do anything outside, even by yourself. I don't know. I feel like places in the mountains should be the places that are expensive, because out here, we're just desert. The weed is wonderfully cheap. That is the only thing, basically. Oh, from the Springs to Denver. Oh, no, it's cool. I get you. I got you, boo. Oh, bought up by military. That makes sense, yeah. Vegas has gone up huge in price. We're at about 1.1K for a one-bedroom apartment, 700 square feet. The fuck? Why? Is Vegas booming? Or is it because it's not booming? Wow. Cost of living is like $24 an hour, and more than half the city makes sub 20. That's shameful. That's disgusting. Wow. You know, Colorado is one of the number one places to live in in America. Just saying that. It really is. It's like rated up there. Even though we're saying all these terrible things, it's still one of the number one places to live. There are 5 military bases: Peterson, Schriever, Fort Carson, Air Force Academy, and NORAD. Wow. All in Colorado Springs. The fuck? Crystal, it has not been above 0 degrees at my house easily for over a month. I'm just North Denver. It's so fucking frigid. Like pain. Like if I open the door, it's like pain on my face, frigid. Like burr. It's all because of California. Oh, or people moving from California. You know, that was originally what people were blaming the inflation in Seattle on. And then we realized they were moving from California because Amazon was paying them to move to Seattle from California. We just saw the California plates and we were like, the fuck is happening? Oh, it has a huge heroin problem? Sad. I mean, I think a lot of places do, unfortunately. It's so addiction, I think, is the problem we have. I think as a society and as a country, we have a problem with mental health care and providing it. And I think a lot of addiction could be prevented with just, preventative mental health care, just like, talking to someone when there's nothing wrong, because maybe we can prevent something from going wrong to the point where you want to do drugs. Because I firmly believe addiction is a total brain thing. It is a neurodivergence of some sort. It has nothing to do with the drug. Eventually it does. It is a chemical addiction. But the reason people eventually get to breaking their skin and injecting drugs and stuff, I think I feel it is very mental. And that's why I get really pissed off when people criminalize drug users and people addicted to drugs and put them in prison instead of going after the dealers. Like, these are just people who are, like, stuck. You know? And on that note, what a good time.
Did you take your joy today? Never forget to take your joy, and I guarantee your day will go as smooth as velvet.
And take your joy because you deserve to feel right. Pyro! Please drive safe and have a wonderful day. If I don't see you, wash your hands and don't let strangers touch you. Gross. Really, Kel? Ew. Everyone down here is libertarian. Government's the worst. Really? See, you're making me love my cute little Mexican neighborhood more and more and more every moment. I was actually just thinking that on my last break. I was sitting in the doorway in the kitchen with the dogs out and I had my blanket around me. And one of the coolest, weirdest parts about living in like a predominantly Mexican neighborhood is that people legitimately listen to like mariachi cantina music for funsies in their cars and in their kitchens, and I get to hear it all the time. One of my neighbors plays mariachi music. He plays a trumpet. Is it a different instrument? I know, I'm not trying to be like ignorant, but I know there's different sizes of brass instruments, and his is a little bit bigger. It's not a trombone. It's definitely still a trumpet, but it's a little bit bigger than a normal trumpet. But he like literally like plays beautiful Mexican trumpet mariachi music in his backyard. Go fuck yourself. It's gorgeous. It's like, what? Like sometimes you think it's not real, and then you see him and you're like, oh, just kidding. That's amazing. When they throw down some quinceañeras, I just want to get invited. Dude, for real though. I have a neighbor across like kitty corner from me, and I think in one year they had a couple different big birthdays because they got fucking bouncy houses. Like they had multiple bouncy castles in their backyard. I was so phenomenally jealous. I was just like, what the fuck? I had to beg my mom to make cupcakes for school. What is this? They have some dank parties, dude. For real. And they're like keep to yourself nice people, which is my favorite kind of person in all aspects, really. I had to pay twice as much as normal for all my meds because my new insurance hasn't kicked in yet. Look for coupons, Emma. For real. Like, I survived for many years off of looking for coupons online for my meds. If you get them at like a pharmacy like Walgreens or CVS or Boots, you can go and literally type in your med name and coupon, and they are real coupons. Like, your pharmacy should be asking you, do you have any coupons? GoodRx, thank you. I couldn't think of the name of it. GoodRx is the one I use. It's fantastic. I mean, I'm not shitting you. One time when I first got my Lexapro, it was going to cost me somewhere around like $600 for 31 pills for a month supply to not want to kill myself, and my coupon took it down to $60. Which is still way too much money to not want to kill myself, but it wasn't like hundreds, you know what I'm saying? It's stupid. The fact that you can get like oxys for free, but pills to make you feel okay are so expensive. Wow. But those GoodRx is seriously, for anybody out there that doesn't have insurance or a Lapin insurance or anything, GoodRx, I'm telling you, you can get insane discounts. It's wild. Oh my god, who the fuck do you know that has kilograms of Lexapro? That would like go bad, I feel like. I don't know what the half-life is on Lexapro. Exactly, Rip Rooster. Yeah, Rip Rooster said also ask your primary for coupons. Absolutely. If you have a GP, like that's who I talk to. I don't have a psychiatrist who gives me my brain meds. I have a GP who knows me, and I was comfortable enough to approach him about my head, and he was comfortable enough to prescribe within reason as long as I go to a therapist and stuff. And he has stacks of coupons. Like, your GP is a real person. Like, they want to help you, but they need to know you need help, you know? Like, don't be ashamed to be like, I can't afford insurance right now. Can you help me? Chances are, not only do they have coupons, they probably have stacks of free samples, which are the exact pill, but in free samples. If it's America, chances are they've got boxes, and they will give you stacks. My nose itches. Oh my god, I forgot you fucking make fertilizer. I'm an idiot. I completely forgot you fucking made that shit. Katie. I knew this. It's fancy, I know. I go to the poor person's clinic, so my meds are like a $12 copay. I don't know if I even know those exist around here, to be honest. They did in Baltimore, though. I mean, I used to get my meds through my hospital, and then I could get an even steeper discount, thank fuck, because they weren't like name brand, you know? They were just E-citalopram. I told my GP she's never allowed to retire because she's the only doctor that ever listened to me. My doc is like in his early 60s, and I am horrified he's gonna retire. I just had an appointment with him just to update my meds, and he looks like he's aged like 20 years in the past 2 years, and I can't even fathom what COVID is doing to people. Like, not just having to watch your patients die because of this perpetuating deadly pandemic, but I'm sure he has a large portion of his patients who straight up just deny all the education he's gone through and all the experience he has in medicine and ask for ivermectin, and he has to just watch it. Like, you can't force anyone to do anything. That would just, I don't know what that does to you as a medical professional. Like, you really do dedicate your life to understanding the human body to heal people. And when people, like, come to you, but then just discount everything you say, it's like, why am I here? Would you like a cardboard cutout of me? The same amount of talking and interaction would have occurred. It kind of makes you feel really pointless a little bit. Is not job availability, but job, is it pay enough to live as a diabetic, let alone fucking student loans? 100%. And like, I know Kel knows this, but for those of you who don't live in America, like, if you need state assistance, but you make anywhere in the middle of that money category, like not enough to survive, but enough to like subsidize, then they won't give you any assistance at all. They'll literally say, fuck yourself. Oh, you make minimum wage? No more help. Meaning our government will literally just stop helping you with food, bills, period. They make you quit your job to get any assistance, but the assistance they give you is not enough to live on. Like, it's not near enough to pay all your bills or feed a family or just yourself most of the time. And we won't even get into how expensive it is to feed yourself healthy and prevent diseases that are going to make it even harder to find a job. Like, we won't even get into the horrible cycle that our country is perpetuating in health. Because Katie will explode on the inside. It's happening. I can feel it. It's like, I don't want to pop today. Not today. But you know what I'm saying? It's just a gross cycle. And it's, to be out of it is to be like financially independent, essentially. Which nobody is. I mean, how can you be unless you're one of those people that makes millions and like, how the fuck do we know you even got? What did you do? Who'd you kill? Terrelyn, we're all part of some cycle of evil. Don't worry about it. We're all part of it. We try our best not to be, but nobody's perfect. Because perfect doesn't fucking exist anyways. With Trulicity and will likely be able to manage my blood sugar. It's made my pharma scumbag Eli Lilly $1,600 a month. Fuck them bastards. Absolutely not. Sylv, you silly fuck. Thank you so much for resubbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an anus its wings. I got too far away from the mic. Thank you, lover. How are you? How the fuck are you? Boneless, skinless chicken breasts were just $5 a pound at the store this morning. Just, though. Oh. 2 breasts were $8. Oh my fucking what? Dude, Crystal, I mean, that's the fucking way to do it, though. I mean, fuck the system. It's not like you're helping anyone by buying into the pharma system. You know that. I know that. You're not it's not like, you know, I'm trying to think of an example. I can't think of one. For an example, cutting off Putin for this financial war, whatever the fuck we're doing, it doesn't just hurt Putin. It doesn't hurt him at all because he has all the money. It hurts all the people of Russia that, you know, don't have any money and are going to die or starve or whatever. It's kind of similar. Like, buying into that system would literally help nobody at all because the person trying to be hurt isn't going to be hurt. Like, he's just going to keep sapping the people hurting until they're dead. Nah, it just hurts the people. I'm not against what we're doing. Like, I don't know what else we would do as a country other than going in physically, and I don't want to do that because that's lives, and I don't think physical war is the way to go anymore. I'm not a politician. Please don't get me wrong. I don't have a better option. But it's similar, like, that's the pharma. They make bajillions. That's a real number. Look it up. Bubblicious, I've thought about that so many times in my life. Like, at a certain point of wealth, why do you keep going? I don't think any human being can spend that much money. You know? Like, no human can spend the amount of money that some of these rich people have in one lifetime. I don't know. I've never been that type of person. Like, I don't want lots. I just want my bills paid, and I don't want anyone coming at me asking for money, and I'm good to go. Just pay everything and leave me alone. Like, that's and be able to eat and like buy weed. Like those are my expenses. Legacy money, maybe I don't understand that because I don't want kids. But like everything they do to get their money is destroying the world to a point where when their kids are able to tap into their trust fund, the atmosphere will be burning the flesh off of their eyeballs every time they step outside anyways. So I don't think it will matter. Can you tell I'm really positive about the way the world is going these days? Eat a cupcake. Life is short. Yes, also, Lady Emma brings up a great point. I do want to spoil my animals. I do like to give them fun treats. That is definitely something I like to do. I probably spoil my animals more than I definitely buy my animals more treats than I've ever bought myself in my lifetime. Exactly. Why hoard the wealth while people are starving, dying, etc.? And that's the thing. Like, I honestly think I've asked this to chat before. It's a good question. Does wealth make you an icky person, or do icky people somehow have the proclivity to gain immense amounts of wealth? I think the answer is yes. And I think Chad, we've discussed it many times. I think you guys kind of agreed. Like, the things you have to do to get that amount of money is pretty much universally known to be kind of fucked up. Probably. And then like you were saying, if I got $1 million, it'd be gone in a blink of an eye because I could not sit here and be a millionaire and watch everyone I love struggle and be happy. And you could give me an island and I still wouldn't be happy if everyone I love was struggling with bills. I would be paying off all my loved ones' shit. It'd be gone in a second. So all I can get is that they're, completely detached, or they don't have any family or anyone to give a fuck about. Like they're that damaged from something. Someone hurt them, you know? Wow, $4.99. That is chicken gizzards are $2.29 a pound. I'm sorry that catches my attention more than the breasts. $2.29 a pound for a gizzard? I got nothing against gizzards, but those are usually 60 cents a pound. Wow. Wow. A great time for everyone to try Meatless Mondays. Oh, God. I agree. I think it's kind of a yes. Like, I think that, like we were saying, like, once you get to this certain level of wealth where you can afford anything, all your bills are paid, you own everything, and you're happy and comfortable, and you just keep going, I think there's something in your head that clicks. Like, it becomes like a collection or like a video game, Like, I got to beat that high score. It doesn't matter what that high score is, it's not a physical thing to them anymore. Whereas when the possibility of it going to zero is actually a possibility, it becomes a physical thing. And that's something I'm sure you and I deal with all the time. We're like, that's $20 in my bank account. Bend the debit card in half. Okay, just gotta wait a couple weeks. They have never had that moment. Or it was so long ago that they have no idea what that felt like. And so, you know what I mean? When it becomes not a thing anymore, like an actual physical item, it's just like a video game in your head. Same reason why I don't have a scale in my house. I get weird about it. It's not about losing weight anymore. It's just beating that number. And if I don't beat it, I'm like done. I'm, trashed for the day. But it means nothing. And the crazy thing about money is most of us, it's just digital points on the internet at this point. Like, who's got all their money in cash under a mattress? Don't tell us. Keep it to yourself. But do you really have your money if it's internet points? Like, look what's happening to Russia. I'm just saying. Not to scare you, but it's a little scary. It's a little scary. I'm so ready for the Great Depression. I've been eating poor for years. Speaking of, did you guys ever see that little old lady who, she passed away sadly a couple years ago, but her grandson filmed her like making depression meals from the Depression, the Great Depression, because she literally lived through it. Really good YouTube channel. Check it out. She is dead though. Just a pre-warning. She's she's like 90 something in the videos. She's, the knotted knuckles and the old hands, and I love watching little old ladies with old hands work with food and stuff. It just makes me so like nostalgic for my Nana, but really cool videos. I don't know. Might be great to learn about. I love rice. Rice with an egg, dude. Rice with an egg and hot sauce. That's all I need forever. See, we all joke, but like in a Great Depression, the first thing to go is entertainment. Fuck. I'm gonna end up hooking again. I'm pro sex work, by the way. No hate. Be safe, not pro pimp. Just FYI. Is enough to fuck up your entire life pretty significantly. Just look what happens to most lotto winners. Dude, isn't that wild? I used to work with a guy at Lowe's who won the lotto. He owned everything. He owned a big house. He bought all of his daughter's cars and his wife all these nice cars, and he worked at the fucking what is it called? The construction worker desk down in Lumber that I'm just blanking on the name of right now. He worked there and he had to. It was wild. He was like, I went to get a cell phone and I couldn't because I had no credit because I bought everything I own with cash. So I work here now. That I was like, holy shit. Contractor desk. Thank you so much. That was the word. Yep. I used to work at that desk. My brain just totally died. Contractor desk. Yep. Yep. The Bezos ex-wife, I think, donated so much, yet keeps gaining more wealth out of interest. Not sure if that's the right term in English. Yep. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's how a lot of very, very wealthy people just accumulate forever. Like the upper, 1%. They can live off the interest. Yeah. It's pretty wild. And, I'm sure they have ways of hiding their money so it doesn't get taxed. They have to. Because we're dying of debt. Our country's like trillions in debt. It wouldn't be if we taxed. Excuse me. Grab hold your discs, folks. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. Don't worry, I'm just paying my water bill under here. I'm just kidding. Let's just stop it. I'll get banned. Woo! Yes, but yeah, I agree with you. It is. I mean, I've never been rich. I've never had a large sum of money in my life. I have no idea what that feels like to not have to check your bank account, if that makes sense. I guess that would be like the level. I'm not destitute, but I definitely check my debit account quite regularly. I have no idea what that even does to your brain. I have no idea. Is it relaxing? What else do you think about? World domination, maybe? We do. I mean, you guys give me solace in the world. You guys make me feel like I'm not literally like, I'm sure you felt the same way before we found internet, actual like talking with each other, not just creepy Reddit comments or something. You were like, oh my God, I'm not broken. Like there are a few others, at least a few. And you guys do restore you make me feel like I'm not the only one, because it's hard to find like-minded people when speaking your opinion these days makes you the bad guy. Doesn't matter what your opinion is. People are just like, how could you? You spoke about X topic in public. Like, ew. You must be a shit disturber. And it's like, what? But most people, you respond and they're just going to judge you so hard. So I understand that people don't want to talk about that shit, but I don't know. I accept everybody for everybody. You can be a Christian, we can be friends. Just don't have a problem with me saying Hail Satan once in a while. What's up? I'm recovering Catholic. Leave me alone and I'll leave you alone. Like, I just don't see the problem. $800 in an hour? Damn. Damn. Same, Emma. It just depends on what it's about that day. I had huge debt to the point where I was like, that and checking my bank account. My wife pulled me out of that, and I'm lucky I'm in a decent job now. That's awesome. I'm thankfully not in amazing amounts of debt. I was able to pay off my credit cards just by saving for many years. Literally, at the end of last year, I paid off my last credit card from college, and the last purchase on it was from 2011, and it was a school book. Finally paid that one off. Thank fuck. That was a good day. Gross, but a good day. Oh, you're sick? Oh my God, Nemois. I will get you a link. Yeah, I didn't know you're sick, boo. Like sick? Sick? Not that there's another kind, but you know what I mean when I say like sick, like you puking and shit. Do you have COVID? Are you okay? Hold on, I'm finding it. I'll get the alert for you. I'll get the tweet for you. It's tomorrow at 3 p.m. EST, but if you're sick, I don't know if you'll remember that. No COVID. Mucus explosion, that's been me all week. It's been like the weird ass fluctuations in weather. I've been blowing like rocks out of my sinuses. Those are alarming. You're like, where did they come from? Why is it so firm? That's what she said. All the questions. I have them about my nose since I moved here. I'm finding it. I don't know why I don't save it again. I just keep forgetting. 'Cause I'm a dumbass. I'll get there. Someday. Over the rainbow. I found it. Why? I found it, immediately deleted the address so I couldn't copy and paste it. Oh, being me is a stress. It's a stress, I'm telling you. That, ma'am, wrong keyboard. That's the link to the tweet about it and the video and everything. I paid myself out of debt, never had student loans, but credit cards and cars were all I had. Yeah, I had all of it because, like, they don't tell you when you pull out student loans that they're not going to pay for everything. Like, they might pay for your maybe course load, but none of the books or the lab fees or the gas or the food or the rent or any of that. Katie, listen, I get out of work until... Wait. I get out of work at 2 EST tomorrow. You can't start till I get here. Wait, start what? Tomorrow is my RP show of Vampire the Masquerade. What? Help. Tomorrow's Vampire the Masquerade. It's at 3 p.m. EST. What am I not starting till 2? I might have to literally end my stream at 2. Because usually we join like an hour early and talk about the show. Like, literally, we might be the end of my stream. What is happening? I hate this. This is the worst timing. Boo. I mean, we could have like a bat signal during the show. I may or may not have bought a very fat pre-roll for it. So it's not so obvious how fucking high I'm getting. Oh, dude. Amen. Okay. Deal. Promise. I was scared something else was happening. It's just me being an idiot. I'm a little high, and I was just confused. It's fine. Everything's fine. Country don't exist. What you gonna do? Come get me? No, you have to have a uterus. Then they want it. I don't know why, though. Baby making. If you have too much debt, just move to another country. But only if you never want to come back. Because I think if you come back, they can still nab you, right? Like, it doesn't just die. I think. Also, if it's medical debt, as long as you acknowledge it and you don't ignore the hospital, you will never get sent to collections and it won't hit your credit. Like, you just have to acknowledge it. Just don't ignore it. Like, call them and be like, I'm dirt poor. Can I pay you 50 cents? And they'll be like, actually, the minimum is $24. And you'll be like, cool, I'll send you a check. Send them a check for 50 cents. They can't touch you. If you make payments if you literally at least make a couple cent payment a month, they cannot send it off because you are acknowledging it. That is law in America. You're welcome. Cheat the system. Win. 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 Oh, is it 7-year rollover? Cool. I didn't know that. I knew that it was that for like negative marks and shit, but I don't know about debt, how long that sticks around. All uteruses are evil. I was talking about that earlier, Lady Emma. Like, people always say, like, oh my God, women have to go through childbirth. And it's like, while I don't discount childbirth as potentially and probably the most horrific pain a woman can voluntarily go through, as a person who volunteers not to have children but still goes through horrific, clotty, disgusting bleeding out my fuckhole once a month, and mind-blowing cramps that are followed by a migraine and insane mood swings, followed by really tender titties. If you're assigned female at birth, we just live in misery. Like, that's just our life. You should be happy if we smile. Like, that's a fucking damn good day. That's all I'm saying. And when we're not in pain, we're just like waiting for it. It's just like the anticipation. It's going to happen anytime this week. Nobody knows when, but I'm going to tell you these 4 days, I am not wearing cute underwear. Oh my God, just constantly send them 0.69 cents and a letter that says, nice. I would. That'd be fucking hilarious. But really, if you do that, you're safe. It can't. The only reason it'll get sent to collections is if you ignore it because they think you're dead. They want to find you. And collections is pretty good at finding people. If you're smiling, what's wrong today? For reals. It's amazing. Are women smiling enough? Discuss. Yes, because I think any human being should smile exactly how often as they want to. As often, how often? As often as they'd like. Long story. Long time ago. Long story. Long time ago when I first started streaming, I was dating a boy who was very jealous of you guys. And one time when I was done streaming, he yelled at me about something. And I was like, wow, what a furious reaction. And he goes, I just can't stand that you laugh at your stream like that and you don't laugh at me like that. And I looked at him and I said, say something funny. And he couldn't. We broke up. He was kind of a dick. What are you gonna do? I'm not gonna force laugh or fake that people are funny. Like, if you ain't funny and you don't make me smile, that sucks. You get in weird, like, stoic face. My phone face. You know, that, like, dumb double chin face you have looking at Instagram. Yeah. Always in pain. I mean, it's just a lifestyle. It's that or it's, like, waiting for it, because it's inevitable. Like, at least every 3 weeks-ish, we're gonna be crippled in pain, and we just know it's gonna happen. So we just wait for it. It's a great life. Make a woman feel special this month. Did you know that it's Women's History Month? Women's History Month. Did you know? If you have a lady friend, trans or otherwise, because transgender women are women, period, end of story. Transgender men are men as well, but it's Women's Month, bitches. Make them feel special, because damn, we feel gross. Like, most of the time. Kind of. Menstruation crustacean station. A happy little lobster with a selection of tampon pads and chocolate. They should have that everywhere in the whole world. That is so fucking precious. Good old ball punch. What balls? Actually, he had insanely saggy balls for a 21-year-old. My wife laughs at my stupid dad jokes all the time. I think I'm dumb, but she thinks I'm hilarious. I think dad jokes are funny. If you can get me to laugh without, like, you know, dirty humor, that's a huge win in my book, honestly. Everything is dirty humor. Like, everything is talking about genitals or fucking or poop or piss or being wet or horny or awkward moments within those states of being like, that's it nowadays. I feel like it's cheap. It's cheap humor. Make me laugh, but in like a PG way, and you won my heart, because that takes talent. That takes motherfucking talent, bitches. Anybody can be like, yo, I had this dude fucking eating my muff the other day and he fucking farted. But it was like sweet, so I like let it go. I'm saying like anybody can write it. That's never happened to me. No, not yet. It's lowbrow. I mean, I love lowbrow humor. Like, I love me some gross, like the aristocrats eats me up. But it takes like it's a new kind of talent to make someone laugh without being just foul within the joke, I think. I can't do it. I'm not good at it. I'm gross. Like, everything I say is gross. It's either about death or sex or yes. Did you logic him into a corner, making him walk off? He was kind of a delicate soul, you know what I'm saying? So I just stood up from my desk and said that, crossed my arms and looked at him. And when he didn't have a response, he just left. He just walked away to brush his teeth. Like, I didn't get anything out of him. He wasn't a fighter. I wouldn't have gotten anything. It was pretty lame, to be honest. But he was not funny. And what's ironic is he's the one who showed me Twitch. The irony is not lost on me. The menstruation crustacean station. That is so cute, though. I love that. Everybody needs chocolate. Rosie O'Donnell. Wait, what about Rosie O'Donnell? Who volunteers to let me make them feel special? Oh my god. Does someone need to feel special? I thought you just turned into Amy Schumer for a moment. I used to get compared to her a lot when she first got big. I did not like it at all. But it happened a lot. I don't think she's very funny. Like, I'm all for women comedians, but I'm not gonna like you just because you're a woman and a comedian. Like, you still have to be funny. I don't think she's very funny. This is where my pee comes from. Okay. Thankfully, I'm not very funny. Oh, thankfully. Oh, Slurm. Pain is unreal. Dude, I think, not to undermine, I hope you fucking feel better. But, like, my fucking neck and back is killing me. So many people have come in and said their neck's killing them today. I think as a world last night, we had a tense evening. I don't know what happened. It's been a rough one. Like, it's the same muscle, and I don't know what I did wrong, but I can't, like, if I move to the left too violently, rushedly, it's pain. But so many people have come in and said that today. I feel bad. Maybe last night was, like, just a bad spiritual evening. We all kind of, like, ground our teeth and got really tense for the world. I hope you start feeling better, Slurmy. That's shit. Lady Emma, I'm all about it. I think that's literally the best way to go about it. I try to compliment people all the time. I think as a person who has, every once in a while, a stranger will be like, I really like your earrings. That can fucking change your day. It's wild. I don't know why. We're very vain creatures, but it really can change your day. Oh, Slurm. Dude, Zaquarion got the fucking Rona. I don't like it. Do you know how many effigies and virgins I have to burn tonight? I mean, at least 9. That's a lot of fucking work. I have like 3 hours of daylight after stream. Once again. Oh, no, Rip Rooster, 100%. No, I totally get it. I didn't take it as an insult at all. You good. I don't take it as an insult because most of the time I know people don't mean it as an insult. It's my personal taste in humor. No, not at all. But I agree with you. Like, the music video of This Is Where My Poop Comes From, like, I'm pretty positive. And chat, correct me if I'm wrong. But as a people with a big booty, like, I got a fucking fat ass, like, to the point where people are like, wow, it's a large. I don't think anyone's fucked me because poop comes out of the little hole there. I don't think. I don't have a habit of, like, pooping around people or even with the door open. I lock doors still. I don't think it has anything to do with it. But sure. I don't know, that upset me. Like, what the fuck? Butts are amazing! And so are healthy poops. Do it. Shit. The milk lemonade, it was just, I mean, it's like the epitome of low bar. I love me some low bar, but that was so down there. Like, who approved that? No, I totally get it. When I first started streaming, people would just come to my stream and just be like, you kind of remind me of Amy Schumer, and I would get really offended because I thought it was like kind of cheap humor. But especially as a live content kind of like creator, I guess. I hate calling myself a content creator. Fuzz. But like people's first impression when they come into my chat and the first thing they hear is, Well, most of the cum is made in your prostate, right? Which is like super close to your butthole. So the bitter taste makes sense. And they've never heard anything else I've ever said. And I have blue hair, lots of piercings and tattoos and shit. I completely understand what they mean. And I am no longer offended. I beg them to stick around so I can maybe prove them wrong or change their mind to quite literally anyone else. Sean Penn, I don't give a fuck. Pick your best. A potato. But, I'm just like, stick around. I swear I don't just come talk about cum flavors. Like, that's usually the first 2 hours of chat. We get real in the middle. But I get it. Like, I never know. I don't know when someone came into the chat or came into the conversation or started listening. So I totally get it. If the first thing they hear is the colorful kind of human on the internet talking about cum flavors, I feel that. Like, I get it. That's alarming to walk in on. Really, with anybody. Took mushrooms and went crazy? Yes. I think you did tell me that story because I was talking about the dude. It was a friend of a friend, but his friends thought it would be hilarious to put out a plate of weed cookies at a party he was going to, and he'd never done weed ever in his life. And they did not tell anybody they were weed cookies, and he ended up eating like half the tray and losing his mind. Turns out he was a boxer, and he boxed everyone at the party to the floor in his cracked out, like, way too many edibles. Like, we're just talking THC edibles, but far too many milligrams, and didn't know he was high. They deserved it, in my opinion. And he was not charged because drugging someone is highly illegal. On all fours, spreading his ass cheeks, screaming, "Tuck me in the ass or I'll die." Yep. I do remember this story. I feel like, didn't we make like a meme out of "tuck me in the ass"? Or was it "fuck me in the ass"? I feel like we had a whole conversation around Goatsy, man. I don't remember. It sounds so fucking familiar, but it would alarm you to know how many times in my life I've had lengthy discussions about things involving ass cheeks being spread in Goatsy. Chocolatey holes. Always, Carolyn. I mean, it's cruel. You should never, I don't care how weak or strong or cutesy you think you are with a drug, you should never fucking give someone drugs without them knowing exactly what's going into that and being well prepared. Period. But on a way more superficial level, drugs are fucking expensive, even when they're legal. What a waste. That was like $300 worth of weed to get punched to the ground and probably lose a friendship and some sort of criminal record because that's poisoning. Underestimate the delay hit of edibles. I mean, what did they want? Did they want him to freak out at home alone? Like after the party? I don't know. I would never sneak an edible on somebody. I know you wouldn't either, David. Like, I don't think any of us would. We all pretty much universally know that's fucked up. That's basically poisoning somebody, but Jesus Christ. What up, Myron? How are you, love? Thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving an A to swings for
2 fucking years? What the fuck? Should we cheers to that? I think we should cheers to that.
I don't leave my house, but I'd be way too scared to put anything in my mouth at a party. I've never eaten food at like a party, other than like, a bag of Doritos I opened and ate some Doritos out of, but there's never been like fresh made food there. I don't know. Oh, hell yes. Well, I shall cheers with the chat if they so choose. Way too high. Oh, I mean, David, like I was talking about this a couple days ago. I don't know if you were here. But I was talking about like how edibles in my general experience and from what I've heard from other people, like the dose doesn't even matter. It just depends on what edible they're eating. Like for me, I've had a 200 milligram edible chocolate bar and felt nothing. But I can get a microdose, 2.5 milligram microdose, and get rocked off my socks for 2 days. But I don't know. It's crazy. Bodies are weird. But I agree with you 100%. Like, you never know when edibles are going to kick in. It's such a crapshoot. Which I don't like that either. I don't mind edibles. I do take them if I have super bad cramps, really bad headache, whatever. Going on a camping trip for funsies. But on a regular basis, like, I have to make sure there's nothing I have to do in the next couple days because I could be kind of stoned for a couple days off of edibles. My metabolism just doesn't use it all. Is it liver enzymes? And isn't it? It's stored in your fat, isn't it? So fat's like really hard to break down, I think, metabolically speaking. Oh, absolutely, David. 100% agree. Yeah. I don't even know, how do you keep track of that? Treat it like alcohol, empty stomach. I never take an edible without an empty stomach because I am so paranoid about it not kicking in and for days. Like, there's nothing more alarming than something kicking in and you're like, wait, what? I didn't take anything. And then you realize you took it yesterday and you thought it was a dud, but it was not. I don't like those. So I always, like, if I take an edible, it's always on an empty stomach. Just because I know it will be metabolized first, it'll get into my blood, and then I'll just eat some food and whatever, I feel fine. But it does, I mean, when you take an edible, it depends on, like, what you eat regularly, how hydrated you are, what you've eaten today and yesterday. Are you plugged up with poopies? What's your fat body content? Like, all this shit, it's wild. My body doesn't react to edibles, hence my love of blunts and bongs. And see, I thought the same until I tried these microdoses, and then I was like, wow. And Nemo's has explained it a couple times to me, like, kind of, in layman's terms, why certain edibles affect people differently, and it has to do with how they process the THC that's going into the edible. It's all different. Who knows? Cheers to that. I have some with me. I'll show you, Nixie. Hold on. Both my dogs are under my chair, so I'm trying not to roll over them. Guys, I don't want to roll over you. Why are you down? I had another one down there. So this is the brand I usually get, but I think these ones are CBD. Yeah, these are CBD and THC, whereas the other ones are just THC. Ah! I put them in my weed bag like an adult. Excuse me. I took a very big hit. Wow. Ooh, Viata, you have to tell me if you like them. I've never had a THC drink before yet. Ever in my life. I've never tried one. Rip, I've heard that doing them for the first time is the best if you do like one of the legal places like Amsterdam where you can get them where they're like not too strong and you're not going to lose your fucking mind. That being said, I've done shrooms many times in my life and I've never lost my mind. I just don't eat a fucking handful. I eat like one or two little mushrooms, have a little cutesy warm time and get over it. Gravity, they usually literally have them at all dispensaries. Like every dispensary I've been to, they have a cooler. It's kind of crazy. I'm using an old Xbox to store like 4 pounds. Fuck you. I'm so jealous. But good for you at the same time. No. What was your question? Ooh, have you ever tried Delta 8? I have never tried Delta 8. I haven't. I know. But from what I've heard, because I've asked the community, and I have some people in the community, I own their souls, obviously. No, I don't. But there's some amazing people who choose to hang out every day who are in the industry of like cultivating weed and stuff like that. And they've told me it's basically just like really weak weed, like really, really not potent. Eliza, would you agree with that then? Just feels like weak weed. There you go. There's a third one or fourth opinion. That's what I've heard. It just feels like the most low dose. Like, the skag weed you got in high school. Like, you might get a little sleepy. No shit, gravity, does it hit you pretty hard? But I mean, are you like sitting and smoking constantly, or can you get like a really high dose or something? I don't know much about it. Is it great in a pinch? Ooh, nice. And can you buy it like at a store where you are, Eliza, in Jersey? Really, Jackie says the same. I've used Delta 8 a few times and it's just weak weed. There you go. Would you compare it to like using a vape? Like I've heard a lot of people like agree with me, I guess, that when I hit a vape with an oil tincture in it, a legit one, not one cut on the streets with crazy shit, I never get high. Not in the same way I do from bud, ever. There has been no vape that hits me the same as bud does. It's just kind of it's like the 30 minutes after you hit a bong. That's what vapes give me no matter what. Would you like say that's like comparable? Skizweed, is that anything like ditchweed? Very similar. Very similar. I still have my scuzzweed from fucking Maryland. So these are the edibles, Nixie. So yes, you absolutely can buy them packaged. They are pre-packaged, dosed individually, like as closely as they can obviously get it. What I've been told and what I personally think is the best, just from like the science point of view, is to get sucky candies. So the thing is, when you consume an edible and it goes to your stomach, and that's where most of the, breaking down, and then your intestines where the digestion happens, all of that THC has to survive your stomach acid and everything else going on in there. Whereas a sucky candy, most of the drug is actually going to be absorbed sublingually. I can speak into the mucous membranes of your mouth and not have to bypass the stomach and all the acids and all the shit down there, which obviously doesn't kill all the THC, but it can, fuck with it a little. So that's what I get personally is sucky stuff, and these are literally called Suck It. But this is the brand. These are the microdoses I was talking about that fuck me over. This one is Blue Raspberry Suck It Indica, and it says it's 40 sweets to suck, 2.5 milligrams of THC per sweet, and it's literally like a square like that big. And this will, I mean, Eliza and I, when she was visiting, we each had 2 apiece, and we went to space. And Eliza and I, like, we regularly smoke lots of marijuana to space. That was 5 milligrams total. The other one, these are ones you can get. I always advise everybody that smokes weed should definitely have some sort of CBD in the house, because I don't care, like, what your tolerance is. We can all accidentally get too high, and you start to get kind of, like, paranoid and shaky, and just, you don't feel good anymore. And just a little bit of CBD can help neutralize it and bring you out of that ick feeling. You'll still be high as fuck, but it takes you out of the ick feeling and makes you feel a little bit more relaxed. But these are by Suck It too. These are pineapple lemonade. And these ones have 0.5 milligrams THC and 0.5 milligrams of CBD per sweet to suck. The brand is called Canyon. Well, I think. It says The Sweet Life, Canyon, Suck It. How many titles do you need on a bag to confuse the stoner? I'm high. Make it simple. I think it's Canyon. I don't know. No shit. Oh, is it Canyon then? It's not The Sweet Life or Suck It. So many. I love them. I mean, it's the only one that's ever hit me, and I've eaten big milligrams, like trying, and they just didn't even touch me. I don't know what it is. I think my stomach acid's deadly. Would THC taffies work? I don't know how much heat it can take without breaking down. So, the way that you extract the THC from bud, if that's literally how you're getting it to put it into an edible, is you warm butter or some sort of fat, olive oil, butter, whatever you want, coconut oil, on the stove at the lowest heat possible where it still remains liquid. And then you add all the bud and you let it just sit in it for like hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours at the lowest heat possible. Because I believe the higher the heat level, the more likely you are to to destroy the molecules that make you high. Yeah. Something to do with that. I'm in no way a professional, but I would assume, yeah. It probably, taffy, when you're pulling it, it's not hot, but I think when you're cooking candy, like, it gets really fucking hot, doesn't it? Soak bud in a small amount of alcohol? Wait, is this bubble hash? I've heard about bubble. I've read about bubble hash. I've read about. I try to read about all the weird shit I get. Exactly, Eliza. I was literally gonna suggest the same thing. What Eliza said. You might be better off making the taffy covered in THC powder sugar. Exactly. Like using some sort of keef or something, some sort of store bought keef, and mixing it into like sugar and rolling your taffy in that, just to be safe. Yeah. That, then I'd lectin, then filter the weed. That is so much effort, Crystal. Like for real. Like mine had one ingredient. Bitch, what's going on here? Why the alcohol? For real though, tell me why. If you don't mind. I'm just curious. What does it do? Is it just to like clean it essentially? Pulling taffy gets hot, does it? I've only seen machines do it, like in Windows on the bay. That's it. Use that shit to make edibles. It's properly micronized and it's bound to fat and lectin. You'll cook off the booze. I always assumed like the alcohol will get cooked off in whatever heat because alcohol's got such a low boiling point. It micronized. What does micronized mean? I've never heard that word before. I'm very curious. The trichomes dissolve into the alcohol, which you then boil away. Oh. Fascinating. Weed is crazy. I mean, considering just where we've come from with it, like rolling it up in Bible paper that you out of the Bible in the hotel room, you know you've done it. And like smoking out of a bathroom window to this, like level of chemistry fucking shit to get the best bang for your buck, I think is amazing. I think it's really cool. Science is amazing. Science, when used properly, can do beautiful things. Beautiful. This is my skag weed, though. This is my last bundle. Oh my god, so many stems. The last melon from Maryland. It's just, just in case. You never know. It's basically just, I mean, if I sneezed on this, it'd probably just be keef at this point. It's so dry, but I keep it. It's like nostalgic. I drove across the country with it. It's like my little felony. Oh, there's hate raids? Lilith, thank you so much for letting us know. That is excellent to know because it's always good to be aware of hate in the world so we can crush it with our smiles. What losers. I hope you didn't get raided, and if you do, don't let it get to you. If they watch everything you do, they claim to hate you. Bitch, they a fan. Crystal's making weed meth. Dude, some weed looks like meth these days. I'm not shitting you. Like water hash and stuff like that. You feel like you're about to do drugs. It's pretty weird. Oh, it's another binder for THC. Oh, interesting. You're basically replicating the pharmaceutical industry's nanoparticle delivery system by using THC and the alcohol. I want to read about it. Weird. That's cool, though. Thank you, Lilith, for letting us know. We will spread the love. It's almost the end of my day. Well, actually, I think we need to take a break, if anything. I don't even know. What time is it? What day is it? Nobody knows. But I still appreciate knowing. Shatter looks like hard drugs. Anytime I get like water hash, which is like, it's keef essentially, but the way they extract it is with ice water and it floats to the top. But it's always like white. It's white powder. It looks like cocaine. I've never done cocaine, but I assume this is what it looks like. Sometimes if it gets moisture in the bottle, it like congeals into a crack rock. I'm like, should I smoke this? They promise it's weed though. I'm having a great time. I love you, Lilith. Thank you so much for letting us know. We will be aware. Does weed have a certain date to be consumed by, or at least last a long time by? So, if you keep your bud in a airtight, opaque container, it can actually stay pretty darn potent for quite some time. What kills it mostly is oxygenation and sunlight. It's pretty wild. I don't know the exact numbers, but I've read about it before many times. And we learned about it in school a little bit, just like the half-life of THC. Smoke it. Always smoke it. For real, though. I mean, I always do. I might question it mentally, but I smoke it. It's just, I think it's a question to make myself feel better, like, but at least I questioned it. You know what I'm saying? It's one of those. 12-year cure temple ball hash, dude. Was it wonderful? It's from cutting the harv. Oh, so what you call bubble hash, that's what they call it. Just throw that out there. I have no idea. I just follow the dispensaries like a little squirrel. What you call bubble hash is from cutting the harvest into a bucket of dry ice and water. Let it freeze the plant to the point where the trichomes fall off. You soak this in multiple bags, one within with one within each other, having a net at the bottom for smaller increments. Each filter lets an amount of trichomes through, which then you harvest off the net. It's wet, so it's to dry before use. That's, I mean, does it make it better? It just sounds like so much effort. Is it better? Is there something special about it? It wasn't any more expensive than anything. If anything, it was cheap-ish. Look into Boveda for keeping your stuff fresh. Amazon has them. Little packets to humidify weed without letting it get moldy. Ooh. I got some awesome weed I've been holding on to for over a year. That's dope. And kind of amazing. In a jar, and it's still springy. See, and that's why I've let this shit dry out, because I didn't want it to mold. Like, once it's moldy, it's done. But if it's dry, like, you can, you know, fuck around with it. But that's really cool. It's a Boveda. Am I saying it right? I'm going to write it down, because I want to look for it. That seems really cool. I've smoked weed that's older than me. I've smoked some I literally, like, when I was in high school, I found weed in my mom's underwear drawer. Of course I did. Why I was in there, nobody knows. But there was weed, and I think that was older than me, and I smoked it. No shit. I'm going to check them out. That's dope. I actually usually keep the jars. God, my neck is killing me. These jars that, Green Dot, these are like nice ass porcelain glass jars they actually give you. So the weed I always get from them is like insanely moist and really, really nice. I've never had a problem. And I keep the jars, and then if I buy weed that's like in a little plastic thing, I stick them in these. No way a professional. I don't want to be a professional, man. I got enough to think about. No shit, Eliza. That's pretty cool. That's really neat. I'm gonna have to look at it. Cora, cheers. Cheers, love. I need to drink some water. My throat is so dry. It's so dry. Oh, I know, David, for real. It's kind of incredible, to be honest. I think about things like that all the time. All the time. Like, usually when I have an inconvenience for some reason, I'm like, and I'm like, we can do insert futuristic thing we've created because of weed or whatever, but we can't insert mild inconvenience in my day. Yeah, I do that a lot. But it's true. My weed usually doesn't last long enough to have to worry about the humidity and shit. I don't have humidity. It doesn't exist here. No, we don't have any bags here. Like, the worst thing, quote unquote, that my weed comes in, these kind of suck. You can hear the dry in there. But I usually put them in these. If I had them available, I would have. Cultivating THC on cheese or bacteria? Stop it. That's incredible. Geo Chef. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. My name's ClassyKatie. It's wonderful to meet you. Thank you for the follow. Nah, Mel, you cool. I'm so high, I can't tell what time it is. You're fine. We should take a break. Every couple of hours in my channel, I try to encourage everyone to stand up and stretch their legs and get blood circulation through their body, because it helps you wake up and, like, stay alert and not get a blood clot and die at your desk, where your cats will inevitably eat your privates before your mom finds you. Also, Twitch runs on ads. Of course they do. And if I don't run them independently, they will run them over us just chatting, and I don't think that's fair. You shouldn't have to pay for this bullshit. Non-content, as my friend Dan has coined. I love it. So, I'm going to take a real quick break. Stand up and stretch and do the things. If you've already done that recently, of course you're not forced to. If you've been gifted a subscription to my channel today or recently, refresh the channel and you shouldn't have to watch ads. You can just like chill and listen to the music I play. But you know, like get some water or something, pack a bowl. I don't know, rub one out. Have the time of your fucking life. So bad at fake positivity. I'm sorry. I apologize. We're better now. I swear, my dogs shit more often and larger than any human I've ever seen or known to poop in my life. Ever in my life. I mean, it's just phenomenal. I don't know how, they're big, but they're like not that big. I think they're mostly a digestive system, really. Like most of their body is just gotta be enormous intestines. I got a cough drop. My throat's killing me. It's so dry. I drink plenty of water. I swear to God, I pee constantly. I gotta be careful to not overwater this plant, you know? Ew. For real. I mean, it's just shit. They're just, I mean, I would, See, I had guinea pigs, and guinea pigs will literally eat their own shit while they're shitting. So what's worse than a poop machine? I used to call them poop machines. I'm not saying dogs aren't poop machines, but like, what's the creature that poops and eats its poop while it's pooping? Because that's a guinea pig. They are literally a factory of shit. It's wild. Oh, it's sick. The amount, I mean, if you want to have like a clean, non-smelly guinea pig cage, you gotta clean that shit every day. It's wild. For real, they do. They just don't give a fuck. They'll eat anything. Carpet, wires. It's wild. Don't bunnies, I had bunnies too, and I thought bunnies like actually lay a special poop at nighttime they're supposed to eat. That sounds so sick, but I think it's real. She had a birthday cookie. Oh my god, cute. Indiana Bones, by the way. It's Indiana Bones' birthday today, in case anyone's wondering. Got a new toy to maul. Having a dog needs to dance and trot before they poop. No. Does anyone have a dog that dances or trots before they shit? Because that's precious. No, but Lilith does dance. She does have a wiggle dance that's pretty cute. I'm trying not to get her attention because she plopped. Smoke does? Like a happy dance? Cute. Poops in a line? Rabbits. Yeah, I think rabbits, like, man, if Chesh was here, Chesh would know. Rabbits, they have a special poop sometimes that they're supposed to eat. Like, they know they're supposed to eat it. It's wild. Yeah, see? Beckett's new. Yeah, rabbits will get malnutrition if they don't eat their own poos. And it's like a big, weird, slimy poo. It's very bizarre. Rabbits are strange. I love them, though. They're one of my favorite animals I ever had. They're so cute. Oh, my God. All through college, I had a little lion head rabbit named Cinnabon. It was precious. But lion head rabbits, for those of you who don't know, they're real small. And they've got 2 little pointy ears that stick up. His were lopped. But then they have, like, a mane of long hair around their neck. And the rest of them's short-haired. They're pretty fucking hilarious looking. But even for how, like, I mean, he was maybe this big. I mean, all the fluff included. He could thump the ground in my apartment so loud it would scare everybody. It was so amazing. He was so independent. Such a cool rabbit. 11 minutes? Ooh, thank you for letting me know I gotta pack a bowl. What are you doing, bub? What are you doing? You coming to say hi to everybody? You want to say hi? Oh, you got a huge eye booger, bud. Hold up. Let me get that eye bug. Let me get that eye bug. That's such a big booger. Ew. Got it. I got it. Can you see now? He's like, Mom, I can see. Ugh, it's amazing. Oh, their tongues are cute. I actually, if I hunt, I have pictures because I would sit there with my nice DSLR camera and like try to snap one while my bunny was like licking his own face or something just to get a picture of that tongue. And I have some still somewhere. It's so cute. They're real cute. And they're fun. And they're not like your everyday like gerbil rodent. Like I've told Chad before this. Mine free roamed my house because rabbits, they're smart. They're very intelligent for a rodent type animal. And they will pick a spot in their cage, a corner usually. And that's the corner they're going to piss and shit in for the rest of their existence. forever. So if you leave their cage open on the ground, like their cage, their whatever they live in, they'll just go in and out of it to shit and roam your house. It's pretty amazing. They do it on their own, like it's a natural behavior, to keep their burrows and stuff clean in the wild. My boy, does he look like a Krampus? He's a sweet boy. He's just so dark that light is not with him. But he's the sweetheart. Lilith is the shit disturber. Everyone will tell you, Lilith is the one that causes trouble. She looks all innocent, cute, and flobbly. She's the one. Trick is just innocence and love. As is the case with most male dogs I have found. Let me pack a bowl before my 420, otherwise I'm going to forget. Hi, what are you doing? They like to fight over my lap and attention. So, like, he's only coming over to bait her. They're such dicks to each other, but I kind of love it. Like, they're very human siblings. You have a lion head named Ebenezer? Stop it. Oh, and that's who looks like... Well, my dog looks like Krampus, too. I totally get it. That is so precious. I did not know you had a lion head. I've never met another person. I mean, obviously, we've met... known. Internet known. But I've never met another person that had a lion head. That's so cool. Do you love him? My little boy had the cutest bunny balls. Let me tell you. Bunny balls are precious. Oh, if Trick had red eyes, he could totally be that. His eyes are just as black as his fur. It's crazy. He's so beautiful. I love him. I mean, obviously, I love him no matter what, but his eyes are... his whole body, he just doesn't have melanin. It's kind of crazy. He's, like, monochromatic. He's got, like, that white blaze on his chest, but that's it. Ma'am, no. You were just outside. Stop it. Mommy's grinding drugs. I love my dogs, but if they knock my weed over, our relationship alters. Bunnies are super fun animals. If you, like, have a small living space and you just don't feel like walking a dog or something and you don't want to deal with a litter box, rabbits are the fucking way to go. I don't know why they're not up there with cats and dogs, because they're very intelligent and they kind of train themselves. I grew up with rabbits. I've always had a rabbit. Up until maybe 5 years ago. They do all kind of on their own. It's like natural behaviors. They just take from the wild and resume wherever you put them. But I don't suggest getting a rabbit if you're just going to leave it in a hutch its whole life. That's just so sad. I've seen people do that. It makes me sad. Don't do that. Oh my god, Crystal, you would hate to know how much Millie fur I've probably smoked then. Like when I'm real desperate, when I lived in Maryland and I just couldn't afford to either, or I didn't have time. Usually it was just time because my dealers were always like at least a 45-minute drive from my house. I would like clean out my weed box and it would be just littered with little white Millie hair. I smoked it. 100%. You do what you gotta do when you have a bad day. I'm sure you've been there. You snorted meth. Don't pretend you're highfalutin now, bitch. I know better. Beckett's, that's what I'm saying. Like, my bunnies, they trained themselves. Like, I didn't even know that about them. I knew I was going to free roam them because I had a super tiny apartment, and I just couldn't stand the thought of locking one in a cage all day. But anytime more often than not, before I wanted to put him away because I needed to go to work, he'd already be back in his hutch, just, like, flipped, with his legs flipped out, like, chilling. You know, the bunny lay. You know the one I'm talking about. Millie's part of me forever. Oh, Crystal, like, seriously? I said it for years when she was alive, but I'm pretty sure it's still real because of pug hair. If you've ever been around a pug or, like, a Boston Terrier or any... You hear my dogs? They're so weird. Any dog that has that short, spiky fur that just sheds, like, constant. I was literally in Europe for over a month. And on the last day, I was still finding Millie hair in my nose or in my mouth or in my eye or on the floor. And she was not with me in Europe, but alive. It's insane. I think to this day, when they go to autopsy me when I die of strange causes, because that's inevitable, they'll go to open me up and it'll be like a stuffed teddy bear, but just pug hair, just like, pooh. And then a new Millie will form in the sky, and some lucky little girl will get a Millie. And that's how Millies are perpetuated. Little did you know. For real. It's just everywhere. It's crazy. Pugs are wild. It's a sploot. It's the bunny sploot. It's the best thing in the whole world. It's arguably the cutest thing ever. When my cats annoy me, I tell them we're not friends at that time, and they're usually not impressed. I've said some things to my dogs, and they just smile at me, and I'm like, oh, okay, I love you anyways. I guess this is how life is. Dude, Crystal, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed. Life is weird. Millie and I are obviously soulmates. Like, we will join in the afterlife if there's an afterlife. Or we'll become the same, like, weed or something. Oh my god, plant me as a weed plant. Dogs are so weird. It's the Millie cycle of life. I mean, nothing as magical as a moose could have a normal breeding cycle, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I think we all know that, though. You guys aren't stupid. Raven, how are you, love? Millie was too much of a perfect creature for this world. Like, she didn't die. She just, like, became other. That's what I tell myself. It's how I get through the day. It's fine. I'm not choking. You are. You see what I mean by shit disturber? But she's just doing it to fuck with him. She wants him to bite her. So that's what she does. Can you hear them? They know. Rip, I'm saying it. I mean, we still have 45 minutes to stream before I have to walk them, before I lose daylight. It's not like it's anytime soon, but you can, like, they know. They start to get antsy, huh? It's so weird. When I first got them, I mean, what would you guys say? They were, like, probably 6 to 8 months old by the time they learned my streaming schedule. So, like, every 2 hours on the fucking dot, they would be sitting right here staring at me. Because they knew that's how often I take them out. It was so bizarre. Like, they picked up on my, like, my jive of my day so fucking fast. It's weird. It's like, I don't know how, though. I didn't train them. I feel very lucky. Like, I got really well-trained dogs, and I put exactly 0 effort in. And then see, now, Trick thinks there's a bone in the couch. But there's not. Where is his ball? His ball was under me earlier. It's gone now. Oh, yeah. If I had Trick's ball, I could show you guys. He gets real weird. But yeah, this is, I mean, oh, is it 420? It's motherfucking 420. If you so choose, you may imbibe in cheersing. If not, drink some water. That's not an option. Cheers to my stony bitches. Thank you for spending your days with me all the time and talking about nonsense like the flavor of cum. I appreciate you. Oh. If anyone's wondering, the weed I'm smoking is called Downshift. Oh my god, can you imagine if someone got away with naming a weed strain Down syndrome? Stop it. Horrible. Horrible. What a terrible company. Like, who doesn't know what that is? That's the only way I can see that getting through is if someone was like, well, we have downshift, and we have like blue syndrome. Like, let's like make a hybrid. Like, that's the only way. And people would be like, no, that makes sense without putting it together in their head. Oh, I'm sure it exists. I'm sure it exists. There's some bad ones out there I've seen. There's ashes on my desk, and I don't know why. Dude. He very rarely cares to win. Trick, I know. He's I mean, he's easily got 15 pounds on her. Like, he's a beef. But normally he ends up like laying down on his back and just giving up. He doesn't give a fuck, and she gets annoyed that he won't fight back, or he hides under my desk. And I won't let them fight under my desk because that's where all my cords are. So I'm like, ugh. That's like his sanctuary is under my desk. He's such a dork. Wasn't there a comedian who got shit on because he did Down syndrome jokes all the time? Who? Again with cheap humor. Yeah, they're from same litter, same parents. Yeah, there was one looked like Lil was the only puppy in the litter that looked like her. And there was two that were like called blonde. They were just like yellow. And then three little midnight boys like my boy, but Trick was the only one that had the little strike on his chest and the milk chin, which is why the milk chin sold me. I couldn't. It was too cute. I don't think there was any chocolate ones though. I think it was just those in this litter. The lady we got him from breeds poodles for seeing eye dogs, which is pretty cool. She's been breeding for like 40 years. We felt very safe and legit going to her house. It was a very nice setup. The dogs were taken care of. They weren't like gross. Carlos Mencia, no shit. I haven't heard that name in a while. He just got in trouble for, like, was it specifically Down syndrome jokes? Or was it like, was he using the retard word, like, a lot? I don't like that word. I don't think it really has a place anymore. It's just not funny anymore. It's used way too derogatorily to describe a huge population of people who were born a certain way. And it's kind of like synonymous with stupid. And I don't think being neurodivergent makes you stupid at all. I'm not a huge fan of it. Like, in chemistry, sure. Yeah, I mean, Carlos Mencia is some older fucking comedy. Was it an older comedy and he got in trouble for it, like, today? Like, people were like, well, your comedy was really terrible in the 90s. Was it, like, one of those situations? I don't think that's very fair, especially when it comes to media and stuff. Like, as long as people own up to it. We should make that point. Own up to it and be like, that was wrong. I'm sorry I did that gross shit. Like, let's not do that anymore. But, like, pulling up people's, tweets from 50 years ago and shows from a million years ago and claiming that's exactly who they are today, it's not very fair to those people because I'm not the same person I was 5 years ago, let alone 20 years ago. That being said, some things do perpetuate, like, horrific racism and things like that. Even Eminem has owned up to his shit, right? And, like, the fuck? Bitch knelt at the Super Bowl. I don't even know if he got paid. He was, like, strictly prohibited from kneeling to protest police brutality. What are they gonna do? It's fucking Eminem. What are you gonna do to him? Come on. Come on. He was accused of stealing a lot of other comics material. Oh, so he kind of went away. Oof. Oof. Big oof. That's not a good move. We have trauma kits for unknown patients that come in that are typically named after colors or flowers. We had someone come in that had been hit by lightning. Somehow they got the one that was unknown charcoal. Oh my fucking. Sometimes the planets line up, don't they? In like the worst way. Beautiful, but terrible, but beautiful. Wow. Fire Moon, that's not even fun. Did people laugh? I don't think I remember seeing this dude. Like, I don't think I remember. I know the name. Was he in movies or something? I know the face. Did we fucking miss 420? Stop it. Cheers. Or is it 426 and we hit 420? How high am I? The cool thing is, though, it doesn't matter. It'll be gone in 2 hours or less. If this was an edible, I might be in space tomorrow and you might never see me again. Nobody knows. Cheers! We hit both. Yes! Cheers, everybody. I had a blockage. My bad.
Hi, gay. Yeah, we wouldn't.
Hi, Mayo.
Wouldn't. Hey.
That was a really big hit because I just kept pulling and it wouldn't go through, and then I unclogged it. It all fucking went through. I feel great. I'm all right, boy. It's fine. Get your mother in the shotgun. Oh no. I'm sweaty. I'm okay. Everything's fine. Oh my god, Korath. I know I have the soundbite for sure. It's definitely on my computer somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's the alert if you donate $6.69. But I don't have it on my soundboard right now. But I do have it somewhere. I'm just thinking through my brain what folder. Yeah. Because the $6.69 is like my face on top of Smoke Kitty. And it's like just that really disgusting cough that I had when I had a really bad cold. Yeah, I think so. This is not a challenge. Don't do that. Oh my god. I mean, it always happened to me when I was younger. If I got sick, like I actually got a virus, it always goes straight to my lungs and I just get that disgusting wet, like, thing. Ooh. It was so gross. But, I mean, come on. You have to get it out. That's like the number one advice I can give to anybody if you have a lung infection. Cough. Cough, 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 cough. For real. You just want to get it out. The infection perpetuates more infection. A vomity cough? Oh, that's beautiful. Do I have a gross cough? You guys hear me cough all the time. Is it significant? I don't know. I think it's pretty normal. Who knows? I kind of look like I'm dying. Like I make that like choking on a dick face. Although I don't really choke on dick. I don't have much of a gag reflex. But only for dick. Brushing the back of my tongue, puke all over you. It's crazy. Brains are wild. Dude, I mean, it happens to the best of us though, right? We're all missing a chunk or three. End stream on the moon, for real though. I'm sweating. It's happening. Hi, Bill. Anybody want a poodle? They're really calm. I'm just kidding. They're fine. They just need to get their beans out of their system, huh? Do y'all just hear the amount of gas that came out of her mouth? No, Cora, that was a beautiful day. I totally get it. How are you, Mayo? I've only been to space a few times, really. The first time Eliza and I took those canyon edibles, definitely went to space. I think it's normally with edibles, honestly. Like I'm pretty tame when it comes to smoking. I nursed the same bowl for quite a while. That's why she's an asshole. Oh my god. If you ever get a chance to watch like Zach's stream, if she's on the couch, she'll like bait him to come on the couch, but then growl at him and like snap at him if he tries to get on the couch. She's, you shock me every time. She's a shit disturber, my dudes. All the time. All the time. But she's a sweet dog. She really is. Just needy. I mean, she's only 2, and I think that's still kind of like a teenage year for this size of dog. I don't fucking know. Ooh, nice. Today's been very relaxing. I showed people a little bit of Transistor. I played the music during breaks, and I was like, oh my god, this game is amazing. So I just wanted to show people like the cool combat. And we've just had like really good conversation today. It started with the flavor of cum, which is bizarre, but not for us though, right? Yes, Rip. Yes. Real name, Zach. Internet name, Ezekiel or Zeke. But he'll answer to all of the above. Oh my god. So you know how he like screams a lot on stream? Like gets real angry sometimes at games? He does that when he's not streaming. He really does. Like furiously sometimes. To the point where I think he's streaming, but he's not. And I figured out what it sounds like now because it's different. It's a different kind of scream than when he's streaming. When he's not streaming, he sounds like Donna Meagle when someone fucks up her Mercedes. There's a very high-pitched, feminine quality that makes me feel like someone's dying, so I have to shut his office door. It's so loud. I would imitate it, but I'd deafen you. My stream is not set up for that kind of fury.
The fury of us.
You know what I'm saying? It's wild. My wife started... Wait. Eat 3 100-milligram tubes of watermelon Juanas? No. Nope. That sounds like a terrible idea. Sounds like a ripe plan to lose your mind. Wait. Wife started seeing shadow people that were solid. So I definitely think I see faces sometimes when I get hella stoned. If I'm like really, really stoned and also exhausted. Like if I open the fridge, I sometimes out of the corner of my eye, I think I see like a creepy face looking at me in the like slit of the door in the fridge. But that's just stoned eyes being very slow. Or it's a demon. But that always happens to me. If I'm real tired and just high. Is it Karen? I'm serious. I would do it, but it's so loud. You have to, I mean, you really do have to fuck with your audio to be able to handle like those fluctuations in volume without making everyone's ears bleed, which I am not set up for. I'm set up for very normal tone of voice and being, that far away from the mic. You'd die. We'd all die. What good conversation doesn't start about cum flavor? Scran, you fucking got me. I mean, if someone comes up to me and starts a conversation that way, I know they're down to talk about anything. I'm much more likely to not walk away because I could say anything and they're not going to be like, oh my god, what? They just roll. You know what I'm saying? When I do edibles, literally it's 5 milligrams. But it's only this specific ass brand that rocks me, and I don't know what it is. Like these are, I'm not exaggerating, and I would never lie to you. These are 2.5 milligrams of THC per candy, and the candies are like this tiny, like centimeter by a centimeter square candy, and 2 of those send me to fucking space. And these are a sucky candy, like a hard candy, and I have been told by many people at dispensaries and otherwise that for some people, eating an edible, like swallowing it and it needing to go through the digestive system versus it being absorbed sublingually, I can speak. Some people, one works over the other. So for me, things that are sublingual, meaning I'm going to suck on the candy for a while, have always worked better for me. And I don't know why. Yeah, the brand is called Canyon. That's the brand. Canyon's the brand, and then Suck It, because they have like Chew It. They have chewy candies. They have suckers. I think they have a couple different, and they're always called like Chew It, Suck It, whatever it. These are the Suck It's because they're the sucky candies. I just like blue raspberry. It's my favorite. Yeah, about 6 inches. Yeah. That's like the perfect distance, honestly, where I can set my gate where you don't hear any of the fans in my house or any of like the extraneous noise, but I don't have to like deep throat this shit. Like this is real close. I couldn't do that. That would drive me nuts. I'd hit the mic all the time. Hello, Seatown. How are you, love? Dude, I would be so much more fucked up than you even know. Benadryl, like any medicine that has antihistamine in it, sleepy shit, kills me. I have like that's my kryptonite. If I'm so sick that I consider NyQuil, that means I'm out for 4 days because I will be hungover from it. Like I'll be like, I can't see straight, I can't drive, I can't. Who am I? It's horrible. I fucking hate it because those drugs are the best. It's like the best sleep I've ever had in my life, but it's for 4 days. I don't know. Maybe I have a turtle metabolism. Thank you for the follow, Toby.
Toby.
How far into space? Not too far. I'd say like the moon, but I don't want to be further. I still like to be able to function, you know. I don't ever want to get beyond functioning with anything because then it's just not fun. Then that's all I'm thinking about is like when the fuck am I gonna be able to see straight again. I've never seen shadow people, but my whole life, like I've told you this before. I think I've told you guys this when I was a kid in Kettle, like the last house I lived in with my parents. My mom let me paint my room, and I painted it like this pomegranate color, and then we got 2 different maroon glazes and used sponges and sponged this dark ass red paint all over it, so it looked like textured, kind of like like an ancient library's walls that are kind of aged but cool looking. That's what I was like very much a little goth kid. It's fine. And but those textures, along with the fact that my wall was like spackle, all night I would see faces in the walls. Not high, absolutely not fucked up. Like I just couldn't help it. I just would I'd pick them out, like just staring at my ceiling. To this day, I could probably sketch some of the faces in my walls. Not a stone thing. I just can't help it. Like if there's a really complex, weird, abstract design, I see faces in it. I think that's very human though, to just do that naturally. Antihistamines fuck me up. Like it's on my medical shit. Like don't touch her with antihistamines unless you absolutely have to, because you'd have to like basically Narcan me. I just can't come out of it. Never have been able to though, even when I was a kid. Hello, Artistic Gypsy. How are you, love? Or ghosts, or it's ghosts, or my demon. I don't know. I mean, I'm not getting hurt, so I'm not like worried about it. My dog is being so annoying right now. You annoy me. I'm trying to hang out with my friends. You're over here like not letting that happen. Look at her. She's cute, but like fucking Christ. Every time she touches me, I get shocked. They're little electric balls of nonsense. Aww. A bowl of damn it. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm not quite a bowl of damn it yet, but maybe like a bowl of like super fresh shit. Scopolamine's wild. Actually I had to take like a whole class about scopolamine when I was in college. Running carpets, I know, right though? And they walk past me and I feel terrible because it's always their nose or their face. Like they always come up and try to touch my hand with their nose and it's like a big shock. And they don't care though. They keep coming back. I don't know. Maybe they're unaffected. uh Would you say, Katie? Oh God, your elbows. Her elbows are so sharp, and it went right in my thigh muscle. Oh my fuck, that was like a fucking nerve. Ma'am, your elbow murdered my leg. That was really bad. Ma'am, you're so pointy. She like separated my thigh muscles. She's so angled. You're so angly. So unaware of it. Thanks for the Fs, guys. That was a bad time. I was like what do you call it? A pressure point. I couldn't help it. Ow. Ow. I'm being cute, love me. I mean, the way they act, you would think I'd neglect my dogs. Every moment that I'm not streaming, one of my hands is on one of my dogs, like itching them or something. Like they are always getting touched and having affection. And then we go on walks. We go on hikes. We don't go to bed together, but I definitely wake up with one of them on top of me every day. Because you're sneaky. You are not neglected. And here's my boy. She's I know. She's a woman. It makes sense. So cute and snuggly and like super pretty, but a total cunt. But also like super sweet, but a bitch. Female.
Blood orgy! Yay! Blood orgy! Blood orgy! Yay!
It's real. Hesty. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my stream. My name is ClassyKatie. Welcome, raiders. I'm just sitting here talking shit about my dog. It's fine. Not this one. He's sweet. He's a sweet boy. He just is black like my soul. How are you, Hesty? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. My name's ClassyKatie. It's wonderful to see you today. I'm just fending off my very energetic poodles. We're just enjoying their energy. It usually about this time, like 30 to 40 minutes before I end my stream, it's like they know. Because I usually take them on a walk and go work their energy out. And they turn into this. Every day. They just turn into like, well, now he's going to try to rip her. Those are new tags, sir. They're just so fucking weird. Trick is best boy. He's our void. He's so cute. Raiders, my name's Katie, but who cares? These are my dogs. Trick is the void here that is just negative light or color. And then Lilith is the shit disturber on the bottom with the teeth. I love when she does that. Neither of my dogs have an aggressive bone in their body ever. But when they play with each other, they do like snarl like that. And I'm like, that's weird. Because they're just, it makes them look kind of mean, but they're just such doofuses. Did one of you fart and it scared you? Yeah, see how she sniffs her ass? She probably farted. It scared her. They're so fucking gross. I love them, though. I love them. What are you doing? See what I mean? He's so sweet and polite. He's a boy. Yeah. Oh, I'm tired. That was a lot. Lil's a bitch. I'm about to kill her. We don't kill sister, bud. We love sister. So she bit my penis. Well, maybe put it away. I didn't put it out. How would it do that? It's gross. She does bite his dick. It's cruel. They bite each other everywhere, though. They're just puppies still. What happened? You see her maniacal eyes back there, though? She's like literally like Lilith from the game, like staring at us with flesh curtains. Oh, money! I know. It's relatively close. I mean, what time? Oh, there she goes. The domination. Now imagine if People Kids did that. It'd be fucking weird. Hesty, did you have a good stream? You probably want to run away and like rest and hydrate. I totally understand. I usually try to like talk to everybody, including the streamer, but as a streamer, you probably have to pee and do all the things. So run, do the things and be human. But I love you and thank you for the raid. The dominant humping, and it's only her. I mean, he very rarely tries to hump her at all. But she just grabs a back leg with one arm, like so human-like, and just slow motion humps the air. It's so weird. It's so weird, but I'm kind of used to it. I still shame them. They don't stop, but I'm just like, ew, gross. That's your sister. And they just like look at me and go on about their business. Because I can't just walk by it and say nothing. But it's not like they're fucking. Like, I had a girl lab growing up, literally named Brandy, but my dad just called her Brown Dog. I think because he just forgot her name one day and she was a chocolate lab. But she would hump my boy dog's face if he would lay down on the ground and sleep. She would just sit there and like hump the air over his head for a long time. It was weird, but we learned it's just dominance. Yeah, you just tried to make love to a leg. We're not snuggling right now. Her eyes are dilated like a cat ready to strike, my dudes. Yucky. I don't like it. Hello, Hispanic the Assembler. Welcome. I've got a super important question. Which Batman from live action films would win in a fight if they were all given 30 days to prepare? That's a really good question. I'm gonna go with Keaton. Cause that's my favorite Batman. And honestly, I can't see any of the uh part of me wants to be like, which Batman's the oldest one? Because theoretically, that one would have the most money if he had the most resources. Because Batman's not really a superhero; he's just hella rich. I don't think it'd be the new one. I have not seen the new Batman movie, although I've heard nothing but good things. I want to real bad. The Batman, ma'am. What the fuck? What's the problem? Why are my dogs so fucking neurotic? Did you see it? Is it wonderful? I want to see it so bad. You think it'd be Bale? He was the only one that had a plan. But he was also like dumb, dumb with his emotions. Like I feel like he was like the dumbest in terms of not giving a fuck about anyone else except the skinny bitch. I can't remember her name. Jarhead's sister. Oh my gosh. I love them. Gyllenhaal. It's Jake Gyllenhaal and Maggie. Maggie? I really like her. She's a great actress. But I feel like that when I think back on those movies without having freshly watched it in the past couple weeks, definitely in the past couple months, because The Dark Knight is easily one of the best ever. Heath Ledger, hello. It's just I feel like it's trauma porn trying to get with a pussy that doesn't want no shit. And inevitably he creates a bad guy out of his like obsession with this pussy. But I don't know. I really like Maggie. She's a really good actress. I love her and Jake. They're great. They're all rich, but like, I mean, this is me theorizing. I feel like the older you are, your money just accumulates on itself. So like the oldest one would have the most money to like throw down in 30 days and prepare. That was just me logicking with money. I don't know. What else does he have? Alfred might die in 30 days. Like, we don't know how old that bitch is. We can't count on that. It's a miracle he wakes up every day. I love Keaton, but I just love Keaton, right? Like, that's kind of how I feel too. It's not the best Batman movie by any means. I just love Keaton, and I'm not a huge fan of Christian Bale as an actor. He's okay. I don't know. He's all right. Some movies he works perfect in. Batman, he was okay. I didn't like his not my favorite growl. It's fine. But that doesn't mean he's a bad actor. It doesn't mean it was a bad movie. The Dark Knight is dare I say a perfect film? Super close. Oof, for me. Personal, like, hits all the marks. Like, it's so fucking good. Oh, I get a little, my nips are hard thinking about it. It's fine. I love Batman. Ironic during a pandemic, though, that the Batman comes out when, like, wasn't it, like, eating a bat that gave us all the pandemic? Hi, Az. How are you, love? I mean, when is it not, though? We started stream talking about the flavor of cum. Like, it's never a good time. Birdman. Oh, my, Jeff, I've said it so many times. If it was anyone else, that would have been the most pretentious piece of shit ever. I would have been like, why, though? Why did you make people do this? The whole movie is like, what, 2 takes? Maybe? Like 2 shots, I should say. It's incredible, but holy fuck, what a perfect film. I mean, I use perfect fluidly, but you know what I mean. It was so good. Bale just cared a lot about life after, but Bale, Batman, 30 days would fuck the others up. But like, why? Like, what's your logic that he plans more? I'm just curious. I don't know. I just want to know. I like nerding out. Other than it's Bale, like he planned. Like I'm just curious. Christian Bale, he was great as like Bruce Wayne playboy, but when you cut off the top part of Bale's face, there's something about it. I don't know. But yeah, Bale, Beetlejuice, hello. I mean, not Bale, excuse me, Keaton, Beetlejuice, hello. I've heard nothing but good stuff, Goblins. Seriously, like I watch a lot of YouTube, and all my YouTube people I watch, like Philip DeFranco and stuff, have said it's phenomenal. I'm excited. Someone reviewed it recently and said watching the movie was like watching a really dark comic strip, and that gave me a big boner. I'm kind of excited for what the fuck that means. Because I mean, as much as what's fuck was a terrible Batman, like that last Batman movie, Batman's versus Superman, I guess, when they like came on each other when they found out their moms had the same name but were not the same person. That kind of not great. But I love that dark. I want it darker. I like because the Batman story is arguably really fucking horrific. I like that gritty darkness to it, and I hope so. Oh, Gypsy, you'll have to give me like a thumbs up or thumbs down. Obviously, I don't think you'd spoil it for me, but I'm curious. I really like Robert Pattinson too. I'm not a Twilight diehard. I liked the books when I was like in middle school. I read them. Super fan. Love vampire shit. But Robert Pattinson's a really good actor. Actually, he puts his fucking shit in. If you've ever seen anything else he's done, he's really good. Killer was just, oh, this happened. Let's go. Clooney too. Yeah. Yeah. We don't talk about Clooney. We don't talk about Clooney. No, no. Yeah. Oh my God. Can you imagine? He's not that fun though. Like I feel like Elon Musk like puts on a big show of being an interesting human, but I think he might be kind of dull. I'm pretty positive it's going to be amazing. I've seen a bunch of people interview these people, and I have very high hopes for it. I'm excited. All the cast keeps saying that Robert Pattinson did a really good job, which I think is like says a lot. Like it's one thing if fans are calling you good, but if your fellow coworkers are like, he was really like he lived it, like he was in it, that gives me tingles because that's saying something else. I think that's cool. Batfleck, that was the one I was trying to think of. Isn't that Superman, Batman? Batman versus Superman. They're like, oh my God, your mom has the same name as my mom. Okay, I guess I won't kill you. Let's go. That one? Sick. Not my favorite. Jared Leto's portrayal of Joker is one of the best movie versions of Joker. You know, I honestly think it gets a bad rap because they cut all of it. Like, they put in so little of the character development that showed you, like, the actual portrayal of Jared Loker? Wow. Let's not talk about that. But I hope they do a movie with just him because I think he'd do a really good job if he was given a chance. I don't like 30 Seconds to Mars or the fact that Jared Leto lived on an island during most of this pandemic and came off of it like, I didn't have a cell phone. I'm pure. What happened? He's kind of a creepy dude, but his Joker was actually kind of scary to me. Keith is incredible and did a really good Joker, but it didn't actually scare me. I know it scared a lot of people. I just was like, oh, okay. A patient. You know what I'm saying? It was very good. Like, Heath is legendary as a Joker, obviously. Yeah, Gypsy, same. Like, I think he's kind of, like, drank his own Kool-Aid, you know? Like, maybe he liked the taste of his own roses a little too much. I want them to introduce the more superpowered villains, maybe to ease in to have Mr. Freeze Clayface. I hope so. I don't know how they're gonna ever do it elegantly after the mistakes. Like, I personally think Uma Thurman would have been a really good Poison Ivy if they didn't make it such a joke with such a bad rendition of Bane. It was just it was like they were trying to put too much into like an hour and a half crap, I guess. You know, when someone like can't stop throwing ingredients in the pot and you're just like, maybe chill out for a second. Maybe that's enough. And they can't stop. Kind of felt like that. Blame Schumer? Really? Mobius looks like it was amazing. Oh, really? Oh, I haven't looked into that yet, but I know what you're talking about. Of showing the mental side, the mental illness side of the character, absolutely. And I think for the first time, especially like I've really liked the Harley Quinn movies. I don't know why people trash on them. I think they're hilarious. And I think Margot Robbie does a great Harley Quinn. Like, what a good cast. That mental what's the word I'm looking for? The mental manipulation between him and Harley is well done. Very scary. I mean, very scary. I think they kind of portray it in kind of a terrifying way where it's done well for like the first time. In the cartoon, like he was kind of verbally abusive here and there, but you didn't really get that whole feel to it, I guess. But I agree. I didn't hate it at all. I really liked it. And then when I started telling people I liked it, of course, then my reference as a movie fan was null and void because I didn't hate Jared Leto's performance as the Joker. I was like, okay, gatekeepers. I'm telling you, they ruin everything. For real though, they ruin everything. Like, stop it. Just let people enjoy shit. I don't understand it. Why not let people be happy? Man-made vampire in the Marvel universe. In the universe, Katie, Jared looks great in the trailer. I think Philip DeFranco talked about it today or something. Because I knew this was happening, but I'm trying to think who the fuck talked about it. Philip DeFranco is the only like human I watch on YouTube, other than the late night hosts. Are they human anymore? I don't know. They might be vampires. Are we cheersing? I'm down. Honey, where's my lighter? I agree. I kind of like that she's like broken. She's not just. I'm all for a badass bitch. I really like Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman's like theme song is one of the best that have ever come out. That it's dope. I like shivered the first time I heard it. It was amazing. But showing that broken side, but still that she can like function and kind of, I guess. I don't know. We were playing it. I thought I changed my category back. Did it not go through? We were playing it earlier and I was showing people the combat style because it's so good, but I don't think I do it justice when I talk about it. Like, it's hard to explain that combat style. Is it? Oh, fucking Christ. Is this not Transistor? My bad. Did I sell it? I don't have a sword to drag. I would try. Let me change my category real quick. I'm sorry, I did do it earlier, but sometimes on the dashboard, like, you know how my chat refreshes randomly? If it does that in the middle of me changing category, it just doesn't register the done click, I guess. I'm guessing. I have no idea. Everything's broken all the time, so I just make up reasons to give myself false sense of security. I'm doing great. I hope you are too. Happy women's, whatever. Dancing? No, I was just thinking of everything she does in the game, but it's so little. Like, it's like slice, stab, run, toss a thing, drag a sword. Like, that was it. That was really it. I don't know. She literally doesn't speak. There is 0 red dialogue, so I was done there. I got nothing. Twisted Transistor was shockingly a good one. My last hit was shockingly large. I literally smoked half the bowl. Stop it, Katie. Katie's got a problem. No, I don't. It's fine. Korn is one of those bands that has never been like, oh, fuck, like never been in my top bands ever. Like, I've never just casually listened to Korn. But every time I go to a festival and they just happen to be playing, they really do put on one of the best shows I've ever seen. You don't have to know all their music or enjoy it to kind of just chill. It's wild. It's kind of like seeing Rob Zombie. They do the same. They do a weird show. Like, they always put on some extravagant, like, black light, nonsensical, shit flashing stuff. Whatever. I had a seizure. It's fine. I woke up in the hospital. I had a really good time. Cheers. Moral of the story, you should play Transistor. It's a really good game with a dope soundtrack and a heartbreaking story. Cheers. Excuse me. I need to purchase new bowls. I've broken all the good ones. This one clogs all the time. Dude, I loved the Untouchables album that like came out when we were in high school, right? Ish, middle school, high school. That was a really good album. I still really like a lot of the songs on it. But I don't know, it was never like something I reached for. I don't know why. You know, one of those bands you super enjoy and never reach for. Another one, Queens of the Stone Age. One of my like I always love them when I hear them, but I have never reached for a Queens of the Stone Age album in my life. But I love them, and every time someone reminds me, I'm like, songs for the deaf, and I know all the songs by heart, but I don't reach for them. I don't know. It's weird. But they do a amazing show. So does Queens of the Stone Age. Incredible. But I don't know, I just don't. It's not like Nine Inch Nails where like when I'm having a really hard day, I know what I'm going to Google or go to YouTube, you know, and listen to. But I still love them. I drooled. I still love them. And Korn, I mean, big respect for any band, especially like metal, rock. One of those a little in my opinion, I mean again, not trying to be like judgmental or anything, but like vocally strenuous uh music genres and doing it live, like actually doing it, not lip syncing and doing it well. There's something to be said about it. I've been to a million concerts where they sound absolutely like shit live. And then, you know, I give them another chance. Go see them at another venue, still shit live. One of those bands, All That Remains. Bless their hearts. I used to be a big fan. I've seen them 3 times, and every time they sound horrible. And at the end or somewhere near the end of their set, they usually say some horrible, snarky thing like, thanks, fucking sound guy. And I just want to, like, stand up and be like, yo, this is my 3rd time. Like, you do this every time. Like, maybe it's not the sound guy. Maybe chill out on the auto-tune. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? Some asshole transplant from who knows where hit the lead singer of Korn in the head. Oh my god, with a full water bottle last time they played here. I hope he's okay. Oh my god. What the fuck is wrong with people? That is so not safe. Are you kidding me? Jonathan Davis? Oh my fuck. I've seen Motley Crue, Metallica, and oh, fuck yourself. I've seen Slayer. So, and Lamb of God. Lamb of God is easily one of the best shows I've ever seen as well. Metallica, I have never seen and I still need to see, but I'm afraid it just won't be good anymore. I haven't liked anything in the past 20 years to come out of them. Anubis. Oh my gosh. I mean, what didn't you? Let's be real. I don't even know anymore. A smoking pot. You know? Tool is up there with Nine Inch Nails for me. Like, anything that Trent Reznor, Atticus Ross, or Maynard James Keenan graze with their spirit, I will worship. I have a problem. Like, anything. Pucifer is my favorite project, to be fair. I have never seen Tool live to this day, and it baffles me how, but they never come wherever I'm living. I've seen Pucifer 3 times. I've seen A Perfect Circle twice. I've seen Nine Inch Nails millions. I don't even know anymore. A lot. They're my favorite. No fucking idea. I miss Tool every time. They're like one of my favorite absolute like core bands of who I am and who I grew up listening to, and they never come where I am. It's so weird. Like, they would just skip that entire corner of the country. And, you know, usually I'm poor, so what are you going to do? Oh my god, I can't believe you still got to see Prince. Oh. Nine Inch Nails live is pretty good. I mean, I've never had a problem. No, never, actually. They put on an amazing show, but the fans are usually pretty chill. I've never seen like fights or anything. Every once in a while, you know, there's that drunk bitch whose titty's falling out and she doesn't know it, but she doesn't care. Nobody else cares. We just like enjoy the tit from afar. But that's at every concert, right? Seriously, Money? Oh, what was your first one? What was my first one? I don't know what album it was. Hmm. I want to say, oh my God. It wasn't the Fragile. I was still very young. You know, a new sperm at that age. A Tool Time with Katie vlog? I wish. Timo, everything and anything, of course. Because Tool was supposed to be there, they bailed. Heartbreaking. That's what happened to me. I was supposed to see Slipknot when I was a senior in high school, and I got all ready, and it was a 2-hour drive to Spokane, where this concert was, because of course I lived in the sticks. So I like fucking, you know, felt pretty badass, showered the things, went to go pick up my current boyfriend at the time. We were gonna go see it together, and the radio informs us Corey Taylor has laryngitis, and the concert was canceled. I was so fucking sad. My heart died. Still haven't seen Slipknot live. Technically, I never will. I mean, nothing's gonna top Prince Knives, so you're fine. You fine. I mean, the Nine Inch Nails tickets here are $500 a pop. There's no fucking way I'm going there. It's not a party until someone's titty falls out. That's what I've learned. Like, if you haven't seen a Nip Nop yet and you're at a large concert, either it's dry or something's wrong. Like, that music ain't good. I've been to every genre. I've been, like, to the most pop country concerts, to the most ghetto country, to, like, the Deadheads in the woods, like, trading drugs amongst trailers and singing. Like, I've been to it all. There's always a fucking tit. Always. It's not the same person, obviously. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's the tit fairy. We don't know. It's a mystical thing. I always see a tit, though. When I saw, what are they, Steel Panther, the second time, I want to say. I've seen them multiple times. Anytime they come into town, I will see Steel Panther. They're just hilarity. But I think it was the second time during the song Asian Hooker, they always let all these, like, you know, hookerish clad ladies, they do it. I mean, it's fans, but they dress up on purpose. And they let them come on stage and, like, you know, wriggle next to the band members and make fools of themselves. And this one chick in the back, she, I mean, looked rode hard and put away wet. That's all I'll say. Very, very inebriated. And she had like a wrap dress. If you don't know what that is, basically it looks like a robe that you can tightly wrap around. And now it's like a cute dress that like folds over in the middle. But she was very thin with very large fake knockers. You know what I'm talking about. So they were kind of like pendulums on her chest. And they just, one of them wriggled its way out of this silky thing. But she was just, I mean, it was like out of a movie. She was just sitting in the back with this drink, like, Asian hooker, yeah, with this fucking, and she had I mean, the nip nop, woo, respect, would have licked all angles of said nip nop, but damn, it was incredible. And the band members were just laughing, like, everyone knew, but she was, like, she was totally chill, like, that was Asian hooker. This is what it's like to go to Steel Panther concert. Just go. They're incredible. Oh, it's so much fun. They are a band that really impressed me because he literally can. Sir, thank you. Sorry for that PG-13 material there. They don't know it's a tit. Dogs are sweet. Don't be gross. His voice, that lead singer's voice, is phenomenal. He really is singing. He can fucking sing all those notes, all those high notes, like those fucking pussy metal high notes from the 80s. He sings them, and they're phenomenal. Like you can hear the cracks and breaks. He's so good. It wouldn't even matter. It's hilarious that the lyrics are like about glory holes and shit. Community property is a personal favorite of mine. But the fact that this dude has these pipes that are just fuck yourself. So good. He always wants to be a part of the conversation. Trick just wants to chill. That's like the biggest difference between Lilith and Trick. Lilith, if she's on you, she wants to be actively pet. So she'll like pet herself with your hands. Trick, he'll just chill like this. He's like me. Like we're very much just, no, I'm good. And when he gets too hot, he like rolls away and he's done. Hello, Viking Trash, my love. How are you? Bless you. Big sneeze. Did you get it? You want to come say hi? Come say hi to everyone. You never come say hi. Hi, Bubba. This is Trickster. This is my boy. Steel Panther is the Gwar Weird Al of the 80s hair bands. Dude, they're so... I think they actually started out as a different band, like, called, like, School of Metal or something. And then they were a Vegas show that was, like, a gimmick. Like, they literally were like, yeah, we're, like, 60-year-old metal stars that, like, just never stops. Like, that was their whole gimmick. But they're so good. They, like, they went the opposite direction. They started as the Vegas show, and now they tour. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I thought that was really cool. Here's the cutest boy. I actually have never seen a poodle as black as him. Usually they're like that brown black, like a cat, you know? Like they kind of have that, when the sun hits them, they're kind of that chocolate brown, which is beautiful. He's blue black, like beautiful Asian hair. It's gorgeous. He's so pretty. Thanks for licking my boob. Did I have a crumb? All right. All right. That's a little ferocious. I once accidentally met Prince in downtown Minneapolis. No shit. It was super awkward for me. I was homeless. Oh, it was late at night and the street was empty. I was walking around a corner, and there was this short, light-skinned dude and an extremely hot girl on each side of him. I got within 5 feet of him, realized who he was, said out loud, "What the fuck do I say to Prince?" and walked to the other side of the street and away. I mean, that's me on a regular day, man. Even if it was like, if I like bumped into Trent Reznor, I'd probably fake a heart attack. I would not. What the fuck would I have to say to you that is of any relevance of it? Nope. Oh, my heart. Like, I have no idea. I idolize them from afar, but I've never been the like, I must meet my idols type. I'm not worthy of that flesh. Especially because most of my idols are music involved, so they're obviously gods. Stop. What is in my... It's my lotion. Stop. He loves my flesh lotion. But he's trying to lick it off my boobs. Stop. You big nerd. He is so much bigger than his sister. It's very bizarre. It's their same litter. And he's just like a beefcake. I can feel how fucking solid you are. He's a beefcake, Bubba. I would have just died. I literally probably would have had a heart attack. Like, I've never... I don't know, though. I've never been a starstruck type of person other than musicians and artists. Those are the ones that I'm just like, I'm not worthy of your airspace. It's cool. I'll leave. Happened to me in New Orleans with Trent. Oh my God. I just stood there with him, I just stood there staring at him while my buddy chatted with him about grocery cart of alcohol that Trent was purchasing at Walgreens or CVS. Dude, something super similar happened to me. Oh my God. Who was it though? I can't remember now. But a friend of mine and I were like at a show, and one of the singers came up to us, and my friend just like was super social and acted like they were best friends. And I think I like pretended I didn't know my friend and walked away because I felt so awkward. I just didn't know what to say. I was like, oh, my phone. Oh, distraction. Like, walk the other way. I can't remember who it was, though. I think it might have been a Mayhem Fest. Oh, I remember exactly what it was. God damn it. I kind of wish I didn't, because then I couldn't be sad about it, but I'm sad about it again. It was the 3 Inches of Blood concert. It was the last show ever, actually. And I just could not bring myself to like be like, I really like your music, and then walk away. I just died of anxiety and left by myself. Anxiety, my bitches. It's fun. Really adds spice to all human interactions, let me tell you. It's like Old Bay for depression. No shit, money. I mean, all of the like famous people I've actually had a conversation with has been on accident. Like, I met the original Wonder Woman on accident at a Bethesda party. If I would have known that was her, fillers, that's all I'm going to say. If I would have known that was her, I would have had a panic attack and pooped and like died in the toilet somewhere. But I didn't know. I didn't know. just went about my day. That happens to me a couple times. That's happened to me a couple times. She's a wonderful human being. But I mean, when you don't see her like from 1970 something with the hair and the titties, she really does look very different. But shocker, like that's not her. I know, weird. In a ball gown, not the same person. I can't think of anyone else though. I don't exactly hang in famous circles. I don't know. I don't think so, but I avoid it. Like it's like the plague. I just don't want to. Like God forbid I accidentally tell them a hospital story or something. Like I just have these fears. I don't want to. I'm scared to hang out with my friends, let alone some famous person. I know. You can wait, ma'am. Shit disturber over here. Oh, you met him at a bar? That's super weird. My sister I don't know if you can say met anymore. She has been in the same like coffee line as Dave Matthews like multiple times because she lived in the same neighborhood as him. Like apparently he lived near the U District in Seattle. And they went to the same coffee shop in the morning. Like he'd just be standing casually behind her in line and she'd text me and be like, Dave Matthews is standing behind me in line. She never said hi. She's like me. I don't think so. I don't think she has yet. But she's kind of like me, just like be quiet, blend in. Seattle's got a lot of famous people though. People like the coasts, I feel like. TwitchCon NA or EU. We're just really playing it hard by ear right now with COVID and shit. We just want to see if there's another blow up. Because I feel like every couple of months, it's like, oh, we're good. Just kidding. New strain. People are dying. And as much as I know I'm safe, like, I don't know if I'd have fun with that in the back of my head. Going to a con. Like, if it'd be worth the vast amount of money it costs. I don't know. I've talked about that a lot with chat. Just like, is this the year to just like skip it, financially recuperate, and hope for the best next year that'll be more like normal? Because what it was such a perfect, wonderful experience. I'm worried. Korath, no shit. Are they nice people? Is he a nice person? I would imagine so. I've seen him. I went to a Dave Matthews concert one time down in Virginia. It was pretty fun. Oh, it's all in our minds, of course. Of course, Fire Moon. I mean, forever and ever. Knives. There was a picture, actually. This was a couple, probably like 6-ish years ago. It was when Trent Reznor, I think he has 3 babies now, but at the time he only had 2 and they were very young. And someone like took a picture of him eating lunch with his 2 toddler children and wife at a local ramen place. Like like a very creepy picture, like side ass picture of them, and then sold it to TMZ or something. And Trent wrote a whole thing about it. Oh, I just got a hair out of my eye. Do you see what I just pulled out of my eyeball? Those. Do you see that thing? Bitch, stop it. That little fucking hair was just in my eye. Is it gone? God damn it. Did you see how long that was? All the time. Dogs, I'm telling you. Where is that little fuck? That. This is what I'm talking about when I say the long ass fine bitches. They're the devil. Burn them. It's what you get when you have walking carpets in the house. His hands are huge. I would assume so. Every guitar player I've ever known that like does that hardcore guitar riffing shit, I don't know if they naturally have big hands or just from years and years and years of that stretch on the neck of a guitar. I have no idea. Am not a guitar player by any means. Their hands are enormous. Always, Mel. Oh my god, it's like insane relief when it's out because there's part of you that can never ignore it. It's like having an eye twitch. Yeah, Gypsy, that's basically it. Like, I know I'm safe. I'm not going to get sick and die. Am I going to spread something to someone who's immunocompromised who came to see me at a con and kill part of my community? Possibly. It's not likely. It's possible. I don't know. Is the con as fun if they limit it, the way I think they might limit it? I don't know. Like, part of the charm of a con is the sardine thing, and that's not possible anymore. Also, the most fun part of a con is like, renting out a table at a bar and getting all your holes there and bullshitting and drinking all night. And is that possible now? I don't know. And if that's taken away, those are like the precious fucking times to me, I don't know. Is it worth ruining it or just waiting a year? I don't know. I still got to think about it. Also, cons are fucking expensive. I'm sure you know that, but for anyone who's never been, holy dicks. It's 420. Holy shit, I noticed it and you didn't. Do I have a bowl? I don't have a bowl though. I failed. But I did notice it. Oops. Thanks, Bill. Ruin everything. Exactly, Fire. I agree 100%. Like, I usually only go inside the con either as like a meetup place to find people or make it easier to find me. And because sometimes Twitch has stages and shit where they'll put on shows and whatnot. And I've been very lucky to be invited to do cool contests and stuff on those stages. And they usually pay me, not a lot, but enough to get me to go. And, it helps. Any little bit helps. Everybody knows. Pennies from all over the place. But other than that, I'm usually like, all right, you guys want to go to the zoo? Like somewhere we can actually hear each other talk and not be like clogging an aisle or something at a con. That shit. NA cons usually run me 3,000 in all. Yep. Yeah, it's about that, I would say, like including like the food and liquor. And I don't drink a lot, just FYI. Damn. If she knocks this over, I'm gonna be so upset. Another friend showed up in a sweaty leather coat, reeking of alcohol and sweat, and proceeded to hug my. Yeah, I feel like the con is the conduit. That's dirty. Ew. Well, what? No. What? You want? It is. Got a fat head. Are you trying to hug me? I didn't train this. I swear to fuck. It's just cute and relax it. You do it. Oh, she's climbing. Got it. I'm helping. I'm being assaulted. Very fuzzy. Mucho fuzz. It's 420. Uh, so, alright. Oh. Have I mentioned she's like 70 pounds? She's a big bitch. You're so weird. What are you doing? I swear they're not neglected. Like, we snuggle all the time. They're just needy. Can I put this down? Thank you. Dangerous. Ugh. Foot out of my crotch. Ugh. There you go. Sir, get the fuck up. How you doing? Now she's gonna clean her vagina. We're having a great time here. Hail Satan. Ugh. How do you say no? How do you say no? They're just so cute. Adam. I don't know. And they are just as soft and fuzzy as you think. They are not coarse. They are super, especially this bitch. She's like silky. It's just not fair. Her hair's finer. Trix is more thick, so it's just more coarse, but it's just as soft. It's beautiful. She's gonna rip my headphones out of my ears, probably. Hold up. What can I do? Ooh, is it a Rex? Is your rat a Rex? Can you hear me? Is your rat a Rex? I think there's a type of cat that's like usually in the same bundle as a Sphinx cat, the naked cats. They're called a Rex cat, and they have fur similar to this. It's like in spirals. It grows in like cowlicks all over their body, and it's soft but very curly. And they're real cute. I think Dita Von Teese has one. Yeah, I love those. The Rex kitties. Yep, it's just like this. It's like human hair. I mean, if human hair grew in a spiral pattern on your flesh, I don't know. Maybe someone's does. I haven't seen a human head this. It's like a carpet for real. For real, for real. Yeah, I love those ones. I've seen rats with that pattern, but I never had the pleasure of owning one. I had a Dumbo. I had a Dumbo Siamese rat one time. She was sweet. Not really. She was a bitch. Her name was Bella. I liked her. Dorian and Gray. Oh, that's so cute. I had Pumpkin and Bella. I was very basic. Those are cute rat names. You're sitting on my heating pad. That's why you're so hot. Hmm. Oh. I'm trying to think what were my other ones. I had one rat after that, and I can't. I adopted her from the shelter because you always see rats in like humane shelters and stuff for adoption. It's heartbreaking because rats only live like 3 years. So I used to adopt like senior rats, and she was, oh my god, what was her fucking name? So funny. I'll have to think of it. Fuck. I'm not clever, but it was clever. Has one of those cats. Really, the Rexes? Oh, I love them. Jackie, you should put her link if you feel so inclined in the Discord. I'd love to check her out. I think those cats are so cute. Super weird, classy Katie fact. When I was in college, one of my girlfriends that lived in a dorm near my dorm, her aunt and uncle were like world class Maine Coon breeders. I know, real weird. And so during the summer, they would pay Maureen and I to go to cat shows, like legitimate cat shows, like weird, you know, not weird, what's the word? Exotic cat breed shows and sell tickets. We would just sit at the front desk and sell tickets. But the perk was we got to be there early in the morning and see every single cat come in. And you have no idea how many cat breeds are out there. Like, vastly fucking different cat breeds until you go to one of those shows. And that's where I saw Rexes. And I just fell in love with them, not only the pattern of the hair, but they were really nice cats. They acted like dogs, kind of like lazy, but not as like aloof. Who loved laying on the AC heating registers on the floor. She does that. That's actually my theory why she digs at the floor. She'll do that like under my chair while I'm streaming. I'll just hear the on the carpet really hard, and then she plops on it, and I think she's heating up the spot. Like friction heating, you know? Some animals do that by like spinning or something. Yes, oh my god, they had one F1 Savannah at one show I got to meet. And as I am with famous people, very nervous and was not brave enough to ask to touch or go near the cat. But I got to stand like within a couple feet of it, and it was sitting on like, you know, those chairs they have in schools. I don't know, kids' chairs. They're like bent metal with the plastic thing in it. I don't know what kind of chairs those are called. It was standing on one of those, like just no, it was sitting on one appropriately, and it was taller than sitting next to it. But it was definitely a cat. Like, it's bizarre when you see one. Like, I really, because the F1, F2, F3, aren't those like how far away from the like the wild big cat the breed is, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what it is, right? Yeah. And you think that that means, oh, they're going to be a shit ton of a percentage of this wild cat. No. Like the closest you can legally own, I think it's like maybe 10 to 14% ish of the wild cat. They're huge. Like they sit taller than I do on a chair next to me of the same height. But at the same time, they're a cat. Like it does not look like a big cat. They don't have like that fucking thick ass jaw. Like a Maine Coon has much more of a big cat look than these cats do. It's like seeing a very tall child, almost like a stretched human. It's like a stretched cat. It's so weird, and it was totally a nice cat. This one didn't come off. I know some of them. I've seen some videos of people that honestly, I think a bad owner means a disobedient animal. It doesn't matter what kind of animal it is, unless it's wild. Like for fuck's sake, don't adopt a wolf. But you know what I mean. These people obviously care a lot about their cats. So this cat was like, it was leash trained, walked by its owner on a leash, like a fucking just the neck leash. It was like something out of a Vogue magazine from the 70s. You know, when a bitch would be like wearing a fur jacket and then walking next to the panther that the fur jacket was made out of. Like that's what it was like. It was so weird. But cool. Like these people were really into their animals. And I don't care like how extreme, how like bizarre you might think cat ladies are. If you care about your animals and you give them the best life possible and you're not a hoarder, I'm all about it. Dude, you can get those like super low percent wolf breeds. They have a really high rate of ripping your face off while you're sleeping. Also, the people selling them are usually completely lying. And there was a huge article that came out within the last year. I'll have to try to find it for you. But all these like, you know, it's usually like kind of semi-attractive, lots of fillers, like white bitches on Instagram that own like wolf hounds and they want to like take pictures with them and stuff, half clothed. It's fine, whatever. Make your own money. But all these bitches went and took their dogs, these wolf hounds, wolf dogs, whatever, to get genetic testing. And like 3% of the dogs out of thousands actually had any wolf DNA at all in them. These people were just lying because you can make them look like a wolf dog with the right little fancy ass mix of husky and shit. But now they have gene tests, kind of like for people, and it was pretty funny. I mean, sue me. I like to see rich people disappointed. No offense. Verco makes those plastic chairs, the ones with the huge metal rivets. Yes. Yep. I had a Maine Coon growing up too. His name was Mufasa, and he looked just like every other Maine Coon. That fucking thick ass face. They have that jaw and face that makes them look like a lion. But they're really nice cats. They're just huge. 5,000, dude. I've seen I can't remember which way it goes. Is F1 like the most wild or is F4? I've seen the ones that are like the least percentage go for around 2,500, but that's still a lot of money for a cat. That is potentially going to have a lot of problems because to do that, like once they're bred down that far, they're probably really inbred. Because the trick is you want it to keep looking like the F1, but you know, breed it. You know, it's like cutting the drugs. Get off. Go on. You're falling off me. It's like cutting your Coke. You know what I mean? You want it to still look like Coke and act like Coke, but cut it just enough to water it down so you can make a little bit more money. That's basically what's happening. And so they can end up really inbred. And usually with cats, because cats inbreed in the streets and shit, like cats are wild. They just fuck and their sons and daughters fuck each other. They're kind of evolved to not totally get damaged from it, but you will end up with a lot of behavioral issues usually with brain. The brain is going on. Something's going on up here, I think. Oh, you have a Devon Rex? Oh my God, it's called a Devon Rex. Thank you so much. I literally kept calling it a Rex. I'm like, I can't remember. I know they're always like grouped with Sphinx cats, the naked ones. I think it's a Rex because a member of my community has a rat with like the cool Rex texture. And I love that hair texture so much. I think it's so cool. It's one of my dream animals. But I have poodles, as you can see, that are huge and dumb. I'm just kidding, baby. I love you. They're so dumb. Just kidding. I feel spoiled with how little work I put into how smart my dogs are, to be honest. But their hair is very similar. It grows in like that really dense spiral pattern, and I love it. It's so like I can feel at nighttime when I'm just like laying watching a movie or something. I subconsciously follow the spirals with my fingers. You can feel it on their skin. It's weird because it's just like millions of cowlicks. Cowlicks. Is it a cowlick? Like the Spyro food, or is it a cowlick? I said it too many times. Oh my gosh, cute. Okay, I would die for him already. I haven't even met him. Anyways, and that's the problem. Like with those cats, like it's a detriment to them if you don't brush them all the time. I know you know that, but a lot of owners don't understand that. And then suddenly their cat's pooping through a net of, matted fur on their butthole, and it's just a mess. It's a damn mess. His name is Toasty Mallow because he looks like a toasted marshmallow. But we call him Toasty Toast. That is the fucking cutest thing I've ever heard in my life. This is Trick is the negative space, also humbly known as the void. And this little bundle of joy here is Lilith, fondly called Billith or Bill, because she's kind of a silly dum-dum. They're so good. They're still puppies. I mean, I think I'll say that forever. They turned 2 on March 25th. When is a dog not a puppy anymore, though? Like, physically and mentally, they're still so goofy. Like, they still haven't got used to, like, this lanky-ass weird body they have, and they, like, can't control their wiggles when they're excited, and they're fucking cute, but they still act like puppies. I don't know. I can't remember when Millie, like, wasn't that puppy core anymore. It's been so long. $410 for Blue. They're $500. Why? Is it because they're like just hardcore and last forever? I'm very curious. That's wild. That's so weird and insane. Your cat might be perfect. I've asked our mutual friend to humbly give me your link so I could stalk you creepily and stare at your cat. But now we can actually be friends. I would very much like to come to your stream and hang out with your cat. Like, a streamer plus an animal is insta win. I don't do this on purpose. They're hams. And it's like about time. I usually end my stream like over a little bit. And so they're very upset I haven't taken them on a walk yet. So this is what happens. I get kind of like the beans. We call it the beans. It's just, they're just bounce. Deal. I mean, I love animals in a weird way. You might notice all these strange enclosures. I collect tarantulas, but don't be scared. There's no deadly ones, and I'm not weird, I promise. I have really cute geckos. And that. I love animals more than anything in the whole world so much. Animals are so cool. Really. I just like, since I was a conscious fetus of a baby, all I wanted to do is surround myself with aminals. I love them. All of them. They're amazing. Money, isn't it amazing? Should we play that before we go? Oh my God, that's such a good idea. Thank you for reminding me, by the way, because I completely forgot. Yes! Thank you so much for coming and saying hello. I would like to see the baby channel point. Oh my God, I used to do that and it was so overused I didn't know what to do anymore. I had to get rid of it. I don't have enough animals, so I just have these now. And honestly, they climb all over me enough. Points would be a waste. Seriously. So for those of you new to my channel, just swinging by, hadn't heard yet, tomorrow. That's right. For a faded motherfucking Friday is the first episode of To the Grave, the new RP tabletop mini-series, I guess, that I'm going to be a part of based on Vampire the Masquerade. It is starring Amelia Tyler, Safi Pie, Domestic Dan, Jersh, Gaming FTL, and myself. Ish. I don't know, starring myself, let's be honest. NPC for life. But I'm so excited. My goal is to wake up at a dumb early time tomorrow so I can like hang out with you guys in the morning, wake up and do the makeup for it. I don't think my makeup will give away anything. We'll see. But I'm so excited. Like, it's not only like a fucking like stop it top tier cast. But these are people I dearly know and cherish and worship in my life. And I want to do them real good. We got to bring our A game, my dudes. No migraines, no kink in my neck. Miniman. We could make up a word. I'll think on that one. It could be unique. I'm just saying. It'll be hard to come up with a word that doesn't exist in any other language, but I'm sure we could do it. Maybe a sound. A sound we can spell. What's that called? A word, Katie. Stop it. I'm a mess. I'm a mess. And you're a mess. All right, I got the video. Stop it. Don't you autoplay. Kill you in your sleep. Kill you in your sleep. All right, are you ready? This is the trailer for the RP show I'm in tomorrow. It is at 8 p.m. UK, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard, 1 p.m. my time. That's Mountain Time. I'm in Colorado. You can figure out the rest, I'm sure. I'm so seriously, guys. Like, it's gonna be good. I can say that with so much confidence. I can say that it's gonna be fucking good. And y'all know I get hot and bothered by makeup chances. And I think you will very much enjoy the look I have in mind for tomorrow. Especially when you find out, like, my character and stuff. Yes, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard. Here, I'll give you the link to the Twitter so you can just, like, absolutely see it and have it. But I'm going to play the trailer now. But yeah, I'll be tweeting it out all day. I'm sure I'll be annoying. But yes, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard. Why didn't that happen? 1 p.m. Mountain, 12 Pacific, 2 Central, so on and so forth. I mean, it's vampire makeup. Like, I'm a vampire. But you know me. Like, I will take a chance to flex. And by flex, I mean experiment. I can't not. This is why I live for RP. Like, the makeup chances kill me. It's fuck o'clock. Is it fuck o'clock? I mean, I know they'll record it. I mean, it'll be worth a rewatch, Don't kill yourself to watch that shit. Not worth it. I mean, obviously, sleep is more important than anything. And fun fact about sleep, you literally never make up sleep. Ever. Every slept lost is a slept lost forever. Isn't that miserable? I killed myself in high school, essentially. That's what I'm saying. My dogs, though. Okay, let's watch this fucking trailer, and then I've already picked out someone awesome to raid. Thanks for being amazing, being in my life, and being my friends, because it's been a really large portion of my existence completely alone, and pretty much thinking I was going to not be alive by 30 and be dead. Because why would anybody want to be friends with someone who owns a bunch of tarantulas, So, I appreciate y'all. Wash your hands after self-dirty time.